All right, hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we untangle the wonderfully complicated. I'm your host, James, and today, oh boy, we're diving headfirst into a classic, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. We're kicking things off with the preface in Chapter 1, titled The Right to be Rich. And who better to guide us through this than our resident ray of sunshine and book guru, Sarah.
Hey James, so excited to be here. This book, it's a trip, but in a good way, I think.
And, of course, to keep us grounded with a dose of, let's say, rigorous skepticism, we have the ever-insightful Dr. Ethan.
A pleasure, James. The Science of Getting Rich. The title itself presents a fascinating hypothesis, wouldn't you say?
It certainly does. So Sarah, kick us off. The preface. What's Wattles trying to tell us before we even get to Chapter 1?
Okay, so right off the bat, Wattles is like, look, this book is practical, not some airy-fairy philosophical treatise. He says it's for people who, need money now and want to figure out the deeper meaning of life later. Priorities, right?
Get rich first, philosophize afterward. I can get behind that logic. My philosophical musings are definitely on a budget right now.
Exactly. And he's pretty upfront that he expects readers to take his fundamental statements on faith. He even compares it to how we'd accept statements about electricity from, say, Marconi or Edison. You don't need to understand how the light switch works to trust it'll turn on the light.
That's an interesting, if somewhat convenient analogy for a science. He's asking us to accept conclusions without scrutinizing the process, which is, shall we say, atypical for scientific endeavor. He does cite authorities like Hegel and Emerson for those who want the philosophical foundations, and mentions the monistic theory of the universe, the idea that one is all, and all is one.
Yeah, he touches on that this one substance manifests as everything we see. It's got Hindu origins, and, apparently, it's the foundation for a lot of Eastern and Western philosophies. But his main point in the preface is that his plan of action, the one in the book, is tested, it works, and he's written it plainly so everyone can understand it.
So it's a trust me this works kind of vibe, backed by some big philosophical names if you care to dig. All right, I'm intrigued. Then we hit Chapter 1, The Right to be Rich. That's a bold title, Sarah.
It really is. And Wattles doesn't mince words. He basically says you can't live a, quote, really complete or successful life unless you're rich. Period. He argues that to develop your talents, to unfold your soul, you need things. Books, art, travel, experiences. And you can't get those things without money.
So, no money, no soul development? That feels a little harsh, doesn't it?
It's certainly provocative. He frames the right to life as intrinsically linked to the right to be rich, because being rich allows for the free and unrestricted use of all things necessary for full mental, spiritual, and physical unfoldment. He's not talking about being content with a little either. He calls that sinful if you're capable of using and enjoying more.
Yeah, that sinful part is strong. But his logic is that the purpose of nature is advancement and unfoldment. So if you're capable of more, you should strive for more. He defines being rich as having all you want for the living of all the life you're capable of living. And because society is organized around money, you need money to get those things.
So, the desire for riches isn't greedy, it's aspirational?
Exactly. He says the desire for riches is really a desire for a, quote, richer, fuller, and more abundant life, and that's praiseworthy. If you don't want more, he says you're, quote, abnormal.
Which is a rather sweeping judgment on asceticism or minimalist lifestyles, one might note. He then breaks down life into three motives: living for the body, the mind, and the soul. And all three, he claims, need material things for full expression.
For the body, it's good food, comfortable clothing, warm shelter, rest, and recreation. For the mind, it's books, study time, travel, observation, intellectual companionship, art, and beauty.
Okay, I'm tracking with that. Books and travel, yes please. What about the soul?
For the soul, he says man needs love. And here's a key point. He argues that love is, to quote, denied expression by poverty. His reasoning is that our highest happiness comes from giving to those we love, and if you have nothing to give, you can't fully express that love or fill your role as a spouse, parent, or citizen.
A rather transactional view of love's expression, perhaps? The implication is that material giving is the primary or most natural and spontaneous form of love. One could argue that emotional support, time, and affection are equally, if not more, fundamental and are not solely dependent on wealth.
That's a fair point, Ethan. Can you really not express love without money? I mean, I get the wanting to provide part, but is it the only way?
Well, I think Wattles is looking at it from the perspective of quote-quote complete expression. Sure, you can express love in other ways, but can you provide for your loved ones, give them experiences, help them flourish materially without resources? He'd say no. He concludes it's of supreme importance that we should be rich, and that studying the science of getting rich is the noblest and most necessary of all studies. Neglecting it is being derelict in your duty to yourself, to God and humanity.
Wow. Derelict in my duty to God and humanity if I don't get rich. That's quite the statement.
Indeed, it frames wealth acquisition not merely as a personal goal, but as a moral and spiritual imperative. The idea that you render God and humanity no greater service than to make the most of yourself via riches is a unique theological and ethical position, particularly when contrasted with many traditional religious teachings that emphasize detachment from material wealth.
It's definitely a lot to chew on. You know, speaking of making the most of yourself and developing your talents, this actually ties in quite well with our sponsor for this episode. Penplexity is proudly supported by Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, that's a great connection, James. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. If Wattles is talking about needing things to use to develop talent, well, education and skills are definitely vital things.
Precisely. Mages Institute is committed to providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections. It's about preparing them for successful careers in these exciting fields. If you're passionate about these industries and looking for practical, career-oriented education, this could be a very pragmatic step towards, dare I say, acquiring the means Waddle speaks of.
Absolutely. They're hoping to reach listeners who want to break into or advance their skills in these creative fields. You can check them out at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Do give them a visit.
Yeah, definitely check them out if you're looking to develop those creative talents.
A practical application of seeking development, indeed.
All right, so much to think about from just the preface and first chapter. Let's tackle a few questions that have come in. First one here. Waddle says this book is pragmatical, not philosophical, but then he immediately talks about the monistic theory of the universe. Isn't that philosophical? Sarah, what do you think?
That's a great question. I think Wattles includes the monistic theory briefly, to give a hint of a deeper underpinning, almost like saying, hey, there is a big idea behind this, and here's what it is in a nutshell if you're curious. But he quickly pivots back to, you don't need to understand all that to use the practical steps. So it's like a footnote for the philosophically inclined, but not the main course.
I'd concur. He presents it as context, not a prerequisite for action. He essentially says, here's the foundational theory which others have explored deeply. I've built a practical system upon it. You can explore the theory, or you can just use the system. It's a pragmatic approach to philosophy, if you will. Use its conclusions for practical ends.
Makes sense. Okay, next question. The book claims failure is impossible if you follow its science. That sounds a bit too good to be true. What are your thoughts on such a bold claim, especially from something written over a century ago? Ethan, this feels like one for you.
Yes, the, quote, failure is impossible clause. It is, undoubtedly, an extraordinarily bold assertion. From a purely empirical standpoint, such guarantees are rare in any field, let alone one as complex as wealth accumulation, which involves myriad external factors. However, Wattles frames his science as an exact science. If one accepts his premise that there are immutable laws governing the process of acquiring riches similar to laws of physics, then theoretically, correct application of these laws should yield consistent results. The catch of course, lies in the perfect understanding and execution of these principles, and whether they are indeed as exact as claimed.
So the human element of actually doing it perfectly might be where the impossible to fail part gets a bit wobbly.
And I think he's also trying to instill absolute confidence in the reader. If you believe failure is impossible, you're more likely to act without fear or hesitation, which he stresses is important.
Good point. All right, last question. Wattles says to be content with less is sinful. How do we reconcile this with teachings about humility or finding happiness in simplicity? Sarah?
That's a tough one because it really does seem to fly in the face of a lot of wisdom traditions. I think Wattles' perspective is that life itself wants to express more, to grow, to expand. So if you have the capability to achieve and experience more beauty, more development, more ways to contribute, and you choose not to, you're essentially stifling that natural impulse of life. It's less about greed and more about not shortchanging your potential or life's potential expressing through you. It's not that simplicity is bad, but perhaps settling for less when you're capable of more is what he's calling sinful.
One might also interpret sinful in this context, not in a strictly theological sense, but as missing the mark or falling short of one's inherent potential for development, as he defines it. If the object of all life is development, and development requires resources, then willingly foregoing those resources when capable of attaining them could be seen, within his framework, as a dereliction of one's quote, right to all the development it is capable of attaining. It's a reframing of contentment.
Fascinating. It really does flip some common ideas on their head. Okay, as we wrap up this whirlwind tour of the opening of the science of getting rich, Sarah, can you try and distill the key takeaways for us from this first chunk?
Sure. I think the biggest ones are: 1. Wattles presents getting rich not just as a desire, but as a fundamental right and even a necessity for a complete life and full self-expression, body, mind, and soul. 2. He emphasizes that this is a practical guide, a science, and if you follow its principles, you will get rich because the desire for more life, and therefore more riches to support that life, is natural and praiseworthy. And 3. This isn't about being satisfied with a little. It's about aiming to have everything you need to live the fullest life you're capable of living.
Excellent summary, Sarah. A provocative start to a very provocative book. Thank you both, Sarah and Ethan, for this. Always a pleasure.
Loved it.
Always stimulating.
So listeners, what should Penplexity ponder next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep those minds curious. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by pens, paper, and profound prose. I'm your host, James, and today, oh boy, we're diving into a classic, The Science of Getting Rich by Wattles. Specifically Chapter 2, which is boldly titled, There is a Science of Getting Rich. Done, done, done! And to help us unpack this, I've got my amazing co-conspirators. First up, the woman who probably read this chapter and immediately made a 5-step plan to world domination, the ever insightful Sarah.
James! Not world domination, just efficient living, and maybe a slightly bigger shoe collection. Great to be here. This chapter is definitely a statement piece.
Isn't it just? And of course, to keep us grounded in reality, or at least his version of it, it's the man who probably has a formula for why my jokes sometimes land and sometimes don't. The wonderfully witty Ethan.
James, the formula for your jokes is less science and more chaotic probability. But yes, Science of Getting Rich. The title itself presents a rather bold hypothesis, doesn't it? Looking forward to dissecting this.
Bold is one word for it. So, Sarah, Chapter 2. Wattles kicks off saying getting rich is an exact science, like algebra or arithmetic. What's he getting at there? Is he serious?
Oh, he's absolutely serious. He argues that there are specific laws governing how one acquires riches. And if you learn these laws, and, crucially, obey them, you'll get rich with mathematical certainty. His whole point is that it's not luck, it's method.
Mathematical certainty. That's a strong claim for something as complex and, dare I say, often capricious as wealth accumulation. Algebra deals with known variables, predictable outcomes. Human endeavor? Less so. What are these certain laws he speaks of, or this certain way?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? In this chapter, he doesn't explicitly lay out the entire certain way step by step, but he emphatically states it exists. He says, the ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. And those who do things in this certain way, whether they stumble upon it or do it on purpose, they get rich. Those who don't, well, they stay poor, no matter how hard they work.
So it's like a secret recipe, but for your bank account? And he's saying it's a natural law, like causes produce like effects. So if you do X, Y, and Z in this certain way, riches inevitably follow?
Exactly. That's the core of his argument here. And then he spends a good chunk of the chapter debunking common assumptions about what makes people rich. For instance, environment.
Ah, yes, he says getting rich isn't about your environment. Because if it was, everyone in a good neighborhood would be rich, and everyone in a bad one would be poor. But we see rich and poor living side by side.
And that's an interesting observation, but perhaps a slight oversimplification. While proximity might show disparity, it doesn't negate the broader systemic influences of environment. Access to resources, education, networks, these are often environmentally determined and significantly impact one's financial trajectory. He even concedes, quote, some environments may be more favorable.
True, he does say some environments may be more favorable, but his main point is that when two people are in the same business, same neighborhood, and one gets rich while the other doesn't, it proves environment isn't the primary cause. It's this certain way of doing things.
Okay, so not environment? What else does he throw out the window? Talent, right? He says you don't need to be super talented.
Exactly. He points out that many highly talented people remain poor, while others with very little talent get rich. He says the rich are, on average, an average lot in terms of abilities. So it's not about possessing talents others don't have, but again, because they, quote, happen to do things in a certain way.
The average lot. I wonder how many self-made billionaires would describe themselves as, quote, average. While I agree that genius isn't a prerequisite for wealth, talent often acts as a multiplier. Perhaps this certain way is a method to effectively channel whatever talent one possesses, however modest.
That's a fair point, Ethan. He does say some degree of ability to think and understand is, of course, essential. But he emphasizes that anyone with, quote, sense enough to read and understand these words can certainly get rich, so it's accessible.
So not environment, not talent. What about just, like, saving every penny? Being super thrifty? My grandpa would have loved that idea.
Nope. Wattles says getting rich is not the result of saving or thrift either. He mentions that many very penurious people are poor, while free spenders often get rich. That one always makes people pause.
Whoa, tell that to my piggy bank. So being a spendthrift can make you rich? How does that work?
I suspect he's not advocating for reckless spending, but rather cautioning against a scarcity mindset that focuses solely on hoarding, rather than on, perhaps, strategic investment or value creation, which might involve spending. It's the way money is used, not just its retention.
Precisely. And he also dismisses the idea that it's about doing things which others fail to do. He gives the example of two men in the same business doing almost the exact same things, yet one gets rich and the other fails. So it all circles back. It's this certain way.
This certain way is starting to sound like the Holy Grail or, the secret ingredient in Krabby Patties. He really hammers it home.
He really, really does. He says, from all these things, we must come to the conclusion that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. And if that's true, and if like causes produce like effects, then anyone who can do things that way can become rich. It becomes an exact science.
The persistence is admirable, but the question that naturally arises, which Wattles himself poses, is whether this certain way is so difficult that only a select few can follow it. He argues no, because as we've discussed, talented people get rich, blockheads get rich, intelligent people, stupid people, strong, weak. It seems quite inclusive.
It is. He believes it's not about inherent super abilities. He does mention location a bit. You wouldn't set up a shop in the middle of the Sahara. You need to be where people are, and preferably people inclined to deal in the way you want to deal. But that's about the extent of environmental limitation for him.
So, if someone else in my town can get rich, I can too. If someone in my state can, I can. That's surprisingly optimistic. And what about the type of business? Do I need to, invent the next big tech thing?
Not according to Wattles. He says people get rich in every business and profession, though he does advise you'll do best in a business you like, that's congenial to you, and uses any talents you have, and one suited to your locality, like an ice cream parlor in a warm climate, not Greenland.
Practical limitations, then. A salmon fishery in Florida is unlikely to thrive, so there's some common sense involved, not just a blind adherence to a way. But his main thrust is that the specific business isn't the key. It's how you conduct yourself within that business.
Yes, if you're in business and not getting rich, while someone else in your locality is getting rich in the same business, it's because you're not doing things in that certain way they are.
This is all fascinating stuff. It makes you think, doesn't it? Which, coincidentally, leads me to think about our fantastic sponsor for this episode. Speaking of doing things in a certain way to achieve success, especially in creative fields where talent and a kind of method matter, this episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in awesome areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections to get you career-ready.
Oh, that sounds amazing. You know, if your certain way involves creating incredible game worlds or stunning concept art, Mages sounds like a place that could really equip you with the practical skills and, dare I say, the certain way for that industry. Definitely check them out if you're passionate about those fields.
Indeed. One might argue they're teaching the, quote, science of creative media. If Wattles suggests a certain way for wealth, Mages seems to offer a certain way to a career in pixels and polygons. Hopefully their methods are a little more explicitly defined than Wattles in this particular chapter. Visit mages.edu.sg to learn more.
Couldn't have said it better, Ethan. That's mages.edu.sg. Go on, give it a click, especially if you're looking to level up your skills or break into those exciting industries. Mages Institute, helping you find your certain way in creative media. All right, back to Wallace D. Wattles. One last big point he makes is about capital. He says no one is prevented from getting rich by lack of capital.
Yes, this is a big one. He says, true, as you get capital, the increase becomes more easy and rapid, but one who has capital is already rich. No matter how poor you may be, if you begin to do things in the certain way, you will begin to get rich, and you will begin to have capital. So getting capital is part of the process.
The classic "it takes money to make money" argument is being subtly challenged here. He frames capital not as a prerequisite, but as a consequence of operating in this certain way, which is an empowering thought, if a little bit chicken and egg. How does one begin in this certain way without any resources to leverage?
He believes you can start from wherever you are. You may be the poorest man on the continent. You may have neither friends, influence, nor resources. But if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich, for like causes must produce like effects. He's very, very insistent on this direct causality.
Wow, that's a bold promise. Infallibly begin to get rich. It's almost like he's daring you to try. Okay, folks, let's move to some questions we've received from our listeners. First one up is from Alex in Ohio. Alex asks, this certain way sounds incredibly vague at this point. Can you give a practical example of what that might look like, even if Wattles doesn't spell it out yet? Sarah, any thoughts?
That's a great question, Alex. And yes, in Chapter 2, it is still quite conceptual. Wattles is laying the groundwork, the foundational belief system. I suspect he'll get more specific about the actions involved in later chapters. For now, the certain way seems to be more about a specific mindset that leads to certain actions. A conviction that there is a science, that you can learn it, and that external factors are secondary to your method of operation. It's less about a specific to-do list in this chapter, and more about the unwavering belief and intention.
A mindset shift. Interesting. Okay, next question is for Ethan. This is from Curious Cat, 77 feet online. They ask, Ethan, you sound a bit skeptical about this science of getting rich. Do you think there's any merit to it at all, or is it just early 20th century positive thinking?
An excellent and perceptive question. Curious Cat 77. Skeptical? Perhaps. I prefer critically appreciative. Is there merit? I believe so. While I might quibble with the term exact science as applied to something so influenced by human psychology and societal structures, the underlying principle that consistent, focused action based on certain principles tends to yield better results than random effort. That has validity. Patterns of success do exist. Whether they constitute a science in the Newtonian sense is debatable, but the idea of adopting a methodical, almost deterministic approach rather than a purely reactive or passive one isn't without its strengths. It's perhaps more proto-psychology than physics, but not to be dismissed.
Proto-psychology. I like that. Okay, one last question. This comes from Priya in London. If environment, talent, and even capital aren't the primary determinants, according to Wattles, what is the biggest hurdle people face in getting rich, based on his logic so far? Sarah or Ethan, who wants to take this?
I can start. Based purely on this chapter, the biggest hurdle would be not knowing there's a certain way, or not believing it applies to them, or simply not doing things in that certain way. He says, once these laws are learned and obeyed, he will get rich. So the hurdle is either ignorance of the laws or failure to obey them. It's about the application, the doing.
I'd add to that. If we assume this certain way involves a significant mental component, as Sarah suggested earlier, then the hurdle might be the inherent difficulty in consistently maintaining a particular mindset or mode of action, especially when immediate results aren't visible or when faced with setbacks. Human beings are not always models of unwavering obedience to self-prescribed laws.
Food for thought, definitely. All right, before we wrap up, Sarah, could you give us the key takeaways from Chapter 2 of The Science of Getting Rich?
Absolutely. First, Wattles asserts that getting rich is an exact science, like math, governed by specific laws. Second, it's achieved by doing things in a certain way. Third, this certain way is the primary cause of wealth, not environment, talent, thrift, or even doing unique things. Fourth, anyone with the ability to understand his words can learn and apply this certain way. And finally, lack of capital is not an insurmountable obstacle. Acquiring capital is part of the process that begins when you start acting in this certain way. It's a very deterministic view, really.
Deterministic indeed, and very thought-provoking. Thank you so much, Sarah and Ethan, for another fantastic discussion. This chapter certainly gives us a lot to chew on.
Always a pleasure, James.
The perplexity is always stimulating.
It truly is. So, listeners, what burning book chapter or mind-boggling topic should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading, keep thinking, and keep doing things. Well, maybe in a certain way. We'll see. Bye for now. All right, settle in, folks, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we perplex ourselves over paragraphs and ponder the profound. I'm your host, James, and today we're diving headfirst into another gem from Wallace Science of Getting Rich. We're tackling Chapter 3, Is Opportunity Monopolized? Ooh, controversial, I like it.
Hey, James. Hi, everyone. Oh, this chapter is a goodie. It really challenges some common beliefs, you know?
Indeed. Monopolized opportunity, a concept that certainly resonates or perhaps grates, depending on one's perspective. I'm curious to see how Wattles, writing over a century ago, addresses this.
Exactly. So, Sarah, kick us off. Is opportunity monopolized? Are we all doomed because someone else got there first and built a giant fence around all the good stuff?
Well, according to Wattles, absolutely not. He starts off strong, saying, No man is kept poor because opportunity has been taken away from him, because other people have monopolized the wealth and have put a fence around it. Straight up.
A bold claim. He essentially dismisses the idea of systemic limitation in that opening. So, if the traditional paths are blocked, what's his alternative?
He says you may be shut off from engaging in business in certain lines, but there are other channels open to you. He uses the example of railroads. Yeah, maybe you can't build your own massive railroad system, 'cause that's pretty well monopolized, as he puts it. But then he points to electric railways, which were just starting, or even aerial transportation.
Aerial transportation. Wow, talk about forward thinking for his time. So it's like, don't cry over spilled milk, or a monopolized railway line. Just invent an airplane?
Ha, sort of. He's saying, why compete with J.J. Hill for a steam railway chance when you can pioneer air travel? The tide of opportunity, he says, it shifts. It's, quote, sets in different directions according to the needs of the whole.
Needs of the whole and social evolution. That's interesting. So opportunity isn't static. It's dynamic, evolving with society. But what about someone who's, say, a steelworker? It's not like they can just up and invent a new mode of transport.
He addresses that. He says, if you're a workman in the steel trust, yeah, you probably won't own the plant. But, and this is key, if you will commence to act in a certain way, you can soon leave the employ of the steel trust. He suggests buying a small farm, 10 to 40 acres, and becoming a food producer. He believed agriculture was a major area of opportunity back then.
A certain way? That sounds a bit mysterious, doesn't it? Like there's a secret handshake for getting rich. So you just decide to buy a farm, and poof, you're out of the steel mill?
He's very insistent on this certain way. We'll probably see more of what that means in later chapters. But for now, it's about aligning yourself with the current flow of opportunity. He even says, there is abundance of opportunity for the man who will go with the tide, instead of trying to swim against it.
So the onus is entirely on the individual to perceive this tide and act in a certain way. He asserts that factory workers, as a class, are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. That's a rather stark assignment of responsibility, isn't it? It seems to downplay external economic structures or inherited disadvantages.
It is stark, Ethan, you're right. He basically says the working class can become the master class if they start doing things this certain way. He even mentions workers in Belgium establishing cooperative industries and electing their own people to office. He's saying, the power is there if they choose to use it in this specific manner.
Okay, so it's not just about individual escape, but potentially collective uplift too if a whole class adopts this certain way. But if you're an individual worker, you're not held down by your classes, ignorance or mental slothfulness, as he rather bluntly puts it. You can still follow the tide of opportunity to riches.
Exactly. And a huge part of this, for Wattles, is the idea that there's no actual shortage of riches. He says, no one is kept in poverty by a shortness in the supply of riches. There is more than enough for all. He gets quite poetic, talking about building a palace for every family from U.S. building materials alone, or clothing everyone finer than Solomon from what the country could produce.
This concept of inexhaustible supply is fundamental to his argument. He moves from visible, tangible resources to something he calls the original substance, or formless stuff.
Formless stuff. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie. What on earth is that, Sarah?
It's the raw material of everything. He says, everything you see on Earth is made from one original substance, out of which all things proceed. And crucially, there is no limit to the supply of formless stuff. 10,000 times as much as has been made might still be made, and even then we should not have exhausted the supply.
This formless stuff is described as intelligent, alive, and always impelled toward more life. It responds to the needs of man. It's a fascinating, philosophical, almost metaphysical concept. One might draw parallels to concepts of quantum foam or universal energy, but Wattles imbues it with intent and intelligence.
He does. He says nature is an, quote, inexhaustible storehouse of riches, and this original substance is alive with creative energy and is constantly producing more forms. So if we run out of building material, more will be produced. If the soil is exhausted, it'll be renewed. Even if we dug up all the gold and silver, if we still needed it, more would be produced from the formless.
Wow. So basically, the universe is like a giant cosmic 3D printer with unlimited ink, just waiting for us to tell it what to make? That's a pretty optimistic view of things. And it ties back to that certain way, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. He concludes by saying, if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way of doing things, which makes the individual man rich. And even more powerfully, the resources of the formless supply are at the command of the man or woman who will act and think in a certain way.
This is a lot to chew on. It feels like he's saying the only limits are the ones we impose on ourselves by not tapping into this abundance, this formless stuff, in that certain way.
It certainly places a profound emphasis on individual agency and a particular mode of thought and action as the key to unlocking this universal abundance. The challenge, of course, lies in understanding and implementing that certain way, which he promises to detail further.
All right, folks. Speaking of creating new opportunities and skilling up for emerging fields, this seems like a perfect moment to talk about our fantastic sponsor, Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, great timing, James.
Isn't it? Just like Wattles talks about new channels opening up, like, aerial transportation back then, Mages Institute is all about skilling up for today's booming creative media industries. They're a leading institution offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in really cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more.
Fields that are, in a sense, the electric railways or aerial transportation of our time, constantly evolving and offering new vistas for enterprise.
Exactly, Ethan. Mages is committed to providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections. They really prepare you for successful careers in these exciting fields. So if you're passionate about these industries, whether you're looking to break in or advance your current skills, you should definitely check them out.
Absolutely. If you're looking for a practical, career-oriented education in creative media, Mages sounds like an amazing place. Equipping yourself with new skills is definitely a way to find those other channels Wattles talks about.
Indeed. Investing in one's own capabilities, particularly in dynamic sectors, aligns perfectly with the principle of seeking out and moving with the, quote, tide of opportunity.
Well said, both of you. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Go visit, learn more, and maybe find your new channel to success. Big thanks to Mages Institute for their support. Okay, we've got some great questions coming in from our listeners. First one, what if I feel stuck in my current job with no clear new channel like aerial transport or farming that Wattles mentions? How do I even spot these opportunities? Sarah, what do you think Wattles would say?
That's a really, really common feeling. I think Wattles would emphasize that opportunities are always there, but perhaps not in the forms we expect. He talks about the tide shifting according to the needs of the whole. So it's about becoming observant, looking at what society needs or will need. And of course, starting to think and act in that certain way, which presumably helps in perceiving these opportunities. He doesn't suggest it's always easy or obvious, but that the potential is constant.
Good answer. All right, next question. This certain way sounds a bit vague. Can you elaborate on what it actually means to act this way based on this chapter? Ethan, any insights from a scientific or analytical perspective on what he might be hinting at?
Well, this chapter primarily establishes that there is a certain way rather than detailing what it is. However, we can infer some components. It involves a belief in abundance, not scarcity. It involves looking for new channels rather than fighting for diminishing returns in old ones. It involves a mental shift away from feeling kept down and towards recognizing one's power to engage with this formless stuff. It seems to be a combination of mindset, perspective, and a proactive approach to aligning oneself with perceived creative forces. The specifics, I imagine, are yet to unfold in the book.
Makes sense. Sort of a teaser for what's to come. Okay, last question for today. Is Wattles dismissing systemic poverty or real-world barriers by focusing so much on individual mindset and this formless stuff? It feels a bit like victim blaming. Sarah, how do you reconcile that view with Wattles' message?
That's a very valid and important point to raise. From the perspective of this chapter, Wattles is incredibly focused on individual empowerment and the idea that the original substance is available to everyone. He states if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way. So yes, he places the responsibility squarely on the individual's method of thinking and acting. He doesn't directly address systemic issues as we understand them today, like discriminatory practices or deep-seated economic inequalities in the same way. His framework is built on the premise that the universe itself is designed for abundance and advancement, and if one aligns with that, external barriers become, well, perhaps not irrelevant, but surmountable through this certain way. It's definitely a challenging perspective in a modern context.
One might argue he's operating from a metaphysical premise that, if true, would transcend or provide a means to navigate those systemic issues, the efficacy of which, of course, would depend on the practical application and universality of this certain way.
Fascinating stuff. Okay, to wrap this up, who wants to give us the key takeaways from Chapter 3? Sarah, you're our Wattles guru for the day.
Sure, I'd say the big ones are: 1. Opportunity is not monopolized. New channels are always opening up. 2. There's an inexhaustible supply of riches in the universe, stemming from an, quote, original substance or formless stuff. 3. Individuals are not kept poor by a lack of supply, but by not doing things in a certain way. And 4. This formless stuff is intelligent and responsive, and its resources are available to those who learn to act and think in this certain way, to align with the natural impulse of life towards more life and fuller expression.
Brilliant summary, Sarah. Well, that's all the Penplexity we have time for today. What a chapter. So what should we perplex ourselves with next time? Let us know. Follow us on social media @Penplexity and check out our website, penplexity.com, for more. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Until next time.
All right, welcome back to Penplexity, folks, the podcast where we get perplexed by the profound and sometimes peculiar ideas in books. I'm your host, James, and with me, as always, are my two favorite brainiacs. First up, the woman who can make any complex idea sound like a chat over coffee, the wonderful Sarah.
Hey, James. So excited to be here. And this chapter is, it's a big one.
It really is. And our resident scientist, the man who brings the but what about to every discussion, the ever insightful Ethan.
Greetings, James, Sarah. Ready to dissect the metaphysical, are we?
You know it. Today, we're diving into Chapter 4 of Wattles, The Science of Getting Rich. The chapter title itself is a statement, the first principle in the science of getting rich. Sounds important, right?
Oh, absolutely. He kicks off with this really central idea of a formless substance. Think of it as this underlying intelligent stuff that everything, and I mean everything, is made from. He calls it original substance or thinking stuff.
Thinking stuff? So like, the universe's primordial goo has thoughts? That's kind of wild.
Exactly, Wattles says. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. So this substance isn't just passive. It actively creates based on thought.
And it's described as a thinking substance that permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe, which, from a purely, say, materialistic scientific viewpoint, is, well, it's a leap, a big one. We talk about fundamental forces and particles, but imbuing the substrate of reality with inherent thought is, shall we say, a different paradigm.
So how does this thinking stuff actually, make things? Does it just poof an oak tree into existence if it thinks oak tree?
Well, yes and no. Wattles says as the formless stuff thinks of a form, it takes that form. As it thinks of a motion, it makes that motion. But he clarifies, for example, the thought of an oak tree doesn't cause an instant full-grown tree. Instead, it, quote, starts in motion the forces which will produce the tree, along established lines of growth. So it works with processes.
That established lines of growth part is key. It suggests a system with inherent rules. He also mentions a house. If you impress the thought of a house on this formless substance, it might not appear instantly but would cause the turning of creative energies already working in trade and commerce. That sounds a bit like focused intention manifesting through existing societal or economic channels.
Okay, so it's not just abracadabra. It's more like directing energy. But then he throws in a curveball, doesn't he?
He does. He says, and if there were no existing channels through which the creative energy could work, then the house would be formed directly from primal substance, without waiting for the slow processes of the organic and inorganic world. So direct manifestation is also on the table, apparently, if needed.
And that's where the eyebrows of conventional science might raise significantly. The idea of forming complex structures directly from primal substance, bypassing known physical and biological processes, that's a claim that needs, well, extraordinary evidence.
So where do we humans fit into this? Are we just puppets of this thinking stuffs? Well, thoughts?
Not at all. Wattles states, man is a thinking center and can originate thought. This is huge. We're not just passive receivers, we can create our own thoughts. He argues that, so far, man has confined his efforts wholly to the work of his hands. He has never thought of trying to cause the creation of new forms by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance.
He's essentially saying we've been playing in the sandbox with existing toys, modifying them, rather than asking the sandbox itself to conjure new toys based on our designs. The proposal is to, quote, cooperate with formless intelligence, to do what he seeth the Father doing, as he puts it.
This is getting deep. He then lays out 3 fundamental propositions that he says we must believe. Sarah, can you break those down for us?
You bet. First, there is a thinking, stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. We've touched on that one.
Got it. The universe is made of smart goo.
Essentially. Second, a thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. So your mental image, your focused thought, can create the corresponding reality in this substance.
This implies a direct causal link between subjective mental states and objective physical reality, mediated by this thinking stuff. That's a cornerstone of many esoteric traditions, actually.
And third, man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. This is where our agency comes in. We can be active creators.
Okay, so there's this thinking stuff, our thoughts can shape it, and we have the power to do that. But how does he prove this? He sounds pretty confident. He says, this process will not fail.
He claims he can prove it, both by logic and experience, and his strongest proof is experiential. He says, if every man who does what it tells him to do gets rich, that is positive proof until someone goes through the process and fails. And then, yes, that bold statement, this process will not fail, for every man who does exactly what this book tells him to do will get rich.
That's a falsifiability criterion of sorts. If anyone follows the steps and fails, the theory is challenged. However, the, quote, does exactly what this book tells him to do part can be a bit of a get-out clause. Did they really do it exactly? It's hard to measure.
True. And a big part of doing it exactly seems to be about how we think. He talks about thinking in a certain way, right?
Yes. A man's way of doing things is the direct result of the way he thinks about things. And to get rich, you must acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. And here's the kicker. To think what you want to think is to think truth, regardless of appearances.
Think truth, regardless of appearances. That sounds hard. If my bank account looks empty, how do I think the truth of abundance?
He acknowledges it's laborious. There is no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. He gives examples. To think health when surrounded by the appearances of disease, or to think riches when in the midst of appearances of poverty requires power.
This truth concept is fascinating. Is it an objective, Platonic ideal of abundance that exists independently, or is it a truth one chooses to hold? The chapter suggests the former, that there is only abundance and poverty is only an appearance. This requires a redefinition of reality, essentially.
And if you master this, you become a mastermind.
That's right. He can conquer fate. He can have what he wants. But it all hinges on truly grasping that basic fact. There is one thinking substance, from which and by which all things are made, and that every thought held in this substance becomes a form.
And to get there, he says, you must really, really believe it, like hardcore.
Absolutely. He says you must lay aside all other concepts of the universe, dwell upon this until it is fixed in your mind, read these creed statements over and over again. If a doubt comes to you, cast it aside as a sin. He even says not to listen to arguments against it or read conflicting material.
Cast doubt aside as a sin. As a scientist, that line makes my skin crawl just a little. Doubt and questioning are the lifeblood of scientific inquiry. But I understand that from his perspective, he's saying unwavering faith is a prerequisite for the mechanism to work.
It's like, if you're trying to fly a plane but secretly believe it's going to crash, you might subconsciously sabotage it. He wants total commitment to the idea. It's a very all-or-nothing approach. The science of getting rich begins with the absolute acceptance of this faith. Wow. Speaking of creating things from thought and shaping your reality, if you're thinking about a career in creative media, where you literally bring ideas to life, our sponsor Mages Institute in Singapore could be the place to turn those thoughts into tangible skills.
Oh, that's a perfect tie-in, James.
Right? Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs. We're talking game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections to get you career-ready.
That sounds amazing. If you're passionate about those fields and want practical, career-oriented education, definitely check them out. Especially if you're dreaming of creating the next big game or blockbuster visual effects, that's literally bringing thoughts into a perceived reality.
Indeed. The ability to translate abstract concepts into concrete, engaging experiences is a skill highly valued. Mages Institute seems dedicated to cultivating that. Their website is mages.edu.sg, worth a visit for any aspiring creators.
That's mages.edu.sg. Go on. Give your creative thoughts a channel to become reality. Okay, let's tackle some listener questions. We've got a few good ones here. First one. If this thinking stuff creates based on thought, whose thought created the thinking stuff itself, or the initial laws it follows? Ethan, that sounds like one for you.
The classic first cause or unmoved mover dilemma. Wattles posits this original substance as fundamental. If it's truly original, then by definition nothing preceded it or created it. It simply is. As for the laws it follows, in his framework, those laws would be inherent to its nature as a, quote, thinking substance. It's a philosophical assertion that sits outside the realm of empirical testability regarding its own origins. It's the axiom upon which his system is built.
Deep stuff. Okay, next question. Is there a difference between just general positive thinking and what Wattles describes as thinking truth, Sarah?
That's a great question. I think there is a difference. Positive thinking can sometimes be a bit superficial, like just overlaying happy thoughts on a situation without engaging with this deeper, formless substance. Wattles' thinking truth seems more active, more potent. It's not just, I hope for abundance. It's, I know there is only abundance, and I am impressing this truth onto the substance to manifest it. It's about aligning with a perceived fundamental reality and actively using your thought as a creative force, not just a mood elevator. It's about cause and effect.
So more directive, less wishful. Got it. Last question. Wattles says cast doubt aside as a sin. Isn't critical thinking and questioning important for growth, even in a system like this? Ethan, or maybe both of you?
From a purely scientific or even general epistemological standpoint, yes, critical thinking is vital. However, Wattles is proposing a specific psycho-spiritual technology, if you will. Within the context of his system, he argues that doubt acts as a contaminant, preventing the impression on the formless substance from being clear and strong. It's like trying to tune a radio. Static, doubt, will interfere with the signal, your thought.
I agree with Ethan. I think Wattles isn't saying never think critically about anything ever again. He's saying for this specific process of consciously creating with the formless substance, you need unwavering conviction for it to work. Once you've decided to try this method, you commit. It's like a surgeon needing steady hands. Doubt would cause a tremor.
So, context is key. Interesting. All right. Amazing questions, folks. Before we wrap this up, who wants to give us the Cliff's Notes, the key takeaways from Chapter 4?
I can take a shot. So the big one. There's this thinking substance, or formless stuff, that everything is made from, and it creates based on thought. Second, we humans are, quote, thinking centers, and can impress our thoughts onto this substance to create what we think about. These are the core tenets of his 3 fundamental propositions. Third, to do this effectively, we need to think in a certain way, which means thinking truth regardless of current appearances, like focusing on health even if you see sickness, or on abundance even if you see poverty. And finally, this requires absolute faith and commitment to these ideas, setting aside doubts and contradictory concepts, because, in his view, that's essential for the process to work.
A concise summary. And the central challenge remains the internal work of aligning one's thought processes so consistently and powerfully, especially when external reality seems to contradict the desired truth.
Absolutely. Phew, that was a mind-bender of a chapter. Thank you, Sarah and Ethan, for making it, well, slightly less perplexing. So, listeners, what mind-boggling topic should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. Follow us on social media @Penplexity, and check out our website, penplexity.com, for more. Until next time, keep thinking in a certain way.
Bye, everyone. Think rich.
Farewell, and may your thoughts be productive.
All right, hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we perplex ourselves over a good book. I'm James, and with me, as always, are the brilliant Sarah and the ever-insightful Ethan.
Hey, everyone. Ready to dive in?
Indeed. Another chapter, another cascade of concepts to dissect. Looking forward to it.
Fantastic. So, today we're tackling Chapter 5 of Wattles' The Science of Getting Rich. This one's called Increasing Life. And just from the title, Sarah, it sounds pretty expansive.
Oh, it absolutely is, James. Wattles kicks off by, completely demolishing the old idea that some deity wants us to be poor, or that poverty serves some higher purpose. He's like, nope, get rid of that thought, yesterday.
A rather direct dismissal of ascetic traditions, wouldn't you say? The notion that spiritual purity is found in material lack has a long history across various cultures.
Exactly. But Wattles argues that this intelligent substance, which he says is all, and in all, and lives in all and in us, is a consciously living substance. And because it's living, it inherently wants to, increase life, just like any living thing.
Increase life, like a plant growing? Or...
Precisely. He uses the example of a seed. You plant one seed, it springs into activity, and boom, it produces 100 more seeds. Life, just by the act of living, multiplies itself. It's always becoming more. It has to, he says, if it's to continue at all.
It's an interesting parallel to biological imperatives. The drive for proliferation, for expansion of genetic material, is fundamental. He's essentially scaling that concept up to a cosmic conscious level. Intelligence is under this same necessity for continuous increase, he states.
So, every thought we think makes us think another thought? Consciousness expanding. Knowledge increasing. That makes sense. You learn one thing, and it opens up, like 10 new questions.
And every talent we cultivate makes us want to cultivate another. It's this urge of life-seeking expression that drives us to know more, do more, and be more. And here's the kicker, James. To do all that, to know, do, and be more, we must have more. We need things to use because we learn and become by using things.
So the desire for riches is actually just this capacity for a larger life trying to fulfill itself? That's a very different spin on wanting more money.
It is. He says, every desire is the effort of an unexpressed possibility to come into action. It's power seeking to manifest. So that urge for more money, it's the same thing that makes a plant grow. It's life with a capital L seeking fuller expression.
So the one living substance, as he calls it, is permeated with this desire to live more, and that's why it's driven to create things. And because it desires to live more in you, it wants you to have all the things you can use.
Wait, so God or the universe, or whatever you want to call this substance, wants me to be rich? Because it can express itself better through me if I have, like, a giant mansion and a yacht?
Well, not necessarily for swinish living, as he puts it. He's very clear on that. It's about having unlimited command of the means of life. The universe desires you to have everything you want to have, and nature is friendly to your plans. But, and this is a big but, your purpose has to harmonize with the purpose that is in all.
This harmonizing of purpose is crucial. He specifies real life, not mere pleasure of sensual gratification. He defines life as the performance of function, physical, mental, and spiritual, without excess in any, a holistic development.
Okay, so it's not about getting rich to just, I don't know, roll around in cash, or only for mental pursuits like being a famous scholar, or even solely for sacrificing yourself for others. He says the joys of the soul are only part of life, no better or nobler than any other part.
Exactly. He says you want to get rich so you can eat, drink, and be merry when it's time for those things. To surround yourself with beauty, see distant lands, feed your mind, develop your intellect, love people, do kind things, and help the world find truth. It's a very balanced view.
And he equates extreme altruism with extreme selfishness, calling both mistakes. Get rid of the idea that God wants you to sacrifice yourself for others. What he wants is that you should make the most of yourself, for yourself, and for others, which then leads to the assertion that you can help others more by making the most of yourself than in any other way.
Which, according to him, means getting rich. So focusing on acquiring wealth is praiseworthy? That's going to ruffle some feathers.
It can, but it's all about how you get rich. This is where he brings in a really, really key concept. The desire of substance is for all. Its movements must be for more life to all. It cannot work for less life to any, because it's equally in all, seeking riches and life for everyone.
Okay, so it's not a zero-sum game then? My getting rich doesn't mean someone else gets poorer?
Absolutely not. This is central. He says, you must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. You don't have to take anything from anyone, drive sharp bargains, cheat, or underpay people.
A significant departure from classical capitalist thought, which often frames resource acquisition as inherently competitive. He posits that no man has anything of which you cannot have the like, and that without taking what he has away from him, you become a creator, not a competitor. When you get what you want, every other person will have more than they have now.
Wow, that's a big claim. How does that even work? Because, we see plenty of people who get super rich by being, let's be honest, pretty ruthless competitors. He even mentions Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan.
He does. He calls them men of the plutocratic type, who got rich through extraordinary ability on the plane of competition. But he also suggests they sometimes unconsciously related to substance in its larger purposes, like organizing productive industry. He says their work, in the end, will contribute to increased life for all, but their day is nearly over.
He likens them to monster reptiles of the prehistoric eras, a necessary part of an evolutionary process, but ultimately to be superseded. And he makes a rather pointed remark that they've never been really rich, suggesting their private lives were often abject and wretched, a bold psychological assessment.
So riches gained on that competitive plane are never satisfactory and permanent, yours today, another's tomorrow. So, to get rich in this scientific and certain way, you must ditch the competitive thought. No limited supply thinking.
Exactly. The moment you think all the money is cornered by bankers or that you need laws to stop them, you drop into the competitive mind, and your power to create vanishes. You're supposed to know there are countless millions of dollars worth of gold still undiscovered, and if there weren't, more would be created from thinking substance to meet your needs.
That's a lot of faith in thinking substance, so I shouldn't worry about someone else beating me to it?
According to Wattles, no. Because you're not seeking anything that is possessed by anybody else. You are causing what you want to be created from formless substance, and the supply is without limits. He then reiterates his core formula. There is a thinking, stuff from which all things are made. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created.
Mind-bending stuff. It really challenges the way we usually think about, well, everything. Speaking of creating and developing potential, this chapter talks a lot about increasing life, about having more to do more and be more, which requires learning and applying skills. And that, folks, is actually a perfect moment to talk about our fantastic sponsor, Magis Institute in Singapore. If you're looking to increase your capacity to create, to do more in really exciting fields, you should check them out.
Oh, absolutely. Magis Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in awesome areas like game design, game art, concept art. I mean, talk about creating new worlds and bringing thoughts into form.
Indeed. Their commitment to hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections seems directly aligned with Wattles' idea of using things to learn and become. It's practical, career-oriented education designed to help people break into or advance in these dynamic industries.
Totally. If you're passionate about those fields and you want to equip yourself to, well, live more in that creative sense, visit their website at magis.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g. Go learn more and see how they can help you increase your life and skills.
Definitely check them out. It sounds like an amazing place to cultivate those talents Wattles was talking about.
An investment in one's creative capacities is certainly an investment in more life.
All right, we've got a few questions from our listeners that have come in. First one, if the universe or this substance wants me rich and for life to increase, why isn't it happening automatically? Why do I still feel stuck? Sarah, what would Wattles say?
Well, Wattles emphasizes that you have to impress your thought upon the formless substance. It's not entirely passive, and a huge part of it, as we just discussed, is getting out of that competitive mindset and into the creative one. If you're still thinking in terms of limitation, or that others have what you want, you're not aligned with this principle of creation. Plus, your purpose needs to harmonize with the purpose that is in all, wanting real life, not just superficial gains.
Good point. Ethan, anything to add from a perhaps more critical perspective?
One might argue that stuckness can arise from a myriad of psychological, social, or economic factors not fully addressed by simply altering one's mindset. However, within Wattles' framework, the blockage would likely be attributed to a failure to correctly apply his principles, perhaps a lack of clear vision, wavering faith in the formless substance, or falling back into competitive thought.
Makes sense. Next question. The chapter mentions millionaires like Rockefeller. Weren't they highly competitive? How does that fit with the idea of being a creator, not a competitor? Ethan, you touched on this.
Yes, Wattles acknowledges their competitive nature, but frames them as, quote, unconscious agents of the supreme in organizing industry. He suggests their methods, while competitive, inadvertently served a larger evolutionary purpose in structuring production. However, he also posits their era is ending, and that their riches weren't, quote, satisfactory or permanent in the truest sense. It's a way of reconciling observed reality with his theory, perhaps suggesting they represent a transitional phase before the, quote, agents of the multitude, who will organize distribution take over.
And he also says they were never really rich, hinting that their personal lives lacked that holistic fulfillment. So even if they amassed fortunes competitively, they didn't achieve the real life Wattles advocates for.
Interesting distinction. Okay, last question. What's the first practical step someone can take based on this chapter to start shifting from a competitive to a creative mindset? Sarah?
I think the very first step is to deeply internalize the idea that supply is not limited. He says, never look at the visible supply, look always at the limitless riches in formless substance. So practice catching yourself when you think thoughts like, there's not enough to go around, or if they get it, I can't. And then consciously replace that with the idea that you are a creator, and what you want will be created for you from this formless substance, without taking from anyone else. It's about retraining your habitual thought patterns.
So, real mental discipline. Ethan, any final thoughts on that practical shift?
Beyond the metaphysical, the psychological benefit of focusing on creation versus competition could be a reduction in stress and envy, potentially leading to more innovative and original approaches. Whether one subscribes to formless substance or not, the mindset shift itself, from scarcity to abundance, from rivalry to origination, has tangible implications for behavior and outlook.
Powerful stuff. All right, to wrap this chapter up, Sarah, can you give us the key takeaways from Increasing Life?
Okay, so key takeaways. 1. Life inherently seeks expression and increase. It's always trying to be more. 2. Your desire for more isn't greed. It's this natural urge of life for fuller expression through you. 3. The universe actually wants you to have everything you need to live a full physical, mental, and spiritual life, but your purpose must align with this holistic ideal. 4. And this is huge, you must operate from a creative mindset, not a competitive one. Believe in unlimited supply from the formless substance, and know that you can create what you desire without taking from others. When you get what you want, everyone else benefits too.
Excellent summary, Sarah. A lot to chew on there, as always. It really does challenge you to think differently about wealth and, well, life itself. And that brings us to the end of another Penplexity episode. What a chapter, huh? So what book or topic should Penplexity deep dive into next? Let us know. You can find us on social media at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep thinking, keep questioning, and keep increasing life.
Bye, everyone.
Farewell.
All right, settle in, folks. Welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we untangle the delightfully perplexing world of books. I'm your host, James, and today, oh boy, we are diving headfirst into a classic, The Science of Getting Rich by Wattles. Specifically, Chapter 6, titled How Riches Come to You. Sounds promising, right? And to help us unpack this gem, I've got our brilliant regulars. First up, the woman who can make any dense text sing, the ever-insightful Sarah.
Hey, James. Great to be here. And yes, Chapter 6 it's a meaty one, full of some really interesting ideas about value and, well, how riches actually find their way to us. It's not what you might think.
Meaty indeed. And of course, to keep us grounded and, let's be honest, to poke a few delightful holes in things, our resident witty scientist, Ethan. How's the lab coat treating you, Ethan?
Still white, James, surprisingly. And yes, how riches come to you. I'm, shall we say, scientifically curious about Mr. Wattles' propositions here. Should be fun.
Excellent. So, Sarah, kick us off. Wattles starts by saying you don't have to drive sharp bargains. What's he getting at? Are we all just supposed to be, super nice and hope for the best?
Not exactly hope for the best, James. He's saying you don't need to deal with people unfairly. It's not about avoiding bargains altogether, but about ensuring you're not getting something for nothing. The core idea he introduces is giving every person more in use value than you take from them in, quote, cash value.
The use value versus cash value distinction. So the paper and ink in his book might cost less than what I paid, but if the ideas hypothetically make me thousands, the use value is higher. Is that the gist?
Precisely, Ethan. He gives that exact example. And another one about trading a valuable painting to an Eskimo for furs. The Eskimo in Wattles' example has no use for the painting, so it has no use value to him, even if it's worth thousands in a civilized community. His words, not mine. So Wattles says that's wronging him.
Okay, I can see that. So you're taking something valuable, the furs, and giving something that's useless to that specific person.
Exactly. But then he says if you give the Eskimo a gun worth, say, $50 for those same furs, then it's a good bargain. Because the gun has immense use value for him, it helps him get more food, more furs, it adds to his life, makes him richer in his context.
It's an interesting ethical framework. Add more to his life than the thing he gives you in exchange. But use value can be incredibly subjective, can't it? Who determines what adds to life sufficiently?
That's a fair point, Ethan. Wattles suggests you scan your business transactions very strictly. If you're not adding more to the other person's life, he says you can afford to stop it. He's really pushing this idea of moving from what he calls the, quote, competitive plane to the, quote, creative plane. Don't beat anybody in business. If your business model relies on that, he says, get out of it.
The creative plane. I like the sound of that. So it's about creating new value rather than just fighting over existing scraps?
That's it. You're adding to the life of the world with every transaction. And this extends to employees too. He says you must take from them more in cash value than you pay them in wages, which sounds a bit, stark at first.
Aha! There's the rub. That sounds suspiciously like exploitation, dressed up a bit.
Well, hold on. He immediately follows it up by saying you can organize your business to be filled with the, quote, principle of advancement. So each employee who wishes to can advance, like climbing a ladder to riches themselves. Your business should do for your employees what his book aims to do for the reader.
So it's a net positive for them in the long run. Even if the immediate cash exchange favors the employer, they get skills, opportunities, growth.
That's the idea. If they have the opportunity and don't take it, Wattles says that's not your fault. It's about providing that ladder.
A ladder, or perhaps a carefully constructed career maze with cheese at strategically unpredictable locations. The principle of advancement is noble, but its execution is, shall we say, highly variable in the real world.
True. Okay, so then Wattles shifts gears a bit, or maybe expands on this creative idea. He talks about riches coming from formless substance. This is where it gets a bit ethereal for me. Are we talking magic sewing machines appearing out of thin air?
No, not quite. He clarifies that. If you want a sewing machine, you don't just sit there and expect it to materialize. Instead, you hold the mental image of it with the most positive certainty that it's being made or is on its way. You claim it as already yours, with absolute faith.
So the formless substance isn't a cosmic 3D printer. It's more like influencing probability through focused intent. He says it'll be brought to you by the, quote, power of the supreme intelligence, acting upon the minds of men. A man from Texas or Japan might bring it about.
Yes! And crucially, he adds that the whole matter will be as much to that other person's advantage as it is to yours. It's not about manipulating someone against their will or interest. The thinking substance, he says, is through all, in all, communicating with all, and can influence all.
This is where my brain starts to do a little woo-woo. Influence all? That's a big claim. It reminds me of something we were talking about last week. You know, the power of visualization and focus, which actually brings me to our fantastic sponsor for today's episode.
Oh, good timing.
It really is. Because just like Wattles talks about using your mind to create and bring things into your life, and providing a ladder for advancement, our sponsor, Mages Institute in Singapore, is all about empowering people to create and advance in some super exciting fields.
Mages, you say? Intriguing. Are they teaching people to manifest sewing machines from formless substance?
Not directly, Ethan, though I'm sure their game design students could create a virtual one. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in areas like game design, game art, concept art, animation, and more. They're all about hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. So they're literally helping people build the skills to create new worlds, new characters, new experiences. That ties in perfectly with Wattles' idea of moving to the creative plane, doesn't it? Developing talents to their fullest.
Exactly, Sarah. They're hoping to reach listeners who are passionate about these industries and looking for a practical, career-oriented education to help them break in or advance their skills. If you've ever dreamt of designing the next big game or creating stunning concept art, you should definitely check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg.
So, less formless substance, more tangible skills for creative substance. I approve. If you're going to create, best to have the proper tools and training. mages.edu.sg, noted.
Absolutely. Go visit mages.edu.sg and see how they can help you create your own path. A big thanks to Mages Institute for sponsoring Penplexity.
Indeed. Now back to Wattles. He then gets into asking largely. What's that about, Sarah? He quotes Jesus, "It is your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom."
Right. This is a big one. He says the original substance wants to live all that is possible in you and wants you to have all you can use for the living of the most abundant life. Your desire for riches, he argues, is actually the desire of omnipotence for more complete expression.
Omnipotence-seeking expression. That's a rather grand way to frame wanting a bigger house. But he uses an analogy, doesn't he? The little boy at the piano?
Yes. The boy feels the music in him but can't make his hands play it. Wattles says the music in him was the urge of original substance. all that there is of music-seeking expression through the child. Similarly, God, the one substance, is trying to live and do and enjoy things through humanity.
So God wants people who can play music to have pianos, people who appreciate beauty to have beautiful things, those who appreciate dress to be beautifully clothed. It's not selfish to want these things. It's God wanting to express these qualities through us.
That's precisely his argument. It is God that worketh in you to will and to do. So you shouldn't hesitate to ask largely. Your part is to focalize and express the desire to God.
This directly confronts the old idea that poverty and self-sacrifice are pleasing to God. Wattles is essentially saying that God isn't a cosmic killjoy who wants us to be miserable and poor. He posits that the idea of God having finished his work and there not being enough to go around is erroneous.
Exactly. He says people feel ashamed to ask for wealth because of these old, erroneous thoughts. They aim for just, quote, enough to be fairly comfortable.
And he gives that story of the student, right? The one who was very poor and initially only dared to ask for a new rug and a coal stove?
Yes, and he got them in a few months. Then it dawned on him that he hadn't asked for enough. So he went through his rented house, planned all the improvements, visualized his ideal home and its furnishings. He started living in this certain way, moving toward what he wanted, and eventually owned the house and rebuilt it to his mental image.
An inspiring anecdote. It has been unto him according to his faith. One could argue that the act of detailed planning and consistent focus, the certain way, primed him to recognize and seize opportunities he might have otherwise missed. Faith as a catalyst for action and perception.
That makes a lot of sense. It's not just wishful thinking, it's aligning your actions and thoughts. Wow, this chapter has a lot to chew on. Okay, let's open the floor to a few questions from our listeners. First one is from Maya in Melbourne. Maya asks, how do I know if I'm giving more use value than cash value if it's so subjective? What if what I think is high use value the other person doesn't? Sarah, what do you think?
That's a great question, Maya. And it is subjective. I think Wattles would say it comes down to genuine intent and understanding the other person's needs and desires as much as possible. It's not about tricking yourself. Are you genuinely trying to enhance their life? Provide something that will be truly useful or joyful or enriching to them? Feedback, listening, and empathy would be key. If you're consistently getting the sense that people feel they got a raw deal, then you're probably not hitting that mark.
Good answer. Okay, next question is for Ethan from David in Dublin. David says, Ethan, you seem a bit skeptical about thinking substance. What's a more, say, grounded way to interpret this for practical application, without necessarily buying into the metaphysical aspects?
An excellent and astute question, David. Skeptical is perhaps a strong word. I prefer rigorously inquisitive. One way to ground this is to consider the psychological power of sustained, focused intention. When you hold a clear mental image and act with faith, or let's call it profound self-belief and expectation, you're essentially programming your subconscious mind. Your reticular activating system, for instance, becomes more attuned to opportunities and resources aligned with that goal. You're more likely to notice them, act on them, and persist through setbacks. So, thinking substance influencing minds could be interpreted as your focused energy and actions, creating ripple effects and attracting cooperative components in your environment. It's less about external magic and more about internal alignment leading to effective external action and interaction.
Fascinating. So it's about how our internal state affects our perception and action. Love it. One more question from Priya in Portland. Wattles mentions creating a ladder for employees. How does this apply if I am an employee, not an employer? Can I apply these principles to my own career advancement within a company? Sarah?
Absolutely, Priya. While Wattles is addressing employers there, the principles are transferable. As an employee, you can focus on constantly increasing your use value to the company. What skills, knowledge, and contributions can you bring that add more value than your salary? You can mentally picture your advancement, the roles you want, the impact you want to make, and act in that certain way, proactively seeking opportunities, developing yourself, and demonstrating your growing capabilities. You're essentially creating your own ladder by becoming so valuable and advancement-oriented that the company wants to promote you, because it's in their interest too. You become part of that mutually beneficial transaction Wattles describes.
Fantastic advice. Okay, before we wrap up, Ethan, could you try and distill the key takeaways from this rather dense but intriguing chapter for us?
Certainly, James. I'd say, firstly, the core principle is to operate on a, quote, creative rather than, quote, competitive plane. Focus on adding value, specifically more use value than the cash value you receive in any transaction. Secondly, cultivate an unwavering faith and a clear, detailed mental image of what you desire, believing it's on its way. And understand this as aligning with a larger expressive force, whether you term it omnipotence or focused human potential. Thirdly, don't be afraid to ask largely. Limitations are often self-imposed by outdated beliefs. And finally, for those in positions to do so, structure things to provide a, quote, principle of advancement for others. It's about growth and contribution all around.
Brilliant summary, Ethan. Thank you. And thank you, Sarah, for walking us through Wattles' world today. This was really something.
My pleasure, James. It's always fun to pick these ideas apart.
It is. So listeners, what do you want Penplexity to perplex itself with next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading, keep questioning, and keep creating your own value. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by pens, no, just kidding, by the profound, the peculiar, and the downright practical wisdom hidden in the pages of books. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the ever-insightful Sarah and the brilliantly brainy Ethan.
Hey, James. Excited to be here. Always a good time.
Greetings, James, Sarah, ready to dissect some early 20th century metaphysics, are we?
You know it, Ethan. And today, we're diving into a chapter that sounds deceptively simple. It's Chapter 7, Gratitude, from Wallace Wattles' classic, The Science of Getting Rich. Sounds a bit like a self-help poster, doesn't it? Be grateful! But Wattles, he takes it to a whole other level.
He absolutely does, James. This chapter is pivotal. Wattles basically says, look, we talked about conveying your desires to the formless substance, right? Well, gratitude is the key to making that connection harmonious. It's like the essential first step, almost. He sums up the whole mental adjustment and atonement, as he calls it, in that one word, gratitude.
Atonement? That sounds heavy, like we've done something wrong.
Well, not wrong in a sinful sense, necessarily. More like getting in tune. He says you first believe there's this one intelligent substance all things come from. Second, you believe this substance gives you everything you desire. And third, you relate to it through a deep, profound gratitude. If you skip that gratitude part, even if you do everything else right, he argues you're essentially cutting the wires to that source.
It's interesting, this cutting the wires analogy. From a psychological standpoint, a lack of gratitude often correlates with a victim mentality or a scarcity mindset. If you're constantly focused on what you don't have or what's wrong, you're less likely to perceive opportunities or feel empowered to act. Wattles frames it as a disconnection from a divine source. Modern psychology might frame it as a disconnection from your own potential and the positive aspects of your environment.
So he's saying that the more grateful you are, the more good stuff you get and faster? Is it that transactional?
Kind of, yeah. He says the more gratefully we fix our minds on the supreme when good things come to us, the more good things we will receive, and the more rapidly they will come. And the reason, he explains, is that this attitude of gratitude draws your mind into closer touch with the source. It keeps you looking towards the all, this abundant source, and stops you from falling into what he calls competitive thought, or thinking the supply is limited.
This competitive thought versus creative thought is a recurring theme. If you believe resources are finite and you must compete for them, your actions and stress levels will reflect that. If you believe in an abundant source and focus on creation, that's a fundamentally different and arguably more constructive mental state. Gratitude in this context would reinforce the latter by constantly acknowledging the, quote, things already received or present, fostering a belief in continued provision.
Okay, so it's not just saying, thank you, like your mom taught you. It's an active mental state. He even calls it a law of gratitude. What's that about, Ethan? Sounds very Newtonian.
He literally says action and reaction are always equal and in opposite directions. So your grateful outreach of mind, your thankful praise, is an expenditure of force. It goes out, it reaches the supreme or formless substance, and the reaction is an instantaneous movement towards you. Draw nigh unto God, and he will draw nigh unto you, he quotes that, calling it a psychological truth.
Exactly. And he uses Jesus as an example, always saying, I thank thee, Father, that thou hearest me. It's this constant connection through gratitude that, according to Wattles, keeps you connected with power. But it's not just about future blessings, James. He makes a really important point. Without gratitude, you can't stop yourself from having dissatisfied thoughts about things as they are right now.
Oh, I feel that. It's so easy to look around and see what's missing or what's not perfect.
Right? And the moment you let your mind dwell on that dissatisfaction, on the common, the poor, the squalid, his words, you start to lose ground. Your mind takes the form of those things, and you transmit those forms to the formless, and guess what comes back to you? More of the common, the poor, the squalid.
This aligns with concepts like cognitive framing and attentional bias. What you focus on, you amplify in your experience. If your attention is constantly drawn to negatives, your perception of reality becomes skewed towards the negative. He says, the creative power within us makes us into the image of that to which we give our attention. And we are thinking substance, and thinking substance always takes the form of that which it thinks about. This is a very direct assertion about the mind's formative power.
So focus on the best to become the best and get the best. It sounds simple, but I guess the practice is the hard part. He also mentions faith, right? How does that tie in?
Yeah, he says faith is born of gratitude. A grateful mind continually expects good things, and that expectation becomes faith. Every time you're thankfully acknowledging something, it increases your faith. And if you don't have gratitude, you can't really maintain a living faith, which he says is essential for getting rich by this creative method. So it's like gratitude is the soil, and faith is the plant that grows in it.
That's a nice analogy, Sarah. So cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing. And then he says something that might ruffle a few feathers today. He says to include all things in your gratitude, even plutocrats and trust magnates, corrupt politicians. How does that work?
Okay, yeah, that part always gets a reaction. His logic is interesting. He says their organization of the world, however flawed, has made your opportunity. Everything you get, in some way, comes to you because of the existing structures, which they are a part of. He's not saying they're perfect, or that things shouldn't change. He even says God will do away with them as soon as they can be spared.
It's a pragmatic, almost stoic perspective on accepting the current reality as the framework within which you operate. Rather than expending energy raging against elements you can't immediately change, you acknowledge them as part of the quote, lines of transmission for your own good. It's a radical form of acceptance, aimed at maintaining that harmonious internal state. To be clear, this isn't an endorsement of corruption or exploitation, but rather a specific mental technique Wattles advocates for his particular system of wealth creation.
So it's about not letting your anger or frustration about the system disconnect you from that formless substance. You're grateful for the whole shebang because it's the current playing field. That's a challenging one, but I see his point about maintaining harmony.
He believes this gratitude towards even these figures helps bring you into harmonious relations with the good in everything, and the good in everything will move toward you. It's about focusing on the good aspect, the functional aspect, rather than the negative, to keep your own vibration high, so to speak.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot to chew on. You know, speaking of creating good things and aligning with opportunity, this chapter on gratitude really makes me think about how investing in yourself is a powerful way to prepare for all the good that's coming your way. And that, folks, brings me to our fantastic sponsor for this episode, Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in super cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections to get you ready for a successful career in these exciting fields. If you're passionate about these industries and looking for a practical, career-oriented education to break in or level up your skills, you should definitely check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
That sounds amazing, James. Especially in creative fields, being grateful for opportunities to learn and grow your skills is so important. Mages sounds like just the place to cultivate that creativity Wattles talks about, by focusing on building something new.
Indeed, acquiring practical skills like those taught at Mages is a tangible way to shape your future and create value. It's a very direct application of focused effort leading to desired outcomes. So yes, listeners, if that sparks your interest, do visit mages.edu.sg.
Absolutely. mages.edu.sg. Give them a look. Okay, time for a few questions from our listeners. Our first one comes from Alex in Ohio. If I'm grateful for my old beat-up car, am I just telling the universe I want more old beat-up cars? Sarah, what do you think Wattles would say?
Oh, good question. I think Wattles would say you're grateful for the service the car provides. It gets you from A to B. You're grateful for the principle of transportation, for the good it represents in your life right now. While being grateful for it, you can still hold the idea of a new, better car in your thoughts as your desire. Gratitude for what is doesn't prevent you from forming a clear mental image of what you want.
Makes sense. Okay, next question from Priya in London. Ethan, Wattles talks about formless substance. Is there any scientific concept that even remotely aligns with this? Or is it purely metaphysical?
That's a classic question. Directly, no, science doesn't have a formless substance that responds to gratitude to manifest riches. However, one could draw very loose parallels. Quantum field theory, for instance, posits that underlying reality are fields of potential, from which particles emerge. It's a stretch, and Wattles' concept is an intelligent, responsive substance. But the idea of a fundamental, creative substratum isn't entirely alien to abstract physics. Psychologically, as we discussed, the formless substance can be seen as a metaphor for the creative potential of the subconscious mind, or the interconnectedness of systems. But it's primarily a metaphysical construct in Wattles' work.
Very diplomatic, Ethan? All right, last question. This is from Just Curious in California. If gratitude is so powerful, why aren't all deeply religious or spiritual people who practice gratitude wealthy?
That's a really fair question. Wattles presents gratitude as one essential part of a larger system. There's also forming a clear vision, acting in a certain way, doing your current work efficiently, and more that he discusses in other chapters. Gratitude alone, without the other components of his science, might not produce the specific result of material riches according to his formula. Plus, wealth can mean different things to different people. For some, spiritual richness might be the primary aim, not material wealth in the way Wattles describes.
And I'd add that Wattles' definition of getting rich is quite specific and transactional. Many spiritual traditions emphasize detachment from material outcomes, which is a different philosophical stance, so the goals might be different. Wattles is providing a specific recipe for a specific outcome.
Excellent points. Okay, before we wrap up, Sarah, can you give us the key takeaways from Chapter 7, Gratitude?
Absolutely. So, first, gratitude is the crucial mental attitude that harmonizes you with the formless substance, the source of all things. Second, it's not just polite thanks. It's a deep, continuous feeling that draws more good towards you and accelerates its arrival. Third, gratitude prevents you from focusing on lack or negativity, which would attract more of the same. Fourth, it keeps you looking toward the all, the abundant source, and away from competitive thought. And finally, faith itself is born from gratitude. A grateful mind expects good things, which solidifies into faith, a key ingredient in his method.
Fantastic summary, Sarah. Thank you. And thank you, Ethan, for your sharp insights, as always. This chapter, Gratitude, really is more than just a feel-good notion, isn't it? It's presented as a fundamental law.
Indeed, a cornerstone of his entire philosophy of wealth creation.
Well, that's all the time we have for today on Penplexity. What a chapter. What book or topic should we get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on social media at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, stay curious and maybe stay grateful. Bye for now.
Bye, everyone.
Farewell.
Hey, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by pages and try to unperplex them for you. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the ever-insightful duo, the wonderfully articulate Sarah.
Hello. So excited for today's chapter, James.
And the man who can probably tell you the molecular structure of a thought, the brilliantly brainy Ethan.
A pleasure, James. Though molecular structure of a thought is perhaps a generous interpretation of neuroscience.
I'll take it. All right, folks. Today we're diving into Chapter 8 of Wattles, The Science of Getting Rich. This one's titled, and get this, Thinking in the Certain Way. Sounds specific, doesn't it?
Oh, it absolutely is. And it all kicks off with this idea of forming a super clear, HD quality mental image of what you want. Remember that story from Chapter 6 about the man envisioning his house? Wattles says that's the first step, you know? You gotta have a definite picture.
Right, because you can't transmit an idea unless you have it yourself. That makes sense. Like trying to explain a dream you barely remember. It just comes out as gibberish.
Precisely. Wattles emphasizes that, quote, vague and misty concepts won't impress the thinking substance. He's arguing for a high-fidelity mental blueprint. No general desire for wealth to do good with. Apparently, everyone has that.
Exactly. It's not enough to just sorta want to travel or live more. He says if you were sending a wireless message, you wouldn't just send random letters. You'd send a coherent sentence. You need to be definite about what you want to transmit to this substance.
So, this thinking substance, is it like the Force, Sarah, or just the universe listening in?
Well, Wattles describes it as the formless stuff from which all things are made. So yeah, kind of like the energetic foundation of everything. And to get it to create what you want, you have to be crystal clear. No unformed longings and vague desires.
It's an interesting metaphysical proposition. The mechanism isn't empirically verifiable in a lab, of course, but the psychological power of clear goal visualization is well documented. Athletes do it, high performers do it. Having a defined target focuses resources and effort, even subconsciously.
So like that man going over his house in his mind, seeing every detail? We should do that with everything we want? That sounds like a lot of mental decorating.
It can be. But he says you must keep that clear mental picture continually in mind. Like a sailor with his eyes on the port or a steersman on the compass. You just keep your face towards it, always.
Okay, but what about all those gurus who tell you to do hours of concentration exercises, or meditation, or, occult stunts, as Wattles calls them?
He actually says those things are well enough, but not strictly necessary for this. The key is wanting it badly enough that the picture stays in your thoughts. If you really, really want something, you don't need exercises to concentrate on it. It's the stuff you don't care about that needs effort, right?
There's a pragmatic efficiency to that. If the desire isn't potent enough to naturally hold your attention, strong enough to overcome mental laziness and the love of ease, as he puts it, then perhaps the endeavor isn't worthwhile according to this system. The desire itself becomes the focusing agent.
So a stronger desire makes a clearer picture, and a clearer picture makes the desire stronger? Sounds like a positive feedback loop of wanting things.
Exactly. But then he throws in a crucial bit. Just seeing the picture clearly isn't enough. If that's all you do, you're just a dreamer.
Ah, the dreaded dreamer label. So what's the missing ingredient?
Purpose! Behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it, to bring it into tangible expression. And this is big, behind that purpose must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand, and you have only to take possession of it.
This moves beyond mere visualization into a state of preemptive conviction. Live in the new house, mentally, until it takes form around you physically. It's a psychological technique of embodying the desired reality before it manifests. The quote from Jesus, "Whatsoever things ye ask for when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them," is central here.
So you're saying I should mentally drive that sports car I've been eyeing, even if my current ride has character?
Yes. See yourself owning and using the things you want. Make use of them in your imagination. Dwell on that mental picture until it's super clear and distinct. And then take the mental attitude of ownership. Take possession of it in your mind. fully believing it's yours.
The distinction Wattles makes later is critical. Remember that it is faith and purpose in the use of the imagination which make the difference between the scientist and the dreamer. The dreamer idly fantasizes. The scientist, in Wattles' context, applies focused intent and belief to the imaginative process as a creative tool.
Interesting. And he ties this back to gratitude, right? Being thankful for things you only own in your imagination.
The man who can sincerely thank God for the things which as yet he owns only in imagination has real faith. He will get rich. It's about fostering that feeling of already having received.
You know, speaking of creating clear visions and bringing them to life, this actually ties in perfectly with our fantastic sponsor for this episode, Magus Institute in Singapore.
Oh, that's a great connection, James.
It is, isn't it? Magus Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in super cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. Talk about forming clear mental pictures and then, making them real.
Absolutely. Imagine being a game designer or concept artist. You literally have to create entire worlds and characters from your imagination with purpose and, dare I say, faith that you can bring it to the screen. Magus helps you get the skills to do just that.
Indeed, they're committed to providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections. It's about preparing individuals for successful careers in these exciting fields. If you're passionate about these industries and looking for a practical, career-oriented education to break in or advance your skills, this sounds like a solid avenue.
Totally. So if you're out there listening and you've got these amazing ideas, these clear visions for games or art, check out mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Go visit their website, learn more, and maybe start bringing your own creative visions to life.
Definitely check them out, folks.
A worthwhile exploration for the creatively inclined.
All right, so back to Wattles. He also talks about prayer, but not in the way you might think. He says you don't need to pray repeatedly for things or tell God about it every day.
Yeah, he quotes Jesus, "Use not vain repetitions as the heathen do. For your Father knoweth ye have need of these things before ye ask him." Your part is to formulate your desires into a coherent whole and impress this whole desire upon the formless substance.
And that impression isn't made by repeating words, but by holding the vision with unshakable purpose to attain it and with steadfast faith that you do attain it. He clarifies, the answer to prayer is not according to your faith while you are talking, but according to your faith while you are working.
So pray without ceasing doesn't mean being on your knees 24/7?
Nope. For Wattles, prayer is holding steadily to your vision with the purpose to cause its creation into solid form and the faith that you are doing so. It's an active, continuous state of mind and being. Believe that you receive them. That's the crux.
And he makes a final important point about not being a, quote, mere dreamer and castle builder. You must hold to the faith that the imaginary is being realized and to the purpose to realize it. This, he says, is where you learn the proper use of the will, which I suspect might be a topic for a future chapter.
A cliffhanger from Wattles. Love it. Okay, this has been a lot to chew on. Let's take a few questions from our listeners. First one up is from Alex in Toronto. Alex asks, if I just vaguely want to be happy, is that not good enough according to this chapter? Sarah, what do you think?
Oh, that's a great question, Alex. According to Wattles, probably not specific enough. Happy is a state, but what things or circumstances would make you feel happy? He'd likely say you need to define what happy looks like in concrete terms, specific experiences, possessions, relationships, and form a clear mental picture of those.
Makes sense. Next, we have a question from Priya in London. Priya asks, this sounds a bit like faking it till you make it. Is there a danger of becoming delusional? Ethan, what's your take on that?
An astute question, Priya. There's a fine line. Wattles himself cautions against being a mere dreamer. The key differentiators he provides are purpose and faith that it is being realized, coupled with action, which we assume will be detailed later. Delusion often lacks a grounded plan or an active pursuit of the goal. This system seems to imply that faith and purpose must translate into congruent actions, not just passive fantasizing. The scientist experiments and works. The dreamer merely dreams.
Good distinction. And one more, from Ben in Sydney. Ben says, I struggle with holding a mental image for long. Any tips based on this chapter?
Well, Ben, Wattles suggests that if your desire is strong enough, the image will stay. So, maybe the first step is to really clarify why you want what you want, to strengthen that desire. He says, it is the things you do not really care about, which require effort to fix your attention upon them. So, dig deep into the desire itself. The more delightful details you bring out in your picture, the stronger the desire, and the easier it'll be to hold that picture.
Excellent advice. All right, this chapter was packed. Ethan, could you perhaps summarize the absolute key takeaways for us from thinking in a certain way?
Certainly, James. I'd say there are 3 core pillars. First, clarity of vision. You must form a precise, detailed mental image of your desires, not vague wishes. Second, purpose and faith. This vision must be backed by an unwavering purpose to achieve it and an absolute faith that it is already yours or imminently achievable. This is more than passive dreaming. It's active mental ownership. Third, continuous focus. Maintain this vision, purpose, and faith consistently, making it a dominant part of your thought process, akin to praying without ceasing. This focused mental state, combined with action, is what supposedly impresses the thinking substance.
Brilliant summary, Ethan. Clear, purposeful, and I have faith everyone understood it. Ha! Well, that's all the time we have for today's Penplexity. What a chapter, huh? Thinking in the certain way definitely gives you something to think about.
It really does. Makes you want to go make a vision board with purpose.
Indeed. So folks, what book or chapter should Penplexity get perplexed by next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep thinking, keep questioning, and maybe keep visualizing. Bye for now. Welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we try to untangle the delightfully complex. I'm your host, James, and today we're diving back into Wallace Wattles' Science of Getting Rich, specifically Chapter 9, How to Use the Will. Sounds a bit Jedi, doesn't it?
Oh, it totally does. Use the will, Luke. I'm Sarah, by the way, and this chapter, James, it's a big one. It really gets to the core of how Wattles thinks we should operate.
Ethan here. And yes, the will, a concept philosophers and psychologists have wrestled with for centuries. Wattles, in his characteristic early 20th century confidence, seems to have it all figured out. Or does he?
Ooh, a challenge already. I love it. So Sarah, kick us off. What's the main thrust of using the will, according to Mr. Wattles?
All right, so the absolute number one biggest point is you do not apply your willpower to anything outside of yourself, period. No trying to mentally nudge your boss for a raise or, make your kids clean their rooms using the force.
He's quite emphatic about that, isn't he? He calls applying your will to others flagrantly wrong, equating mental coercion with physical coercion. He literally says it's slavery or robbery, just with different methods.
Wow, okay, that's strong language. Slavery? Robbery? For just, wishing someone would do something?
Exactly. He argues you have no right to do it, even for their own good, because, and this is key, you do not know what is for his good. It's all about focusing your will inward, on yourself.
Which, from a certain ethical perspective, is sound. The idea of respecting individual autonomy. But then he extends this to not using your will on things, to compel them to come to you. He says that's like trying to coerce God, which he calls foolish and useless, as well as irreverent.
Coerce God? So no praying really hard for a lottery win while trying to mentally bend the numbers to your will?
Pretty much. He says you don't have to compel God to give you good things, any more than you use willpower to make the sun rise. The substance, as he calls it, is friendly, and wants to give you what you want. It's more anxious to give it than you are to get it.
This substance being the formless intelligent substance from previous chapters, I presume, the stuff from which all things are made. It's an interesting philosophical concept, almost pantheistic. But the mechanism, Sarah, how does he say our will should be used then?
Okay, so this is the quote, legitimate use of the will. It's about compelling yourself to think and do the right things, to hold yourself to the certain way he's been talking about. So your will is like your internal drill sergeant, keeping your thoughts and actions in line.
So it's self-discipline, essentially. Use your will to keep your mind working in the right way, to hold that mental image of what you want with faith and purpose. That sounds more doable, I guess. But what about that projecting your will thing? I've heard about that.
Yeah, he specifically says not to do that. Do not try to project your will or your thoughts or your mind out into space to act on things or people. Keep your mind at home, he says. It can accomplish more there.
Which is curious. Because then he says, the picture of your desires, held with faith and purpose, is taken up by the formless and permeates it to great distances throughout the universe. So your mind stays home, but the impression of your thought travels. How does that work without projecting something?
That's a good question. I think he means it's not a forceful projection, like trying to zap someone with your mind. It's more like your focused thought, your vision held with faith, creates a sort of resonance or a blueprint that the formless substance then picks up on and works with. And as this impression spreads, all things are set moving toward its realization. Even other people's minds are influenced unconsciously to help you.
Unconsciously? So you're not directly controlling them, but the universe kind of nudges them for you? That's a fine line, isn't it?
It is, and it relies heavily on this formless substance being both intelligent and responsive. But he also warns about the flip side, doubt and unbelief. He says they're as certain to start a movement away from you as faith and purpose are to start one toward you.
Oh, massively. He says every hour and moment you spend in giving heed to doubts and fears sets a current away from you in the whole domain of intelligent substance. This is why he stresses that belief is all important. You have to guard your thoughts and command your attention using your will.
Okay, guarding thoughts. And then he gets into what we shouldn't focus on, right? This is where it gets interesting. He says, if you want to become rich, you must not make a study of poverty.
Yep. He's very, very firm on this. Things are not brought into being by thinking about their opposites. So, no studying disease if you want health. No studying sin for righteousness. And definitely no studying poverty if you want riches.
And this is where, from a scientific and sociological perspective, I find Wattles problematic. He claims, for instance, that medicine as a science of disease has increased disease. Religion as a science of sin has promoted sin. And economics as a study of poverty will fill the world with wretchedness and want. That's a massive, unsubstantiated claim. Medical science has demonstrably reduced disease, for example.
Yeah, that bit made me pause. So he's saying, don't even talk about poverty or investigate its causes.
He literally says, never mind what its causes are. You have nothing to do with them. What concerns you is the cure. And the cure, in his view, is getting rich yourself. He even says not to spend time in charitable work, because all charity only tends to perpetuate the wretchedness it aims to eradicate.
Which is an incredibly controversial stance. The idea that charity perpetuates poverty is, well, it ignores the immediate relief it can provide, and the systemic issues that often require direct intervention, not just inspiration.
But he qualifies it. He says, I do not say that you should be hard-hearted or unkind, and refuse to hear the cry of need. But you must not try to eradicate poverty in any of the conventional ways. His argument is that you can't hold the mental image of wealth if your mind is filled with pictures of poverty. So don't read books or papers about it.
So the logic is, focusing on poverty creates more poverty. Focusing on wealth creates more wealth. And the best way to help the poor is to get rich yourself and inspire them?
Precisely. The poor do not need charity. They need inspiration. He says if you want to help the poor, demonstrate to them that they can become rich. Prove it by getting rich yourself. And it's about getting rich by creation, not competition. That's another key point. Creation opens the way for thousands. Competition pulls the ladder up behind you.
This model of creation, not competition, is an idealized one. In many economic systems, resources are finite, and competition is inherent. However, the idea of focusing on value creation is certainly more positive than a zero-sum game mentality, but the dismissal of understanding poverty feels incomplete. How can one truly inspire someone out of a situation without understanding its complexities?
It's definitely a mind bender. This idea of using your will purely on yourself, to maintain this vision of wealth and abundance, and to actively tune out anything to the contrary. It's a full-time job for your brain.
It is! Use your willpower to keep your mind off the subject of poverty and to keep it fixed with faith and purpose on the vision of what you want. That's his final word on it in this chapter.
Phew! Okay, a lot to chew on there. And speaking of using your will to create something amazing, like building a successful career by focusing your mind and skills, this is a perfect time to talk about our sponsor, Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, Mages! They're fantastic. They're a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs. Think game design, game art, concept art, all those super creative fields.
Indeed. They emphasize hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections, very much in line with Wattles' idea of creation, giving people the skills to create and succeed.
Exactly. If you're passionate about these industries and looking for practical, career-oriented education to break in or advance your skills, you should definitely check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
Seriously, if you're looking to use your will to forge a creative career, Mages is an amazing place to get the practical know-how. Go visit mages.edu.sg.
A focused education to help manifest your creative visions. Wattles might approve of that targeted application of effort. Mages.edu.sg, give them a look.
All right, let's get to some questions from our listeners. First one up is from Alex in Toronto. Alex asks, Wattles says it's wrong to use willpower on others, even for their own good. What if I genuinely see someone making a mistake that will harm them? Is it really wrong to try and mentally influence them towards a better path? Sarah, what do you think Wattles would say?
Wattles would likely stick to his guns, Alex. He'd say you don't know what's for their good, even if you think you do. Your job is to perfect your own life and actions, and by doing so, you become an inspiration. Trying to mentally influence them, for him, is still a form of coercion and overstepping.
And practically, Alex, direct, honest communication is often more effective and ethical than trying to mentally influence someone, which can be a bit murky. Wattles might suggest you focus on being an example of good decision-making yourself.
Good point. Okay, next question is from Priya in London. The idea of not studying or talking about poverty feels irresponsible. How can we solve systemic problems if we deliberately ignore them? Ethan, this one feels up your alley.
It does, Priya, and it's a valid concern. Wattles' perspective is that individual enrichment, through his specific certain way, is the most effective agent of change. He believes that focusing on the problem, poverty, mentally entrenches it. From a conventional social science view, this is, as you say, problematic. Understanding causes is usually step one in finding solutions. Wattles proposes a radical alternative: change your own mental state, achieve wealth through creation, and that success will ripple outwards, inspiring others to do the same. It's a highly individualistic approach to a systemic issue.
And he'd add that the pictures of wealth need to get into the minds of the poor, not pictures of poverty into the minds of the well-off. It's about shifting the collective focus towards abundance.
Right, okay, one more. This is from Ben in California. If belief is so important, as Wattles insists, what about people who are naturally skeptical or find it hard to just believe without evidence? Are they doomed to fail according to this system, Sarah?
That's a tough one, Ben. Wattles is pretty emphatic about belief. He says, all the promises are unto them that believe, and unto them only. However, the will comes into play here. He says you use your will to command your attention and guard your thoughts. So for a skeptic, the work might be in using their will to consistently focus on the desired outcome and the process he outlines, even if the belief part feels like a stretch initially. Perhaps acting as if could be a starting point, and belief might follow continued, focused action.
And it's worth noting that belief can be multifaceted. It could be belief in the system, belief in oneself, or belief in the possibility of the outcome. A skeptic might start by believing in their own capacity to follow a disciplined course of action and observe the results. The faith and purpose he talks about might be cultivated through disciplined practice, rather than being a prerequisite one must magically conjure.
Excellent points. All right, as we wrap up this chapter, Ethan, could you give us the key takeaways from Chapter 9, How to Use the Will?
Certainly. The primary takeaway is that willpower, according to Wattles, is to be used exclusively upon yourself. Its purpose is to compel you to think and act in a certain way, to form a clear mental image of your desires, hold it with faith and purpose, and prevent doubt or focus on negative opposites, like poverty. He argues against applying will to others, or to things, or to God. Instead, focus your mental energies inward, maintain a positive vision, and believe that the formless substance will respond by bringing your desires into reality. And critically, his rather controversial advice is to avoid studying or dwelling on poverty, as this focus supposedly negates the creative force of wealth-oriented thought.
A fantastic summary, Ethan. Thank you. And thank you, Sarah, for guiding us through Wattles' often, shall we say, assertive ideas.
Always a pleasure, James. It's definitely thought-provoking stuff.
It is indeed. So listeners, what book or big idea should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep those minds curious.
And remember, keep your will at home.
Good one, Ethan. Bye, everyone.
All right. Settle in, folks. Welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by pens. No, wait, by books. Today we're diving deep, once again, into Wattles' The Science of Getting Rich. Specifically, Chapter 10, Further Use of the Will. Sounds a bit forceful, doesn't it?
Hey, James. Hey, Ethan. Oh, further use of the will. It sounds like we're about to bend spoons with our minds, but it's more about, mental discipline, you know?
Indeed. The will here isn't brute force, but more the sustained direction of attention. A fascinating concept, especially when Wattles ties it so directly to, getting rich.
Sustained direction of attention. I like that. My attention span usually resembles a goldfish on espresso. So, Sarah, what's the main thrust of this chapter? How are we further using this will of ours?
Okay, so, big picture. You cannot, absolutely cannot, hold a clear vision of wealth if you're constantly looking at opposing pictures. Whether they're, real things you see, or just stuff you're imagining.
Opposing pictures? Like looking at my bank account after a weekend out?
Exactly. Or, he says, don't tell stories about your past financial troubles. If you had them, just don't think about them. Don't talk about your parents' poverty or how tough your early life was.
Which is interesting because, psychologically, recounting past hardships can be therapeutic for some, but Wattles argues it mentally classes you with the poor for the time being and, crucially, will certainly check the movement of things in your direction. He's very focused on the vibrational alignment, if you will.
Vibrational alignment sounds very floaty. So I should just pretend my student loan days never happened? Poof, gone?
Pretty much. He quotes Jesus, "Let the dead bury their dead. Put poverty and all things related to it completely behind you. You've accepted this theory of the universe, this idea that you can get rich, so why muddy the waters by, dwelling on stuff that contradicts it?"
He's essentially advocating for a radical form of cognitive filtering. Don't read books saying the world's ending. Don't read pessimistic philosophers saying it's going to the devil. Because, according to Wattles, the world is not going to the devil. It is going to God. It is wonderful becoming.
Wonderful becoming. I like the sound of that. Much better than impending doom. But bad stuff does happen. There are disagreeable things out there. How do we just ignore them?
He says, what is the use of studying them when they are certainly passing away, and when the study of them only tends to check their passing and keep them with us? It's like, why give energy to the negative when you could be focusing on the positive growth? He suggests you should, quote, interest yourself in the world's becoming rich.
So it's not about burying your head in the sand, but more like strategically aiming your spotlight?
Exactly. Give your attention wholly to riches. Ignore poverty. And this is key. Whenever you think or speak of those who are poor, think of them as those who are becoming rich. People to be congratulated, not pitied. The idea is that they'll catch that inspiration.
A rather optimistic take on social contagion of thought, but it ties into his distinction between the quote-quote creative method and the quote competitive one. He frames getting rich through this creative method as the noblest aim you can have in life, for it includes everything else.
Whoa, bold claim. Noblest aim? Better than, like, world peace or finding the perfect avocado?
Yes. Well, he argues that, quote, all that is possible in the way of greatness and soul unfoldment, of service and lofty endeavor, comes by way of getting rich, because it's all made possible by the goat of things. He even says if you lack physical health, attaining it is conditional on getting rich.
Hold on. Health is conditional on getting rich? That feels a bit off. My Uncle Barry is fit as a fiddle, and he's, let's say, creatively managing his finances.
Wattles' argument is that only those emancipated from financial worry and who have the means to live a carefree existence and follow hygienic practices can truly retain health. It's less about the money itself and more about the freedom from stress and access to resources that wealth, in his view, provides.
Yeah, and it's not just health. Moral and spiritual greatness, even domestic happiness and love flourishing. He says these are found where riches are attained by, quote, creative thought without strife or rivalry. It's always about that creative, non-competitive approach.
So the message is, focus on your mental picture of riches, like super intently, and see the, quote, underlying truth that there's no such thing as poverty, only wealth.
You got it. He says some people are poor because they're ignorant that wealth is for them. Best way to teach them? Show them the way to affluence in your own person. Others are poor because they're, quote, too intellectually indolent.
A rather harsh judgment there, intellectually indolent. For these, Wattles suggests you arouse their desire by showing them the happiness that comes from being rightly rich. Essentially, be a walking, talking advertisement for the benefits.
And then there are those lost in metaphysical and occult theories. What about them?
For them, he says, an ounce of doing things is worth a pound of theorizing. Again, show the right way by your own example. His ultimate point. The very best thing you can do for the whole world is to make the most of yourself.
Make the most of yourself. You know, that actually ties in perfectly with our amazing sponsor for this episode. We're talking about Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, Mages. They're all about helping people make the most of themselves in really cool, creative fields.
Exactly. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in awesome areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. Wattles talks about the creative method, right? And getting rich through making things, using your talents. What's more creative than designing a whole new world in a game or bringing characters to life through art?
It's a direct application, in a sense. The chapter emphasizes making the most of yourself and the, quote, creative method. Pursuing education in these creative fields is a tangible way to develop skills that allow for that creative expression and, potentially, financial success through valuable work.
Totally! Mages is committed to providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections. That's like the practical toolkit for Wattles' creative method in the 21st century. If you're passionate about these industries and want a career-oriented education, this is it.
So if you're listening and thinking, how can I apply this creative energy? How can I make the most of my talents? Check out mages.edu.sg. That's mages.s-g. Seriously, go have a look.
Yeah, do it. Unlock that creative genius.
A practical step towards applying some of these principles of self-development, for sure.
All right, we're back from that inspiring thought about mages. Now Wattles then gets a little bit prescriptive, doesn't he? He says his book gives all the principles, and if that's true, you do not need to read any other book upon the subject.
Yeah, he goes there. He says it might sound narrow and egotistical, but compares it to math. There's only one scientific way to compute. He claims his system is stripped of all non-essentials.
This is where the pragmatist might clash with the scholar. On one hand, intense focus on a single system can be powerful. It eliminates confusion and doubt, as he points out. On the other, Intellectual curiosity often leads to exploring multiple perspectives. He warns that reading other systems before you're rich will lead to doubts and failures.
So it's like my way or the highway. Until you get to the destination, then you can explore other routes.
Pretty much. Read this book every day, keep it with you, commit it to memory. And then, my favorite part, postpone your investigations into the occult. Do not dabble in theosophy, spiritualism, or kindred studies. Let them alone. Mind your own business.
Mind your own business, he says to the spirits. That's direct. Why so anti-occult all of a sudden?
He believes it will start mental cross-currents, which will surely bring your hopes to shipwreck. It's all about maintaining that singular, unwavering focus on the mental image of riches, unimpeded by conflicting information or spiritual distractions that aren't aligned with his specific methodology.
And then he wraps up with a summary of the basic facts we've learned so far. There's a thinking stuff, a thought in this, substance produces the thing, man can form things in his thought and impress it on the formless substance. All that good stuff.
And the conditions. Pass from competitive to creative mind, clear mental picture, fixed purpose, unwavering faith, and closing your mind to anything that shakes it.
And then, the cliffhanger. And in addition to all this, we shall now see that he must live and act in a certain way. Dun dun dun!
Always leaving us wanting more, that Wattles. Okay, let's take a few questions from our listeners. First one up is from Alex in Alberta. Alex asks, is it really healthy to suppress all thoughts of past struggles? Isn't acknowledging them part of growth? Ethan, what are your thoughts?
That's a very valid question, Alex. Conventional psychology often involves processing past trauma or struggles. Wattles' perspective here is highly specific to his goal of getting rich. He frames it as maintaining a, quote, vibrational state conducive to attracting wealth. It's less about holistic psychological health in the modern sense and more about unwavering focus on a singular objective. One might argue it's a form of extreme mental discipline for a specific purpose rather than a universally applicable model for emotional processing.
Good point. Next up, Priya from London asks, Wattles says to think of the poor as becoming rich. Isn't that a bit dismissive of their current, very real struggles? Sarah?
Hi, Priya. I totally get where you're coming from. I think Wattles' intention within his framework isn't to be dismissive, but rather to shift the energetic focus. He believes that pity reinforces the state of poverty, both for the person pitying and the person being pitied. By seeing them as becoming rich, he's trying to cast a vision of potential and, in his view, send out an uplifting thought. It's definitely a unique and perhaps controversial perspective on compassion, focusing on future potential rather than current reality.
Definitely a different lens. Okay, final question. This one's from Kenji in Tokyo. The idea of only reading Wattles' book and avoiding other philosophies until rich sounds quite isolating. Could this lead to a narrow worldview? Ethan, your take?
Kenji, that's a critical observation. The risk of a narrow worldview or confirmation bias is certainly present with such an approach. Wattles justifies it as necessary for maintaining unwavering faith and purpose, which he deems essential for his method to work. It's a trade-off. Potential intellectual breadth versus intense, singular focus. He does permit studying other systems after achieving wealth, suggesting it's a temporary measure for a specific phase of, quote, creation. Whether the benefits of such intense, potentially isolating focus outweigh the drawbacks is a matter of individual judgment and, perhaps, empirical testing of his method.
Food for thought, definitely. All right, before we wrap up, Sarah, could you give us the key takeaways from Chapter 10?
Absolutely. So, number 1, maintain a clear, unwavering mental vision of wealth and actively exclude all opposing thoughts or images. Past poverty, current negative conditions, pessimistic news. It's all about focus. 2, the world is becoming wonderful, so align your thoughts with that positive evolution. Think of everyone, including those currently poor, as becoming rich. 3, getting rich through the creative method is a noble aim that underpins health, spiritual growth, and happiness. Lead by example. And finally, 4, for this system to work, Wattles insists on intense focus, even suggesting you stick only to his book and avoid things like occult studies until you've achieved your financial goals, because dilution of focus equals failure in his eyes.
Fantastic summary, Sarah. So much to chew on there. And it perfectly sets up the next chapter where we find out about this certain way we have to act. Ooh, the suspense. Well, that's our show for today, folks. What a chapter. What book, what chapter, what concept should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep those minds curious and those pages turning.
Bye, everyone. Keep thinking rich thoughts.
Farewell, and may your focus be productively unwavering.
Welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we dive headfirst into the wonderfully weird and wise world of books. I'm your host, James, and with me as always are my partners in literary crime.
That's me, Sarah, ready to unpack some wisdom.
And Ethan, here to provide the, shall we say, rigorous perspective, or at least try to.
Ha! Love it. Today, folks, we're tackling Chapter 11 from Wattles, The Science of Getting Rich. The chapter title itself is a call to arms, acting in the certain way. Ooh, intriguing, right?
Oh, absolutely. This chapter is where the rubber really meets the road in Wattles' philosophy. He's basically saying, okay, you've been thinking the right thoughts, holding the vision. Now what? And the now what is action, but not just any action. Action in a certain way.
A certain way sounds a bit mysterious, Sarah. Like a secret handshake for success?
Not so much a secret handshake, James, but more a specific mode of operating. Wattles is super clear. Thought alone isn't enough. He says, and I quote, "That is the rock upon which many otherwise scientific metaphysical thinkers meet shipwreck, the failure to connect thought with personal action." You can't just sit on your couch and wish for riches. You actually have to do something.
Indeed. He posits that thought is the creative power, or the impelling force, but it requires a conduit. He uses the analogy of gold in the mountains. Your thought can, theoretically, impel it towards you, but it won't mine itself, refine itself, and roll into your pocket. Someone has to dig, someone has to process, and you have to be positioned to receive it.
So, no magic money bags appearing out of thin air then? My childhood dreams crushed.
Sorry, James. No Fortunata's purse, as Wattles puts it. The core message is that your thought impresses upon this formless substance he talks about, setting things in motion. But your personal activity, your actions, are what allow you to receive what you've visualized when it arrives. And it will arrive, according to him, through other people and existing channels.
This formless substance is an interesting concept. Wattles describes it as having the same desire for more life that you have. So when your vision is impressed upon it, it's almost like a symbiotic activation. But crucially, he states, it is not your part to guide or supervise the creative process. All you have to do with that is to retain your vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. The universe handles the how, you handle the what and the doing on your end.
So it's like ordering from a cosmic Amazon? You place the order with your thoughts, faith, and purpose, but you still have to be home to receive the delivery and, open the door?
Exactly. And not just open the door, but you must give every man more in use value than he gives you in cash value. This isn't about taking, it's about fair exchange, even more than fair exchange. You're not stealing it, it's not charity, you're creating value.
Which brings us to the, quote, acting nower principle. This is perhaps one of the most actionable and potentially challenging aspects of the chapter. Wattles is adamant. You cannot act in the past. You cannot act in the future. You must act now. He stresses putting your whole mind into present action.
But Ethan, what about planning? Surely you need to think about the future to some extent. If I'm acting now without any thought to where I'm going, couldn't I just be running in circles?
A fair point. However, Wattles frames it as not letting future concerns or past regrets dilute the efficacy of present action. He says, if you act in the present with your mind on the future, your present action will be with a divided mind and will not be effective. The vision of the future is held, yes, but the execution is entirely in the now. Don't spend time in the present taking thought as to the best course in possible future emergencies. Have faith in your ability to meet any emergency when it arrives.
And he's very practical about where this action should take place. Your action, whatever it is, must most likely be in your present business or employment and must be upon the persons and things in your present environment. You can't act where you aren't. So if you're in a job you don't like, you don't just sit and mope or only dream of the perfect job. You act in this certain way in your current job.
So it's about using your current situation as a springboard, not a waiting room. Even if it's not your ideal environment or business?
Precisely. He says, hold with faith and purpose the vision of yourself in the better environment, but act upon your present environment with all your heart and with all your strength and with all your mind. Use your current job to get a better one. Your action, performed in this certain way, will cause you to move towards that better business or environment, and it will move towards you.
And he explicitly warns against trying to project your thought in mysterious or occult ways to make things happen or get a new job. He calls it wasted effort that will weaken your power to think with sanity. The action is grounded, tangible. It's about doing today's work well, not worrying about yesterday's or trying to do tomorrow's work now.
This certain way of acting. It sounds like it's less about what specific actions you take and more about the quality and intention behind them. Like being fully present, purposeful, and having faith in the outcome. This actually reminds me of how people approach mastering a creative skill. You need the vision, sure, but then you need the dedicated practice, the action.
That's a great connection, James. And speaking of mastering creative skills and acting on your vision?
I see where you're going. Perfect timing. Folks, this episode of Penplexity is brought to you by the Mages Institute in Singapore. If you've got a creative vision, especially in fields like game design, game art, or concept art, Mages is all about helping you take that action Wattles is talking about.
Oh, totally. Mages offers industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs. They're committed to providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections. It's exactly what Wattles means by, so arrange your own business affairs that you may be able to receive it when it comes to you. Mages gives you the skills to be ready for those opportunities.
Indeed, if your vision involves a career in creative media, Mages provides the, quote, present environment and tools to act in a certain way to move towards that goal. They help you develop the practical abilities so you're not just thinking about making games, you're actually equipped to make them and give that use value.
Absolutely. They're hoping to reach listeners passionate about these industries, looking for practical, career-oriented education. So if that's you, check them out at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g. Take that first step, that action now.
Definitely visit their website and learn more. It could be the action that changes your environment.
A logical step for those with such aspirations. mages.edu.sg.
All right, and we're back. Let's dive into some questions from our listeners. First up, from Procrastinating Pete. Pete asks, this act now thing is hard. I have the vision, but I keep putting off the action. Any advice from Wattles? Sarah?
Oh, Pete, I feel you. Wattles would say, first, dismiss the past. Don't beat yourself up for past procrastination. Second, don't get overwhelmed by the future. Focus on one thing you can do right now, today, related to your vision, even if it's small. He says, do today's work well. The key is to break the inertia. Make that first action, however imperfect, and do it with your whole mind.
And Wattles emphasizes, do not cast about seeking some new thing to do or some strange, unusual, or remarkable action to perform as a first step. It is probable that your actions will be those you have been performing for some time past, but you are to begin now to perform these actions in a certain way. So Pete, it might not be a brand new action, but a new way of doing your current actions.
Great advice. Next question from stuck_in_rut_Sally. She says, I'm in a job I dislike, but I'm scared to leave. How does acting in my present environment help if my environment is the problem? Ethan, what are your thoughts on that?
Wattles addresses this directly. He says, no man was ever so misplaced, but that he could not find the right place. The strategy is to hold the vision of yourself in the right business, but ACT in your present business. Use your current job as the means to get the better one. Performing your current duties in this certain way with excellence, purpose, and faith in your vision, will initiate movement. Your actions will cause you to move toward the desired business, and the Supreme, as he calls it, will move the right business toward you.
It's about transforming your relationship with your current work, making it a tool for advancement rather than a prison. You're not just waiting. You're actively shaping your path from within your current circumstances.
Makes sense. One more question from Mystic_Mike. He asks, Wattles mentions not trying to project thought in mysterious ways, but isn't the whole formless substance idea a bit mystical? How does that square up?
That's a good question, Mystic Mike. I think the distinction Wattles makes is crucial. The formless substance and impressing your thought upon it is the internal work of creating the vision, faith, and purpose. That sets the creative forces in motion through regular channels. The mysterious projection he warns against is trying to externally manipulate specific people or events with your mind, like trying to telepathically force someone to give you a job, instead of taking practical action.
Precisely. He says, do not try, by occult or mystical means, to act on people or things that are out of your reach. The action he prescribes is tangible, within your current sphere of influence. The formless substance is the underlying principle of creation, while the mysterious projection is a misapplication of mental effort, a distraction from the necessary personal action.
Excellent clarifications. So as we wrap up this chapter, Sarah, could you give us the main takeaways from acting in a certain way?
Absolutely. I think there are 3 massive takeaways. 1. Thought is powerful, but it must be combined with personal action. They are 2 sides of the same coin for getting rich. 2. Act now. Don't get stuck in the past or overly fixated on the future to the detriment of present action. Your power is in the present moment. And 3. Act in your current environment, in your current business or employment, but do so in the certain way, with your whole mind, holding your vision and with faith and purpose. Use your present as the launchpad to your desired future. Oh, and always give more and use value.
Brilliant summary, Sarah. That really distills it down. It's all about that potent cocktail of focused thought and dedicated present action.
Indeed. The chapter effectively argues that your mental blueprint requires diligent, grounded construction work, not just hopeful gazing at the plans.
Well said, Ethan. And that, dear listeners, is our deep dive into Chapter 11. What a chapter! So what book or chapter should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. Hit us up on social media at Penplexity, that's PENPLEXITY, or visit our website, penplexity.com. We'd love to hear your suggestions.
Yes, please do. And don't forget to act now.
Your feedback is appreciated. Until next time, keep thinking and keep acting.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks for tuning into Penplexity. Catch you on the next one. Welcome back to Penplexity, folks. The podcast where we untangle the wonderfully perplexing world of books. I'm your host, James, and today we've got the dynamic duo back with us, the ever-insightful Sarah and the brilliantly brainy Ethan. How are you both doing?
Hey, James. Doing great. Ready to dive in.
Greetings, James. Always a pleasure. The synapses are firing.
Love to hear it. So today we're tackling Chapter 12 of Wallace The Science of Getting Rich, and this one is titled, drumroll please, Efficient Action. Sounds straightforward, but I have a feeling Wattles has a few curveballs for us.
Oh, he definitely does. Efficient action. It sounds so, practical and almost mundane after all the talk about thinking stuff and formless substance. But it's like he's saying, okay, you've got the mindset, now here's how you actually do the thing.
Indeed. Wattles posits that you must, and I quote, do ALL that you can do where you are. This isn't just about being busy. It's about completely fulfilling the potential of your current position. He says no man is larger than his present place who leaves undone any of the work pertaining to that place. That's quite a statement.
It really is. Larger than your present place. I like that. So if you're not giving it your all, you're stuck?
Exactly. And he takes it further, saying the world is only advanced by those who more than fill their present places. Think about that. If everyone just did the bare minimum, or less, we'd be going backward. He even calls those who don't dead weight upon society. A bit harsh, maybe, but it makes you think, right?
It's a stark perspective, but it aligns with evolutionary principles he mentions. In the animal world, evolution is caused by excess of life. When an organism has more life than its current plane can express, it develops organs of a higher plane, leading to new species. So for us, more than filling our place is like that excess of life, pushing us and society forward.
Wow, okay, that's a big concept. From personal efficiency to the evolution of species. So, it's not just about getting rich. It's about contributing to the cosmic forward flow or something?
Pretty much. And it boils down to daily effort. He says every day is either a successful day or a day of failure. And it is the successful days which get you what you want. If every day is a failure, you can't get rich. If every day is a success, you cannot fail to get rich. That's a bold claim.
Cannot fail? That sounds intense. What defines a, quote, failure for the day then? Not hitting a sales target? Burning the toast?
Ha, maybe not the toast, unless you were, supposed to make perfect toast as a crucial step in your vision. He says if there is something that may be done today, and you do not do it, you have failed insofar as that thing is concerned. Even small things, James. He warns that the consequences may be more disastrous than you imagine.
This ties into his concept of a supreme intelligence. You cannot foresee the results of even the most trivial act. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity. So that undone task isn't just an isolated incident. It could be a crucial domino in a much larger, unseen sequence being orchestrated for your benefit.
Okay, that's a lot of pressure for my to-do list. Do every day, ALL that can be done that day. Phew, I'm already feeling tired.
But wait, there's a crucial caveat. He immediately follows up with, you are not to overwork, nor to rush blindly into your business in the effort to do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. So it's not about burnout.
Precisely. Wattles emphasizes, it is really not the number of things you do, but the efficiency of each separate action that counts. This is the core of the chapter. Every act is either effective or inefficient, and an inefficient act is a failure in itself.
Efficiency. Okay. So doing fewer things, but doing them perfectly? Or, well, efficiently?
Yes, the cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. It's about the quality and focused power of each action. He says if every act of your life is an efficient one, your whole life must be a success. It becomes almost mathematical.
He does state, the getting of riches is reduced to an exact science, like mathematics. The question then becomes, can you make each act a success? And Wattles' answer is an unequivocal yes, because all power is working with you, and all power cannot fail. You just need to put that power into each act.
All power. That's the thinking stuff again, right? So how do we put power into, say, sending an email or making a sales call? It sounds a bit woo-woo if you don't get the context.
It's about holding your vision while you are doing it and putting the whole power of your faith and purpose into it. This is where he says people fail. They separate their mental power from their personal action. They visualize, they dream, but then they act mechanically, without that same focused intent.
The implication is that if all power, this inherent creative force, infuses every act, no matter how commonplace, then each act becomes a success. And he highlights that successful action is cumulative in its results. Success breeds success. As you move towards larger life, more things attach themselves to you. It's a momentum principle.
Okay, holding the vision. But if I'm, deep in a spreadsheet, am I supposed to be constantly picturing my dream yacht? Won't I mess up the formulas?
Good question. He clarifies that. It's not about seeing every tiny detail constantly. He says it should be the work of your leisure hours to use your imagination on the details of your vision and to contemplate them until they are firmly fixed upon memory. So you do that deep visualization in your spare time. Then, during your working hours, you just need to mentally refer to the picture to stimulate your faith and purpose.
This continuous contemplation, he argues, fills your consciousness so thoroughly that the mere thought of your vision will call forth the strongest energies of your whole being. It's about creating an internal state where efficient, purposeful action becomes almost automatic because you're so enthused and aligned with your goal.
That makes more sense. The prep work in leisure time fuels the action. It's like charging your battery. You know, speaking of applying focused effort and building skills efficiently, especially in, say, creative fields, this is actually a fantastic moment to talk about our sponsor.
Oh, perfect timing.
Absolutely. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in super cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections. It's really about preparing you for a successful career efficiently.
That sounds amazing. If you're passionate about those industries and want a practical, career-oriented education, Mages seems like the place. Getting that solid foundation is definitely an, quote, efficient action towards your career goals.
Indeed, learning the right skills from experts efficiently is key to more than filling your place in such competitive fields. It's about applying power to your learning. So listeners, if this sparks your interest, do visit their website, mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.s-g.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Check them out, folks. mages.edu.sg. And now, back to Wattles and making every action count. All right, before we wrap up this chapter, it's time for some questions from our listeners. First up, from Alex in Ohio. I feel overwhelmed by the idea of doing ALL that can be done each day, even efficiently. How do I know what to do efficiently first? There's just so much. Sarah, what do you think?
That's a super relatable question, Alex. I think Wattles would say, first, you have your clear vision, right? Then, for the day, focus on the tasks that directly contribute to that. And it's about each separate action. Don't try to do everything at once. Pick one thing, apply your full faith and purpose to make that single act efficient. Then move to the next. It's about one successful act at a time, not necessarily clearing an overwhelming list in one go.
Good advice. One efficient brick at a time builds the house. Okay, next question is from Priya in London. What if an efficient act, done with faith and purpose, still doesn't produce the immediate result I want or expect? Ethan, any thoughts on that one?
An excellent and pertinent question, Priya. Wattles emphasizes that we cannot always see the full workings of the, quote, supreme intelligence, or how our actions fit into the larger scheme. An act can be efficient in its execution, done with full power, focus, and without wasted effort, even if the immediate visible outcome isn't what was anticipated. The success of the act itself contributes to the cumulative effect. The result might be an unseen connection made, a lesson learned that enables future success, or a shift in circumstances that isn't immediately apparent. The key is the efficiency and intent of the action, not just the short-term, observable reaction.
So trust the process, even if the dots don't connect right away. I like that. Final question. This one's from Benji in Toronto. This all power working with me sounds a bit vague. How can I actually feel it or know it's there when I'm trying to act efficiently? Sarah, maybe you can take this one. Then Ethan, feel free to add.
Sure, Benji. I think feeling it comes from practice. When you truly hold your vision and you act with genuine faith and purpose, not just going through the motions, there's a certain alignment, a sense of flow maybe. You're not fighting against things. You're working with the current. Wattles believes this power is inherent. So the more you align your actions with a clear, positive vision and unwavering faith, the more you'll sense that supportive energy. It's less about a mystical zap and more about a deep conviction and focus that makes your actions potent.
And from a perhaps more, let's say, secular viewpoint, Benji, all power can be interpreted as aligning your efforts with natural laws of cause and effect. Focused, purposeful, efficient action, unclouded by doubt or diluted by half-heartedness, simply is more likely to produce desired outcomes. The feeling might be the psychological state of confidence and clarity that arises from such dedicated application of your abilities. When you act with your whole being, you are, in effect, maximizing your personal power. That in itself feels different, more potent.
Fantastic answers, both of you. Really breaks it down. So as we come to the end of this chapter, Wattles actually gives us a recap, a slightly updated syllabus. Sarah, would you mind giving us the gist of that final summary?
Absolutely. He repeats his core tenets. 1. There's a thinking stuff from which all things are made. 2. A thought in this substance produces the thing imaged by the thought. 3. We can form things in our thought and, by impressing that thought on formless substance, cause the thing we think about to be created. And then the crucial addition from this chapter. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants and do, with faith and purpose, all that can be done each day, doing each separate thing in an efficient manner. That last part is key. The doing efficiently every day.
Brilliant. That really ties it all together. So the key takeaways are, do what you can, where you are, but do it efficiently. Every single action counts. And ensure those actions are powered by your vision, faith, and purpose. Don't just think it, do it, and do it well.
Precisely. It's the bridge from the mental realm to tangible results through focused, potent action.
Love it. Well, that's all the time we have for today's dive into efficient action. What a chapter. So folks, what perplexing topic should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep those actions efficient and those thoughts expansive. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Ethan.
Anytime, James. This was fun.
A pleasure, as always.
Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we perplex ourselves over pages, in a good way, of course. I'm your host, James, and today we're diving headfirst into Chapter 13 of Wattles' Science of Getting Rich. The chapter title itself is, well, quite the promise, getting into the right business. Sounds simple, doesn't it? But is it really? With me, as always, are my brilliant co-perplexers. We have the ever-insightful Sarah.
Hey, James. Excited to be here. This chapter, it's a good one. It really makes you think about what you're doing and why you're doing it.
Absolutely. And balancing out Sarah's, let's say, passionate expertise, we have the cool, collected, and occasionally combustible Ethan.
Combustible? James. I prefer thoughtfully reactive. Good to be here. The right business. Yes, Wattles certainly doesn't shy away from bold claims, does he?
He really doesn't. So Sarah, kick us off. Getting into the right business. What's Wattles trying to tell us here? Is it just about, finding something you're good at?
Well, yes and no, James. He starts by saying that success depends on having well-developed faculties for a particular business. Like, you probably won't be a great music teacher if you don't have musical talent, right? Or a master carpenter without mechanical skills. That makes sense.
A fairly logical starting point, competence is generally a prerequisite for success. But Wattles quickly pivots, doesn't he? He says possessing those faculties. It doesn't ensure you get rich.
Exactly. He calls these faculties tools. And it's not just about having good tools, but using them in the right way. He gives this example of one person building beautiful furniture with tools, and another making a botch with the exact same tools because they don't know how to use them successfully.
So it's not just about talent. It's about the application of talent. I feel like I've seen that. People who are, super gifted but just can't seem to make it work.
Precisely. The how is as critical, if not more so, than the what in terms of inherent ability. Wattles suggests that these mental faculties are the tools for the work that makes you rich. And, he says, it's easier if you get into a business you're already equipped for.
Easier is the key word there. Because then he says something that I think is just so powerful. He argues that no man should regard his vocation as being, quote, irrevocably fixed by the tendencies he was born with. You can get rich in any business.
Any business? Whoa, hold on. So if I have zero talent for, say, brain surgery, Wattles is saying I can still become a rich brain surgeon?
He posits that if you lack the right talent, you can develop that talent. It just means you'll have to make your tools as you go along. It's a bold assertion. The neuroplasticity research would support the idea of talent development, but the ramp-up time and effort for certain specialized skills, it's considerable.
But that's the beauty of it. He's not saying it's a walk in the park. He says it'll be easier if you already have the talents. But you can succeed in any vocation because you can develop any rudimentary talent. And he believes we all have at least the rudiment of any talent.
Okay, I'm starting to see the distinction. So, path of least resistance versus path of greatest desire?
Exactly. He says, you will get rich most easily in point of effort if you do that for which you are best fitted, but you will get rich most satisfactorily if you do that which you want to do. And that just resonates, doesn't it? Doing what you want to do is life.
The concept of intrinsic motivation is well documented. When desire aligns with activity, engagement and persistence tend to increase. Wattles then makes a very interesting leap. Desire is a manifestation of power. He claims the desire to do something is proof that you have the power within you to do it, seeking expression.
Desire is a manifestation of power. I like the sound of that. So if I deeply desire to, build an amazing video game, that desire itself means I have the latent ability to do it?
According to Wattles, yes. The desire to play music is the power which can play music, seeking expression and development. He argues that where there's no power, developed or undeveloped, there's no desire. So a strong desire is, quote, certain proof the power is strong and just needs development and application in the right way.
It's an optimistic viewpoint. One could argue that desire can also stem from external influences, societal pressures, or even misunderstanding the nature of the desired activity. However, the empowering aspect of a statement is undeniable. It encourages agency.
So he advises that, all things being equal, pick the business you have the best developed talent for. But if you have a strong desire for a particular line of work, you should select that work as your ultimate aim. You can do what you want to do. It's your right and privilege.
This is incredibly liberating, actually. But what if you're stuck in a job you hate? What if past mistakes, as he puts it, have placed you in an undesirable business or environment?
He addresses that directly. He says you might be obliged for some time to do what you don't like, but you can make the doing of it pleasant by knowing it's making it possible for you to come to the doing of what you want to do. It's a stepping stone.
A strategic reframe. Finding purpose even in less than ideal circumstances by viewing it as instrumental to a larger goal. This aligns with concepts of resilience and long-term vision.
Right. And he warns against acting too hastily to change. The best way, generally, to change business or environment is by growth. That's interesting. Not by, rage quitting.
Exactly. He does say don't be afraid to make a sudden, radical change if the opportunity is right and you've carefully considered it, but never act when in doubt. There is never any hurry on the creative plane, and there is no lack of opportunity. That's a big one.
This creative plane versus competitive plane distinction is crucial in Wattles' philosophy. On the creative plane, resources are abundant, and there's enough for all. Haste, he suggests, drops you back to the competitive mindset where you fear someone else will beat you to it.
This idea of developing talents, finding your path, maybe even making a radical change if the opportunity is right. It actually ties in perfectly with our sponsor for this episode. We're thrilled to have Mages Institute in Singapore, supporting Penplexity.
Oh, that's a fantastic fit. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in really exciting areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more.
Indeed, if you have that desire, that power-seeking expression, as Wattles would say, in fields like game development or art, Mages provides a structured way to develop those faculties. They're committed to hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections.
Absolutely. They're all about preparing students for successful careers, whether you're looking to break into these industries or advance your existing skills. If you're passionate about creative media, you should definitely check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.e-du.s-g.
Definitely visit mages.edu.sg, listeners. It could be just the place to start making those tools Wattles talks about, or sharpening the ones you have, especially if your desire lies in those creative tech fields.
A practical step towards aligning desire with developed skill. A worthy exploration for anyone feeling that pull.
Couldn't agree more. So back to Wattles, this no hurry on the creative plane thing. When you're in doubt, he says to wait. fall back on the contemplation of your vision and increase your faith and purpose. And, crucially, cultivate gratitude.
Yes, gratitude is huge for Wattles. He says a day or two spent contemplating your vision and in earnest thanksgiving that you're getting, it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme, or the All-Mind as he also calls it, that you'll make no mistake when you do act.
This all-mind concept is fascinating. He suggests it knows all there is to know, and you can connect with it through faith, purpose, and deep gratitude. From a psychological perspective, gratitude can reduce stress, increase mental clarity, and shift focus from scarcity to abundance, which could certainly lead to better decision-making.
And he links mistakes to acting hastily, or in fear, or doubt, or forgetting the right motive, which he defines as more life to all and less to none. It's all interconnected.
So the path is about steady progress, faith, purpose, gratitude, and doing everything perfectly, but without haste, worry, or fear. Go as fast as you can, but never hurry. That's a subtle but important distinction.
It is. Hurry, in his context, seems to imply a frantic, fear-based energy. He says, in the moment you begin to hurry, you cease to be a creator and become a competitor. You drop back upon the old plane again.
And if you find yourself hurrying, call a halt. Fix your attention on the mental image of the thing you want and begin to give thanks that you are getting it. The exercise of gratitude will never fail to strengthen your faith and renew your purpose. It's like a reset button.
Wow, so much to unpack there. It's less about the specific right business and more about the right approach to any business, driven by desire and a creative mindset. Okay, it's that time. We've got some questions from our listeners. First one is from Alex in Ohio. Alex asks, what if I feel like I don't really know what I want to do? I have vague interests but no strong, burning desire for one specific thing, like Wattles describes. Sarah, what do you think?
That's a great question, Alex. I think Wattles would suggest starting with gratitude for what you do have and what you do know, and then perhaps explore those vague interests. He says desire is power-seeking expression. Maybe by dabbling, by trying things, you allow that power to surface more clearly. It's about growth, and sometimes growth involves exploration to find that desire.
And I'd add, the desire Wattles speaks of might not always manifest as a singular, laser-focused passion initially. It could be a desire for a certain type of feeling in your work, like a desire for creativity, or for helping others, or for problem-solving. Identifying those underlying desired states could point you towards potential fields.
Good points. Okay, next question is from Priya in London. Is it realistic to pursue a passion that doesn't seem to have immediate or obvious financial rewards, especially when Wattles is talking about getting rich? Ethan.
That's the pragmatic challenge, isn't it? Wattles emphasizes that doing what you want to do is life and leads to the greatest satisfaction. His certain way methodology is predicated on the idea that focusing on value creation and maintaining a creative, grateful mindset will attract abundance. So if the passion is genuine, the focus should be on how to apply his principles within that passionate pursuit to eventually generate wealth. It might require a longer-term strategy or finding innovative ways to monetize that passion. He does say you can do what you like as a means to get to what you want.
And remember, there is no lack of opportunity. If the desire is strong and you apply the principles, the way to make it financially rewarding should open up, according to Wattles.
All right, one more. This is from Kenji in Tokyo. How do I balance the time and effort needed to develop new talents for a desired business, as Wattles suggests is possible, with my current job and family responsibilities? Sarah, you first?
Kenji, that's a very real-world concern. Wattles emphasizes doing all that you can do in a perfect manner every day, but without hurry or worry. This implies a consistent, focused effort, rather than, say, overwhelming yourself. It might mean dedicating small, consistent pockets of time to developing those new talents. And, crucially, maintaining that attitude of gratitude and faith, knowing that your current responsibilities can be handled perfectly, while you also grow towards your desire. It's not about neglecting, but integrating.
And Wattles also says, if there are past mistakes whose consequences have placed you in an undesirable business or environment, you may be obliged for some time to do what you do not like to do, but you can make the doing of it pleasant by knowing that it is making it possible for you to come to the doing of what you want to do. So your current job, even if not ideal, can be viewed as the means, the support, while you cultivate those new talents. It requires discipline and a clear vision of the end goal.
Excellent answers. This has been, as always, incredibly thought-provoking. Before we wrap up, Sarah, can you give us a quick summary of the key takeaways from Chapter 13?
Sure. I think the big ones are: 1. While having natural talent for a business is helpful, it's not the only factor for success. How you use your abilities is key. 2. You can succeed in any business because you can develop any talent if the desire is there, and desire itself is a sign of your inherent power. 3. Getting rich most satisfactorily comes from doing what you truly want to do. 4. Don't rush into changes. Grow into them. Act with careful consideration, and always, always cultivate gratitude, especially in doubt. And finally, operate on the creative plane, not the competitive one. There's enough for everyone, so there's no need to hurry or worry.
Fantastic summary, Sarah. Really distills it down. Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode of Penplexity. What a chapter! It really makes you think about your work, your passions, and how you approach them.
Indeed. A powerful blend of mindset and actionable, albeit abstract, principles.
Absolutely. So listeners, what do you think? What topic should Penplexity perplex itself over next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading, keep thinking, and keep growing. Bye for now. Hello, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we perplex ourselves over pages and prose. I'm your host, James, and today, oh boy, we're diving into a classic, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. Specifically, Chapter 14, titled The Impression of Increase. Sounds impressive, doesn't it?
It really does, James. And honestly, this chapter is a cornerstone of the whole book. It's all about how you present yourself and your vibe to the world if you want to attract wealth. It's less about like a get-rich-quick scheme, and more about a get-rich certain way of being.
Indeed. Impression of increase, it's fascinating from a psychosociological standpoint. Wattles posits that this, quote, increase is a fundamental cosmic urge, and tapping into conveying that impression is key. Not just wanting more, but being more, and showing it.
Okay, cosmic urge. Ethan, you're already taking us to the stars, man. So Sarah, break it down for us mere mortals. What's the big idea with this impression of increase?
Right, so Wattles says, and I quote, "Increase is what all men and all women are seeking. It's this deep, inherent desire for more food, more clothes, better shelter, more luxury, more knowledge, more pleasure, essentially, more life. It's like this fundamental impulse of the universe." And the chapter argues that your current actions in your current job, whatever it is, are your starting point.
So even if I'm, say, flipping burgers, I can start projecting increase?
Exactly. He says you can get into the business you want by making constructive use of the business you are already established in, by doing your daily work in a certain way. And that certain way heavily involves conveying this impression of increase to everyone you interact with, whether it's in person or even by letter. Even if it's just selling a stick of candy to a little kid, you put the thought of increase into it.
It's a bit like the idea of value added. But Wattles takes it further, making it almost a spiritual or energetic transaction. He argues that every living thing is under this, quote, necessity for continuous advancement. If there's no increase, there's dissolution and death. Pretty stark, but it resonates with biological imperatives for growth and adaptation.
Dissolution and death. Lovely. So it's not just about wanting a bigger TV then? He calls the desire for increased wealth aspiration, not evil.
Precisely. He says it's simply the desire for more abundant life. And because this desire is so deep in everyone, people are naturally attracted to those who can give them more of the means of life. You become like a quote, creative center giving off this vibe of increase to everyone.
And the mechanism he proposes for conveying this is interesting. It's not about loud pronouncements. He says, do not boast or brag of your success. True faith is never boastful. It's about holding an unshakable faith that you are in the way of increase and letting that faith permeate every action, every tone, every look. Others will feel the sense of increase in your presence.
No boasting? But Sarah, isn't some self-promotion, necessary in today's world? If you don't toot your own horn, who will?
That's a fair point, James, and I think there's a nuance. Wattles says true faith is never boastful, and, quote, wherever you find a boastful person, you find one who is secretly doubtful and afraid. So it's not about hiding your successes, but the energy behind it. It's a quiet confidence, a deep conviction that you are an advancing man or advancing woman, and that you advance all who deal with you. People feel that authenticity.
It's the difference between radiating confidence and desperately seeking validation. One attracts, the other can repel. He also emphasizes giving a quote, use value greater than the cash value you take. This builds trust and, according to Wattles, ensures you'll have no lack of customers because people will go where they are given increase. The supreme, he says, will even move people towards you.
Okay, use value greater than cash value. That makes sense. You over-deliver, people come back. It's almost like an educational institution giving you skills that far outweigh the course fees because they set you up for a career, which, conveniently, brings me to our wonderful sponsor.
Oh, smooth, James. Very smooth.
This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. They're a leading institution for creative media education, offering amazing diploma and professional certificate programs. Think game design, game art, concept art, all the cool stuff. They're all about providing hands-on training and strong industry connections.
That absolutely ties into increase, doesn't it? Mages is literally about helping people increase their skills, their knowledge, their career prospects. They're giving immense use value to their students.
Precisely. They're equipping individuals to become advancing personalities in highly sought-after creative fields. If you're passionate about these industries and looking for a practical, career-oriented education, this sounds like a direct path to increasing your own means of life. Their website is mages.edu.sg, mages.edu.sg.
Yeah, definitely check them out, listeners. If you want to increase your creative mojo and career opportunities, Mages Institute sounds like the place to be. mages.edu.sg.
Thanks, guys. And thank you, Mages Institute. Now, back to Wattles. He gives a pretty stern warning in this chapter too, doesn't he? About motives.
Oh, huge one. He says, beware of the insidious temptation to seek for power over other men. This is critical. He calls the desire to rule for selfish gratification the curse of the world. He even brings up kings drenching the earth with blood for dominion, and how the business world today often operates on the same motive, a mad scramble for power.
And this is where he distinguishes between the competitive mind and the creative one. The mind seeking mastery over others, to dominate, is the competitive mind, and he states, quite unequivocally, the competitive mind is not the creative one. If you fall into that struggle for power, for the high places, your getting rich becomes a matter of chance and speculation, not the certain way.
So, ambition is bad then? If I want to be CEO, am I on the wrong track, according to Wattles?
Not necessarily bad ambition, James. It's the kind of ambition. He quotes Jesus from Matthew chapter 23, talking about the Pharisees who loved to be called master and dominate others. He contrasts that with a brotherly seeking for the common good. It's about whether your ambition is to lift everyone, including yourself, or to climb by stepping on others.
The competitive mind sees a finite pie, and they want the biggest slice, even if it means others get crumbs. The creative mind, in Wattles' framework, believes the pie can expand, or that you can bake your own, bigger pie that benefits everyone involved. It's an abundance mindset versus a scarcity mindset, essentially.
Exactly. And he wraps up this idea beautifully with a quote from Golden Rule Jones of Toledo. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. That, Wattles says, is the principle of creative action. It's profound.
Wow. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. That's a lot to chew on. It shifts the whole focus from just me to we. Okay, mind slightly blown. Let's take a few questions from our listeners, shall we? First one up, how can I give the impression of increase if I'm in a really junior role with little direct impact? Sarah, what do you think?
That's a great question. Wattles emphasizes that even the smallest transaction, like selling a candy, can carry the thought of increase. So in a junior role, it's about your attitude, the excellence you bring to your tasks, however small. Are you helpful to colleagues? Do you approach your work with enthusiasm and a desire to contribute positively? That energy, that commitment to doing your part well and with a positive spirit, is an impression of increase. You're increasing the efficiency, the morale, the quality around you.
And I'd add, it's about embodying potential. Even in a junior role, if you carry yourself with that quiet assurance of growth, of learning, of contributing, you project that you are, end quote, advancing personality. People notice that. It's not about the scope of your current tasks, but the quality and intention you bring to them.
Good stuff. Next question. Isn't feeling rich a bit like fake it till you make it? Does that actually work? Ethan, that sounds up your alley.
The fake it till you make it conundrum. There's a subtle difference. Faking it often implies deception, an external charade without internal conviction. What Wattles advocates is cultivating a genuine faith and feeling that you are on the path to abundance, that you are getting rich because you are aligning with these principles of creative action and giving increase. It's more about internal alignment and mental conditioning than putting on a false front. Psychologically, our beliefs and feelings do shape our perceptions and actions, which in turn influence our outcomes. So if the feeling is rooted in genuine conviction and consistent action, it's less faking and more becoming.
And Wattles says, let this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. So it's not just a fleeting thought, it's a deep-seated belief that then naturally expresses itself. It's about embodying the state you wish to achieve.
Right, more about internalizing than just acting. Okay, last question. The chapter mentions Jesus and the Pharisees. Is this a religious text then? Sarah?
That's a common question with Wattles. While he does use examples from religious texts, like the parable of the talents or the teachings of Jesus, the science of getting rich isn't presented as a religious doctrine for one specific faith. He seems to draw on these stories to illustrate what he sees as universal principles of abundance and human nature. He's looking for the underlying truths about how people operate and how the formless intelligence or universe works, and he uses examples that would have been widely recognizable to his audience at the time. So you can take the principles without necessarily subscribing to a specific religious viewpoint.
Makes sense. He's using them as philosophical or moral anchors for his points. All right, great questions. So as we wrap up this fascinating chapter, Sarah, could you give us the key takeaways from the impression of increase?
Sure. I think the biggest ones are, first, focus all your efforts on conveying the impression of increase in every single thing you do, starting with your current situation. Second, cultivate that unshakable faith and feeling that you are an advancing person who is getting rich and making others rich, and let this show quietly, not boastfully. Third, always aim to give more in use value than you take in cash value. And finally, a really big one. Beware of the competitive mindset that seeks power over others. Instead, embrace the creative mindset, summed up by, what I want for myself, I want for everybody.
Well summarized, it's a call to be a fountain, not a drain, in all your interactions.
A fountain, not a drain. I like that, Ethan. Powerful stuff. Well, that's all the time we have for today on Penplexity. What a chapter. It really makes you think about how you show up in the world. So listeners, what book or chapter should Penplexity perplex itself over next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep reading, keep thinking, and keep giving that impression of increase.
Bye, everyone.
Farewell.
All right, settle in, folks, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we perplex ourselves over pages and ponder profound pronouncements. I'm your host, James, and today we're diving into a classic, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. Specifically, Chapter 15, The Advancing Man. Sounds upwardly mobile, doesn't it?
It totally does, James. And honestly, this chapter is such a powerhouse. It's all about how this getting rich philosophy isn't just for, like, entrepreneurs, but for everyone. Doctors, teachers, even us regular wage earners.
The advancing man. An intriguing concept. Wattles posits that this principle of advancement, of providing increase of life, is universally applicable. A rather bold claim for something he deems an, quote, exact science.
Exact science, Ethan? We'll get to that. But Sarah, kick us off. What's the core vibe of the advancing man?
Okay, so Wattles says, no matter your job, physician, teacher, clergyman, if you can genuinely give increase of life to others and make them feel it, people will flock to you and you'll get rich. It's about holding this, like, super clear mental image of yourself as successful and then working towards it with faith and purpose. It's really empowering.
Increase of life. What does that actually mean in practice? Like, if I'm a barista, am I giving increase of life with a really good latte?
Absolutely. It's about making people feel better, more alive, more capable, more inspired. That physician he talks about, he's not just prescribing pills. He's holding a vision of himself as a quote, and successful healer. He believes it, he radiates it, and so patients are drawn to him. Wattles says he'll, quote, cure every curable case he undertakes.
Cure every curable case. That's quite a statement. While the power of belief and a positive physician-patient relationship are well documented, think placebo effect, which is genuinely powerful. Attributing every cure solely to this mental image and source of life connection is optimistic. The mechanism Wattles proposes is metaphysical, not strictly medical in the conventional sense.
But Ethan, he says it doesn't matter which school of medicine. The principle of healing is common to all. It's about the advancing man in medicine, the one who has that clear mental image, faith, purpose, and gratitude. It's a holistic approach.
Okay, so physicians. What about the clergy? That's a different ballgame, isn't it?
Well, Wattles says the world is crying out for a clergyman who can teach the true science of abundant life. Not just talk about it, but actually demonstrate it. He wants preachers who are themselves rich, healthy, great, and beloved to show others how. Imagine that. No more struggling preachers, but ones who are living examples of abundance.
An interesting model. A preacher who embodies material success as a testament to spiritual principles. It certainly creates a powerful image. One could argue it incentivizes a particular brand of performative success, or, more charitably, that it aligns lived experience with teachings. The demonstration aspect is key. People are drawn to tangible results.
And teachers, too, right? I remember my history teacher, Mr. Henderson. He definitely had some of that advancing life mojo. Made me actually care about, old dead guys.
Exactly. Wattles says a teacher who can inspire children with the faith and purpose of the advancing life will never be out of a job. And if that teacher truly has it, they can't help but give it to their pupils. It's infectious.
Okay, this all sounds great for professionals who have a direct, visible impact. But what about the everyday wage earner, the person in a cubicle or on an assembly line? Wattles doesn't forget them, does he?
Not at all. This is where it gets really, really practical for so many of us. He says, don't feel stuck because you're in a low-wage job with no obvious advancement. You gotta form that clear mental vision of what you want, and then, this is crucial, begin to act with faith and purpose.
He emphasizes doing all the work you can do every day and do each piece of work in a perfectly successful manner, putting the power of success and the purpose to get rich into everything that you do. So it's not just about the vision, but the meticulous, purpose-driven action.
But here's the bit that made me go, He says, don't do this to curry favor with your employer, hoping they'll notice and promote you. He even says it's not likely that they will do so. That sounds a bit cynical, or is it realistic?
It's super insightful, I think. He says a good workman who just fills his place well is valuable where he is. It's not in the employer's best interest to promote him necessarily. To advance, you need to be too big for your place.
This too big for your place concept is fascinating. It's not about being arrogant, but about cultivating an internal state and capability that transcends your current role. He says the man who advances is the one who has a clear concept of what he wants to be, who knows that he can become what he wants to be, and who is determined to be what he wants to be. The emphasis on BE is quite strong.
So you're not just like doing extra work to impress the boss, you're doing it to transform yourself?
Yes, you do it with the idea of advancing yourself. You hold that faith and purpose of increase all the time, during work, after work, before work. So much so that everyone you meet, your foreman, colleagues, even social acquaintances, feels that power of purpose radiating from you. They get a sense of advancement from you. And then opportunities will just appear.
Wattles claims there is a power which never fails to present opportunity to the advancing man who is moving in obedience to law. And even more boldly, God cannot help helping you if you act in a certain way. He must do so in order to help himself. This is where his exact science meets a sort of divine mechanics. It's a deterministic view of success, contingent on specific mental and physical actions.
Whoa, God cannot help helping you. That's a strong statement. It almost sounds like you're compelling the universe. But what if your circumstances are genuinely terrible? Like that steel trust example he gives. Sounds pretty bleak.
He tackles that head on. He says there is nothing in your circumstances or in the industrial situation that can keep you down. If you can't get rich at the steel trust, you can get rich on a 10-acre farm. If you start moving in that certain way, you'll escape the clutches of the steel trust. He basically says the trusts only keep people down if those people are, quote, too ignorant to know of the science of getting rich, or too intellectually slothful to practice it.
That's a provocative assertion. It places the locus of control, and perhaps responsibility, entirely on the individual. While empowering for some, it could also be seen as downplaying systemic barriers or socioeconomic realities. However, his argument is that if enough employees adopted this certain way, the trusts themselves would have to change or collapse.
So it's like a revolution of individual advancement? This is deep stuff, folks. You know, speaking of advancing and developing skills, this chapter actually reminds me a bit of our sponsor. This seems like a good moment to talk about them. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Now, Mages is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in super cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. Much like Wattles talks about the advancing man, developing and using their inherent power, Mages is all about equipping students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections to help them advance in these exciting creative fields.
Oh, that's a great connection, James. It really is. If you're looking to become too big for your place in the creative industries, Mages sounds like an amazing resource. They're all about practical, career-oriented education. Definitely check them out if you're passionate about those fields.
Indeed. Cultivating specialized skills and a clear vision for one's career, as Mages aims to facilitate, aligns quite well with Wattles' principles of focused action and purpose. If you're looking to advance your skills in game design or art, their website is mages.edu.sg, worth investigating if that's your desired path of increase.
That's mages.edu.sg. Give them a look. All right, we're back, and my head is still spinning with this advancing man stuff. It's time for some questions from our listeners. First up, what if my employer actively discourages ambition or seeing people as too big for their place? Sarah, what do you think Wattles would say?
Oh, that's a tough one, but Wattles is pretty clear. He says if there's no possibility for advancement in your present job, you will very soon see an opportunity to take another job. Remember, the Supreme, working in all and working for you, will bring them before you. So the focus isn't on changing an unchangeable boss, but on becoming so attractive, in that advancing sense, that new, better doors open. You take the new opportunity when it's presented, even if it's just a small step up, because it's the first step toward a greater opportunity.
Makes sense. Next question. Wattles says getting rich is an exact science. Ethan, as a scientist, how do you interpret that claim, especially with all the mental and faith components? Over to you, Dr. Whitty.
Ha! Well, exact science in the way Wattles uses it isn't quite how we define, say, physics. Physics has falsifiable hypotheses and replicable experiments with quantifiable data. Wattles' science is more of a philosophical system with a prescribed methodology. The exactness he refers to is the unwavering consistency of the outcome if the prescribed thoughts and actions are perfectly adhered to. It's a deterministic model based on acting in a certain way. The mental and faith components are the primary variables in his equation, which, from a conventional scientific view, are difficult to standardize and measure objectively across individuals. So it's exact within its own framework, assuming its premises are true.
Interesting distinction. Okay, one more. Is it selfish to focus so much on my own advancement and getting rich, as opposed to just doing good work where I am? Sarah, what's the Wattles take?
That's a really common concern, I think. But Wattles frames it differently. The whole basis of getting rich, for him, is, quote, giving increase of life to others. You advance by adding value, by making things better, by being a source of growth and inspiration. So your advancement isn't at the expense of others. It's because you are benefiting others. The richer you become, in his model, the more increase of life you have presumably provided. It's about expanding the pie, not just taking a bigger slice of a fixed one. He says, it is inherent in the constitution of the cosmos that all things shall be for him and work together for his good, for the man living the advancing life. So your success contributes to the overall good.
Right, that increase of life is key. Okay, as we wrap up this chapter, who wants to give us the big, overarching takeaway from The Advancing Man?
I'd say the core takeaway is the imperative of continuous personal evolution and purpose-driven action. Regardless of your current station, Wattles argues that by cultivating a clear vision, unwavering faith, and a commitment to doing every act in a successful manner, you align yourself with a universal principle of increase. This alignment, he claims, inevitably leads to advancement and consequently riches. It's a call to become too big for your place, not through arrogance, but through genuine growth and the projection of that purposeful energy.
Yeah, and I'd add that it's for everyone. This isn't some secret code for a select few. Wage earners, teachers, doctors, anyone can tap into this by forming that clear vision, acting with faith and purpose, and always aiming to give more in use value than they receive in cash value, thereby providing that increase of life. It's about taking responsibility for your own growth and trusting that opportunities will come when you are truly ready for them.
Brilliant summaries, both of you. The Advancing Man. Definitely a chapter that makes you think, and hopefully, advance. So listeners, what book or chapter should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep pondering. Welcome back to Penplexity. I'm your host, James, and boy oh boy do we have a chapter to chew on today. We're diving back into Wallace Wattles' Science of Getting Rich, specifically Chapter 16, titled Some Cautions and Concluding Observations. This is kinda like the final pep talk, the last crucial instructions before Wattles sends us off into the world to, well, get rich.
Hey, James. Hey, Ethan. Yeah, pep talk is a good word for it. Wattles really wants to make sure these ideas stick. He kicks off by immediately tackling any lingering skepticism, you know? The whole, oh, but the system's broken, or there's just not enough wealth to go around idea.
He certainly does, Sarah. And with, shall we say, characteristic bluntness. It is true that existing governments keep the masses in poverty, but this is because the masses do not think and act in the certain way. I mean, that's quite the statement. Essentially saying, it's not just the system, folks, it's also you.
Well, yes, but he frames it as empowerment, doesn't he? He's saying if the masses do adopt this certain way of thinking and acting, then neither governments nor industrial systems can check them. All systems must be modified to accommodate the forward movement. So it's less about blame and more about potential agency.
So this certain way, it's the bedrock of his whole philosophy. He mentions the advancing mind, having faith that they can become rich, and moving forward with a, quote, fixed purpose. It really does sound like it all starts in your head, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and a massive part of that mental discipline is staying on what he calls the, quote, creative plane. He's very clear. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited, or into acting on the moral level of competition. That's a big one.
Right, the creative versus competitive plane. He says the more men who get rich on the competitive plane, the worse for others. The more who get rich on the creative plane, the better for others. Sarah, can you unpack that a bit for us? It sounds pivotal.
Totally pivotal. Okay, so imagine the competitive plane is like a pie that's already baked, and it's only so big. If I want a bigger slice, you get a smaller one. It's a win-lose. But the creative plane, that's like you're tapping into this, infinite bakery. You're not just taking a slice, you're baking a whole new pie. So your success doesn't diminish anyone else's. It actually adds to the overall abundance. It's win-win.
The infinite bakery, as you put it, Sarah. That's where Wattles leans heavily into the power of thought creating reality. From a purely materialist view, one might argue some resources are finite. But he's positing that thought, aligned with this original substance, can manifest new forms of value, effectively expanding what's available. When you're in the competitive mind, he says, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole.
Fascinating. And then he gives some pretty stark advice about focus, saying do not spend any time in planning as to how you will meet possible emergencies in the future. You are concerned with doing today's work in a perfectly successful manner. That must send shivers down the spines of all the project managers listening.
It's certainly a departure from conventional wisdom on risk mitigation, James. He advocates for a kind of radical focus on the present. No matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in a certain way, it will disappear as you approach it. It's a profound trust in the process he's outlining.
It really is about that deep faith. If you're truly operating from that creative mindset, and you're giving your all to today's tasks, successfully, then the solutions for tomorrow's challenges will naturally arise when they become today's challenges. Fretting about the future is a form of doubt, and doubt, for Wattles, pulls you right off that creative plane and back into limitation.
Yeah, every difficulty carries with it the wherewithal for its overcoming. That's a powerful way to look at problems.
And speaking of how you look at things, guard your speech. This is so critical in his view. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way.
And then never admit the possibility of failure. Whoa, that's bold. What if things objectively look like they're going south?
He'd say, times may be hard and business doubtful for those who are on the competitive plane, but they can never be so for you. You can create what you want, and you are above fear. It's about consciously choosing your internal state and your spoken reality. If you constantly talk about failure, you're basically affirming it, inviting it in.
It's an extreme application of affirmations, almost to the point where an outside observer might call it reality distortion. But within his framework, if thought is creative, then negative speech is counterproductive to wealth creation. He's essentially saying, program yourself for success, not failure.
Exactly. And he even points out, when others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. This isn't about taking advantage in a predatory way. It's about being in such a creative, solution-oriented mindset that you see possibilities where others only see problems.
Okay, and this concept of seeming failure, that really got me. If you hold to your faith, you will find that the failure is only apparent. You will receive something so much better. He tells that story about the student who missed out on a business deal.
Oh, that story is classic Wattles. The student was all set for this deal, it seemed perfect, and then, boom, it just fell apart for no clear reason. But instead of moping, he thanked God, kept his faith, kept moving forward, and then, a little while later, an even better opportunity came along. Wattles explains it as, quote, a mind which knew more than he knew had prevented him from losing the greater good by entangling himself with the lesser.
It's a very comforting and empowering narrative, assuming one buys into the premise of a benevolent guiding intelligence. The real test, of course, is maintaining that unwavering faith and gratitude when you're in the seeming failure and the something better is nowhere in sight. That requires, well, a monumental leap of faith.
And he doubles down, saying, when you make a failure, it is because you have not asked for enough. Keep on, and a larger thing than you were seeking will certainly come to you. So these apparent failures aren't roadblocks. They're just cosmic reroutes, to something bigger and better.
You know, this whole idea of developing your talents, creating something really new and valuable, and dedicating yourself to mastering a path, it actually makes me think about our fantastic sponsor. Folks, Penplexity is so proud to be brought to you by Magis Institute in Singapore. Magis Institute is a truly leading light in creative media education. They offer these incredible diploma and professional certificate programs in super exciting fields like game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more. You know, Wattles talks about how if you follow his certain way, you'll develop all the talent you need, that the ability will be furnished to you. Well, Magis is a place that quite literally helps furnish that ability, but with very practical, hands-on training.
Oh, that's a brilliant connection, James. Honestly, if you're passionate about breaking into these creative industries, or if you're already in them and want to seriously level up your skills, Magis sounds like the place to be. They're all about that hands-on experience, learning from expert instructors, and building those crucial industry connections. It sounds like they're operating on Wattles' quote, creative plane of education for sure.
Indeed. And if one is looking to cultivate the very talents Wattles suggests will be quote, furnished, particularly in such dynamic and specialized fields, a structured and industry-focused environment like Magis could provide a very concrete, certain way to mastery. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Definitely worth investigating if that's your path.
That's mages.edu.sg. A huge thank you to Magis Institute for supporting Penplexity and helping us bring these conversations to you. All right, back to the man, Wallace Wattles. He says, "You will not fail because you lack the necessary talent. If you go on, as I have directed, you will develop all the talent that is necessary." He even brings up Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, the same source of ability, which enabled the untaught Lincoln to do the greatest work in government ever accomplished by a single man, is open to you. It's all about tapping into that universal intelligence, that source of all talent and ability. It's not about what you have, but what you can access.
A remarkably democratic perspective on talent, isn't it? Not some fixed, rare commodity, but rather a potential that unfolds through adherence to these principles. Though he does tantalizingly add, it is not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent. A little footnote for a sequel, perhaps?
Ha! You might be right, Ethan. And then he lays down some pretty strict guidelines for how to internalize all this. Study this book. Make it your constant companion. Give up most recreations and pleasure. Stay away from places where ideas conflicting with these are advanced. Do not read pessimistic or conflicting literature. That's asking a lot.
It is a big ask, but he frames it as a temporary measure, while you are getting firmly established in this faith. It's like building a greenhouse for a delicate seedling. You protect it from harsh winds and competing weeds until it's strong enough to thrive on its own. He says to spend your leisure time contemplating your vision, cultivating gratitude, and rereading the book. It's about total immersion to really reprogram your thinking.
An information diet, if you will. If the goal is to deeply embed a new belief system, then constant exposure to contradictory stimuli would indeed be counterproductive. He's advocating for a period of intense, singular focus to build that unshakable faith.
All right, team, it's that time. Let's dive into a few questions from our amazing Penplexity listeners. First up, if I'm supposed to ignore potential future problems, how can I possibly run a business responsibly? Isn't some degree of planning absolutely essential? Ethan, what are your thoughts on that tightrope walk?
A very pertinent question. Wattles does offer a slight caveat, except as the necessary policies may affect your actions today. So, it's not a complete abandonment of foresight. I interpret his counsel as a warning against becoming paralyzed by anxieties about hypothetical future catastrophes that may never occur. The focus should be on executing today's tasks perfectly, which, in itself, is a form of proactive planning. It's about diligent present action, rather than speculative future worry.
And if you're consistently doing today's work in that perfectly successful manner, in alignment with the certain way, you're inherently building a resilient and adaptable foundation. This makes you better equipped to handle whatever arises, when it arises, rather than trying to predict every phantom menace.
Well said, both of you. Okay, next question for the panel. This creative plane concept sounds fantastic in theory, but what if my job is, by its very nature, competitive? For example, I'm in sales, and I have quotas to meet, which often means outperforming colleagues. Sarah, how does one reconcile that?
That's a really common concern. Wattles would argue that even in a seemingly competitive environment, you can choose to operate from a creative mindset. Instead of focusing solely on beating others or grabbing a slice of a limited sales pie, you focus on genuinely creating value for your customers. How can you uniquely solve their problems? How can you expand the overall market through innovative approaches or by building deeper, more authentic relationships? It's about shifting your internal motivation from, I need to take from others to win, to, I will create more value, and thus attract success. You make the pie bigger for everyone, yourself included.
That's a helpful reframing. All right, last question for today. The advice to give up most recreations and avoid conflicting literature and discussions, it sounds incredibly isolating. Is that a healthy or sustainable long-term approach?
Wattles explicitly states, this intensive regimen is, quote, while you are getting firmly established in this faith. It's posited as a foundational, perhaps temporary phase of deep immersion. One could argue that once this new mindset, this faith, is deeply rooted and becomes second nature, an individual would be less susceptible to being swayed by conflicting ideas and could then re-engage more broadly with the world. But initially, he advocates for creating a kind of protective, mental incubator to nurture this nascent way of thinking. Think of it as an intensive boot camp for the mind, designed for rapid transformation.
A mental boot camp. I like that. What a rich, rich discussion today, folks. So, Sarah, if you had to distill Chapter 16 into just a few core takeaways for our listeners, what would they be?
Okay, here goes. First, cultivate an absolutely unwavering faith in the certain way and in your own power to get rich on the creative plane, the one that enriches everyone, not just yourself. Second, keep your laser focus on today's actions, performing each one perfectly and successfully, and trust that you'll handle future challenges when they arrive. Third, and this is a big one, guard your thoughts and your speech like a hawk. No negativity, no admitting failure is even a possibility, and always, always speak in terms of advancement and growth. And finally, learn to see apparent setbacks not as true failures, but as divine detours guiding you to something even better, as long as you maintain your faith, purpose, and gratitude.
That's a brilliant summary, Sarah. You've really captured the essence. This chapter truly feels like Wattles' final, emphatic instructions, his go forth and prosper speech. And that, dear listeners, is all the time we have for this episode of Penplexity. What a chapter indeed. We'd love to hear from you. What topic, what book, what perplexing idea should Penplexity dive into next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, and our digital home is penplexity.com. A massive, massive thank you to the insightful Sarah and the ever-erudite Ethan for sharing their wisdom today. And of course, a huge thank you to all of you for tuning in and being part of the Penplexity community. Until next time, keep thinking, keep questioning, and keep creating. All right, settle in, folks, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we perplex ourselves over pages and hopefully unperplex you. I'm your host, James, and today, oh boy, we're diving into a classic, a real mind-bender, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. Specifically, we're tackling Chapter 17, which is basically the previously on, and the here's the entire formula in one go chapter, the summary of The Science of Getting Rich. And to help us navigate this rich, rich text, we have our amazing regulars. First up, the woman who can probably manifest a winning lottery ticket just by thinking about it, the wonderfully insightful Sarah.
James, if only it were that simple. But hey, always a pleasure to be here and chat about these fascinating ideas. This chapter is like the ultimate cheat sheet for the whole book, so it's a good one.
It absolutely is. And of course, keeping us grounded, or maybe launching us into even deeper philosophical wormholes, our resident witty scientist, Dr. Ethan.
Indeed, James. Ready to scrutinize the science in The Science of Getting Rich, though spoiler alert, the periodic table might not feature heavily in Wattles' work. Always a pleasure, Sarah, James.
Excellent. So, Chapter 17. Sarah, it kicks off with this pretty monumental idea. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made. Lay it on us. What's this thinking stuff?
Okay, so picture this. Wattles posits that everything, and I mean everything, comes from this one original, formless substance. He calls it thinking stuff. It's like the cosmic clay that permeates everything, fills all the spaces in the universe. And crucially, it's intelligent. It thinks.
The prima materia of the alchemists, perhaps, or the ether of old physics, but with a conscious twist. It's a fascinating philosophical concept, this thinking stuff. From a modern scientific perspective, we talk about quantum fields, fundamental entities from which particles arise. But Wattles imbues his stuff with inherent intelligence, which is a significant addition.
So if this stuff thinks, what happens next? The chapter says, a thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. That sounds powerful. Like, really, really powerful.
Exactly. That's the core of it. We, as humans, can form things in our own thoughts, ideas, images, desires. And by impressing these thoughts onto this formless substance, we can cause the thing we're thinking about to be created. It's about aligning our personal thought power with this universal creative power.
The principle of mind over matter, taken to its ultimate conclusion. Psychologically, we know that focused thought and visualization can significantly impact our actions and perceptions, leading to different outcomes. Think of the placebo effect, or how athletes use visualization. Wattles is essentially scaling that up to a cosmic level.
Okay, so I'm thinking of $1 million. Is it just going up here? There's got to be more to it, right? The chapter mentions moving from a, quote, competitive to the creative mind. What's that about, Sarah?
Yes, that's a huge distinction. The competitive mind, according to Wattles, thinks in terms of scarcity, like there's only one pie and you have to fight for your slice. If you get more, someone else gets less. But the formless intelligence is always creative. It makes more. It doesn't compete. So to work with it, we need to shift to a creative mindset. We're not trying to take from others. We're trying to create what we desire from this formless stuff, which has an unlimited supply.
This resonates with ecological principles, funnily enough. Competitive strategies in ecosystems often lead to instability, whereas cooperative or purely generative strategies can lead to greater overall abundance. Though human society is undeniably riddled with competition, the challenge is to operate creatively within potentially competitive systems.
Create, not compete. I like the sound of that. But then how do we get in harmony with this? Formless intelligence? The book talks about gratitude.
Oh, gratitude is key. Wattles says gratitude unifies the mind of man with the intelligence of substance. It's like the tuning fork. By being genuinely, deeply grateful for the blessings we already have, and for the blessings we are about to receive as if they're already here, we align ourselves with this creative source. It's this continuous feeling of gratitude that keeps us on the creative plane.
So it's not just saying thank you once in a while. It's a state of being?
Exactly. It's a deep and continuous feeling. It's about acknowledging that all good things come from this source, and that by being thankful, we're opening ourselves up to receive more. It keeps our thoughts constructive and prevents doubt and fear from creeping in.
From a neuropsychological standpoint, practicing gratitude has well-documented benefits. It can reduce stress, improve mood, and foster resilience. When you're in a state of gratitude, your brain chemistry literally changes. So while Wattles' formless substance might be metaphysical, the effects of gratitude are quite tangible and could certainly make one more receptive to opportunities and more effective in their actions.
Okay, so we're grateful. We're thinking creatively. What's next? The chapter emphasizes a clear and definite mental image. This sounds like visualization on steroids.
It totally is. You need to form a very, very clear picture of what you want to have, do, or become. And hold that image in your thoughts, all while being deeply grateful that your desires are already granted. He says, the man who wishes to get rich must spend his leisure hours in contemplating his vision. It's about unwavering faith and devout gratitude coupled with this mental image. This, he says, is how you impress your thought onto the formless, setting creative forces in motion.
The clarity of the mental image is interesting. It's akin to setting a precise goal. Vague intentions lead to vague results. A clear image, held consistently, could direct the subconscious mind to filter information and opportunities relevant to that image. The faith component is also critical. Belief in the possibility of achievement is a powerful motivator and can influence behavior in ways that make the outcome more likely. It's a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, perhaps, amplified by this gratitude practice.
It's a lot to keep in your head. Mental image, faith, gratitude, constantly. Speaking of creating things and making visions a reality, this seems like a perfect moment to talk about our sponsor, who helps people do just that in the digital realm. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in super cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. If you've ever had a vision for a game world, a character, or an amazing piece of art, Mages can help you bring that to life.
Oh, that's fantastic. It really ties into what Wattles is saying, doesn't it? Forming a clear mental image. And then Magus gives you the tools and skills to actually create it, to make it tangible, at least in the digital world. If you're passionate about those fields, definitely check them out.
Indeed. The process of learning game design or concept art inherently involves taking abstract ideas, thoughts, visions, and systematically giving them form and function. It's a very direct application of focused creation. Listeners can visit mages.edu.sg to learn more. That's mages.e-g.s-g.
Thanks, guys. So if you're looking for practical, career-oriented education in creative media, Mages Institute is the place. Visit mages.edu.sg. And now, back to getting rich with Wallace Wattles. So, we've got the mental side down, the image, faith, gratitude. But Wattles doesn't say we just sit on the couch, right? There's an action component.
Absolutely. He says, the creative energy works through the established channels of natural growth and of the industrial and social order, meaning it's not magic poof. Your stuff appears. It will come to you through established trade and commerce, and for that you must be active. But not just busy active, you must more than fill your present place.
More than fill your present place? Does that mean, like, do extra work? Or is it something else?
It's about excellence and going the extra mile, but with a specific intention. He says you must do, every day, all that can be done that day, taking care to do each act in a successful manner. And crucially, give to every man a use value in excess of the cash value he receives, so that each transaction makes for more life. It's about creating value, over-delivering.
This concept of providing more use value than cash value is intriguing. In economic terms, it could be interpreted as creating a strong value proposition, fostering customer loyalty, and building a reputation that attracts more business. Making for more life suggests a positive sum interaction, where both parties feel they've gained significantly. This can create a powerful feedback loop of growth and opportunity.
And he also mentions holding the advancing thought so that the impression of increase is communicated to everyone you interact with. It's about embodying growth and progress, not just for yourself, but in a way that inspires and benefits others too.
So it's a whole system. Mindset, gratitude, clear vision, faith, action, over-delivering, and this, advancing thought. And the chapter ends with a pretty bold claim. The men and women who practice the foregoing instructions will certainly get rich. That's quite the guarantee.
He's very confident, isn't he? And he adds that the riches received will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of their vision, the fixity of their purpose, the steadiness of their faith, and the depth of their gratitude. So the more committed and aligned you are with these principles, the greater the results.
The exact proportion part is where it leans more into a deterministic philosophy than, say, probabilistic science. However, the psychological power of these combined factors, clear goals, vision, unwavering commitment, purpose/faith, and positive emotional state, gratitude, is undeniably significant. They align your cognitive and behavioral resources towards achieving an outcome. Whether it guarantees riches in a material sense for everyone is debatable, but it certainly maximizes one's potential for success as defined by those goals.
It's a lot to chew on, for sure, which brings us perfectly to some questions from our listeners. Let's see. First one is from Dreamer_Dave, who asks, how can I really feel gratitude when things are genuinely tough and I don't feel like there's much to be grateful for? Sarah, what do you think?
That's a really, really good question, Dave. It can be tough. Wattles would say to start small. Gratitude isn't just for big wins. It's for the breath in your lungs, the fact that you woke up today, a moment of quiet, a kind word someone said. Even in tough times, there are tiny anchors of good. Focus on those, and let the feeling expand. And remember, part of Wattles' approach is gratitude for things not yet manifested as if they already are. So you can be grateful for the solutions that are on their way, for the strength you're building.
Good advice. Okay, next question is from skeptical_Sue. She asks, isn't this just wishful thinking? What's the science, part of the science of getting rich, Ethan? Or is it more philosophical?
An excellent and perfectly valid question, Sue. As I mentioned, it's not science in the empirical, test tube sense we use today. Wattles wrote this in 1910. It's more of a philosophical system with psychological underpinnings. The science he refers to is more like a systematic method or a set of laws he believed governed success. The principles, like focused intention, positive mindset, consistent action, providing value, do have parallels in modern psychology and even business strategy. So while the metaphysical framework of thinking stuff is, well, metaphysical, the prescribed actions and mental disciplines can have very real, observable effects on one's trajectory.
That makes sense. One more. This is from wavering_Will. What if my mental image keeps changing? I have so many ideas, I find it hard to stick to one definite vision. What would you say to Will?
Oh, Will, I feel you. So many creative people have this. Wattles emphasizes a definite vision. Perhaps the first step is to do some deep thinking and decide which vision truly resonates most, which one aligns with your deepest purpose right now. It doesn't mean other ideas are bad, but for this process to work, he stresses focusing your energy. Maybe pick one to really commit to for a set period. You can always revisit other visions later. Clarity and fixity of purpose are key components he highlights for results.
And perhaps it's about finding the underlying theme or desire that connects those changing images. Sometimes multiple ideas are expressions of a single, deeper aspiration. Identifying that core aspiration might help in forming a more stable, overarching, quote, vision, even if the specific manifestations of it evolve. The definiteness could then apply to that core purpose.
Fantastic answers, guys. Really insightful. So as we wrap up this chapter, Sarah, could you give us the key takeaways from Wattles' summary?
Sure. Okay, so number 1, there's a thinking stuff that creates everything, and your thoughts can impress upon it to create what you desire. 2, shift from a competitive to a creative mind. 3, cultivate deep, continuous gratitude, as this aligns you with the creative substance. 4, form a clear, definite mental image of what you want. Hold it with unwavering faith, and be grateful as if it's already yours. 5, take action. Do all you can each day, do it successfully, and always aim to give more use value than you receive in cash value. And finally, if you do all this, Wattles says, you will get rich, in proportion to your vision, purpose, faith, and gratitude.
Boom! There you have it, a powerful formula, whether you see it as metaphysics, psychology, or a bit of both. Thank you so much, Sarah and Ethan, for breaking this down with us.
Always a pleasure, James.
My pleasure.
And to our amazing listeners, what book or chapter do you think Penplexity should dive into next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep thinking, keep creating, and maybe, just maybe, keep a little gratitude in your back pocket. Cheers! Welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by the profound and sometimes the surprisingly simple. I'm your host, James, and today, folks, we are diving headfirst into a classic, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. Specifically, Chapter 1, titled How to Get What You Want. Ooh, intriguing, right? And to help us unpack this, I've got my amazing co-pilots. First up, the woman who can find the fun in a footnote and the relatable in the esoteric, the one and only Sarah.
Hey, James. So excited for this one. How to get what you want. I mean, who doesn't want to know that, right? It sounds almost too good to be true, but but I'm ready to dive in.
Absolutely. And joining us, as always, to keep our intellectual curiosity razor sharp and our facts, well, factual. It's the wonderfully witty Dr. Ethan.
Greetings, James, Sarah. The Science of Getting Rich. Wattles certainly didn't shy away from bold titles. Chapter 1. Let's see if the foundation is as solid as the claim.
All right, Chapter 1, How to Get What You Want. Sarah, kick us off. What's the big idea Wattles is laying down here?
Okay, so right off the bat, he says getting what you want is success. Simple, direct. And then he says success is an effect, coming from applying a cause. And this is key. He argues that success is essentially the same in all cases, whether it's health, wealth, or, finally learning how to bake sourdough bread that doesn't resemble a brick.
I feel that sourdough struggle. So, success is success, no matter what the what is. Ethan, that sounds almost too universal. Is it?
Well, Wattles posits that because like causes always produce like effects, a fundamental law in nature, he says, then the cause of success must also be the same in all cases. The variable isn't the nature of success, but the specific desires of the individual. It's a bold, deterministic stance.
Exactly. And then he goes on to argue where this cause of success lies. And spoiler alert, it's not in your fancy neighborhood or your lucky socks.
Oh man, there goes my lucky sock theory. So if it's not the environment, where is it? Lay it on us, Sarah.
It's in the person. He's very clear on this. He says if the cause of success were outside the person, like in nature or the environment, then everyone in a similar situation or the same neighborhood would be equally successful. But we see that's not true, right? People in the exact same office, same street, they have vastly different levels of success or failure.
His logic here is quite direct. Differing outcomes in identical environments point to an internal differentiating factor. He's essentially eliminating external variables to isolate the cause within the individual. It's a classic piece of reasoning, though one could argue about the full exclusion of environmental influence versus causation.
So basically, I can't blame my messy desk for my lack of Pulitzer Prize. Drat. Okay, so if this cause is in me, Wattles says I can. What, just turn it on?
Pretty much. He says it is therefore mathematically certain that you can succeed if you will find out the cause of success and develop it to sufficient strength and apply it properly to your work. It's like a formula. If you get the ingredients right and mix them correctly, you get the cake. Or, in this case, success.
The term mathematically certain is strong. It implies an inevitability if the conditions identifying the cause, developing it, and applying it correctly are met. He also adds a crucial point. If there is a failure anywhere, it is because the cause was either not sufficient or was not properly applied. So the onus of failure also returns to the individual's management of this internal cause.
Okay, so this cause is some kind of power within you. He even says you have the power to develop any power to a limitless extent, for there is no end to mental growth. That's pretty empowering, actually. Limitless mental growth.
It is. And he connects this to developing specific skills or, quote, faculties, as he calls them. Like, you wouldn't expect someone to be a great musician without developing their musical talent, or a good machinist without developing mechanical skills. It's common sense, really.
So, if I want to be a world champion cheese sculptor, I need to develop my cheese sculpting faculty. Is that a thing?
If that's what you want to succeed in, then yes. And he says you should choose work that calls for your strongest faculties. Don't try to be a preacher if you're not good with words, but you're amazing with your hands,
But here's where Wattles adds a critical layer, James. He emphasizes that these special faculties, your cheese sculpting prowess, for instance, are merely tools. He points out that many people with fine talents still fail. A musician with great skill who doesn't make it. A carpenter with good mechanical ability who struggles.
Yeah, that's a really important distinction. He says, success does not depend alone on having good tools. It depends more on the power which uses and applies the tools. The faculties are tools, but you are the user. And that's something in you that causes you to use the tools in the right way, at the right time, and in the right place. That's the cause of success.
Right, the something, which applies these faculties. This is getting interesting. It's like having a great set of chef's knives, but no idea how to chop an onion. Or maybe no motivation to even go into the kitchen. Speaking of developing faculties and applying them with purpose, this whole idea of identifying your strengths and then finding the right way to use them really effectively, it actually makes me think of our sponsor for this episode, Mages Institute in Singapore. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in super cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about providing students with hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections to prepare them for successful careers in these exciting fields. They're hoping to reach listeners who are passionate about these industries. Maybe you've got that strongest faculty Wattles talks about in art or design and are looking for a practical, career-oriented education. You can check them out at mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg.
Oh, that fits so perfectly, James. Wattles is talking about developing your specific talents, your tools, and Magus sounds like exactly the place to do that if you're into creative media. It's not just about having the talent, but learning how to apply it, which is what they seem to focus on.
Indeed. Wattles emphasizes that success depends on the power, which uses and applies the tools. An institution like Mages, with its industry focus and hands-on training, would ideally help students not only hone their artistic or design faculties, but also learn how to apply them effectively in a professional context. It aligns with Wattles' view that specialized skills need proper direction and application. So yes, for those inclined, mages.edu.sg seems a relevant resource.
Couldn't agree more. So if you've got that creative spark, that faculty itching to be developed and applied, do check out mages.edu.sg. Right, back to Wattles and this mysterious something. Sarah, Ethan. He mentions this, something in the person which causes him to use his faculties successfully. But then he sort of leaves us hanging in Chapter 1, doesn't he?
He totally does. It's like a season finale cliffhanger. He says what it is and how to develop it will be fully explained in the next section. So for now, we just know it exists. But the main point of this chapter, he says, is to read it over several times, to quote, fix upon your mind the impregnable logic of the statement that you can succeed.
Precisely. The chapter concludes by stating, to become convinced that you can succeed is the first requisite to success. So before even revealing the nature of this something, Wattles wants to instill unwavering belief in the reader's potential. It's about laying a psychological foundation of conviction.
So it's not just about knowing there's a cause. It's about truly, deeply believing you can tap into it and make it work. That's a powerful first step, I guess. All right, this has been fascinating. Let's take a few questions from our brilliant Penplexity listeners. First up, from mystified_Mark on X, who asks, if success is purely internal, as Wattles suggests, does that mean external circumstances like, say, systemic poverty or discrimination play no role at all? That feels a bit off. Good question, Mark.
A very astute question. Wattles, writing in the early 20th century, emphasizes individual agency almost to the exclusion of systemic factors. From a modern sociological perspective, one would argue that while the potential or the cause might be internal, the ability to apply that cause can be significantly hindered or facilitated by external structures and circumstances. Wattles' focus is on empowering the individual to transcend perceived limitations, but it's a fair critique that the pathway to application isn't equally accessible to all.
Yeah, I think Wattles is trying to say, don't let your environment be your excuse, because the ultimate power source is within you. But it's definitely a more complex dance in reality, isn't it? He wants you to focus on what you can control, which is yourself and your internal state, primarily your belief.
Makes sense. Okay, next question is from creative_Chris via email. Wattles says to choose work that uses your strongest faculties. But what if I genuinely have no idea what my strongest faculties even are? How do I figure that out?
That's a super relatable question. Wattles doesn't explicitly detail the how-to of discovering faculties in this chapter, but it implies a process of self-exploration. Perhaps trying different things, paying attention to what activities make you feel energized, what you learn quickly, or what people consistently praise you for. It's a journey, not always an instant revelation.
Yeah, like You don't just wake up knowing you're a world-class tiddlywinks player. You gotta, play some tiddlywinks.
And sometimes, engaging in structured learning, like the programs our sponsor Madges offers, can help uncover or refine those faculties. Exposure to different disciplines within a field might illuminate where one's true aptitude and passion lie.
Good point. And one last question. From skeptical_Sue on our website, penplexity.com, Wattles says it's mathematically certain you can succeed if you find the cause, develop it, and apply it. Isn't that a bit too simplistic or overly deterministic for the messy reality of life?
Wattles uses mathematically certain to underscore his belief in a universal law of cause and effect regarding success. If the precise conditions A, B, and C are met, the outcome success is, in his view, inevitable. The perceived simplicity perhaps arises because the execution, truly identifying the cause, sufficiently developing it, and properly applying it, is profoundly complex and deeply personal. He's not saying success is easy. He's saying it's governed by a principle, much like gravity.
Yeah, I think the mathematical certainty is about the principle. The hard work, the messy reality comes in actually doing those steps. He's trying to build confidence that if you do the work, the principle holds.
Fantastic answers, team. This chapter, while short, packs a punch. Sarah, could you give us a quick summary of the key takeaways from Chapter 1?
Absolutely. So first, success is getting what you want, and it's an effect that comes from a specific cause. Second, super important, this cause is within you, not in your external circumstances. Third, you have the inherent power to develop this cause, and your natural talents or faculties are your tools, but they need to be applied by that inner something. And finally, the absolute cornerstone before anything else, you must become convinced that you can succeed. That belief is the first step on the ladder.
Brilliant distillation, Sarah. Thank you. And thank you, Ethan, for the insightful perspectives as always. This has been another enlightening episode of Penplexity. So what do you all think Penplexity should get perplexed by next? A different chapter? A totally new book? An ancient philosophical conundrum? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's PENPLEXITY, or visit our website, penplexity.com, to drop us a line. Until next time, keep those questions coming and those minds wonderfully curious. Bye for now. Welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we perplex ourselves over pens, pages, and profound prose. I'm your host, James, and today, folks, we're diving headfirst into a classic. Chapter 2 of Wattles' Science of Getting Rich. Now this one's a bit of a mind bender, all about, something that gets you rich. Surprise!
Hey, James. Hey, Ethan. Yeah, Chapter 2. It's where Wattles really starts to lay down the groundwork for his certain way. It's less about money, surprisingly, and more about what's going on up here.
Indeed. He kicks off by stating that our faculties of the human mind are the tools with which success is attained. A rather bold assertion, implying the tools are universal, yet success isn't. Intriguing, isn't it?
Universal tools, unequal outcomes. So what's the secret sauce then, Sarah? Wattles says a few people succeed because they use these faculties successfully, and most of us just flail around with them, apparently.
Exactly. He says there's something in the person who succeeds, and he struggles a bit to name it. He throws out poise, peace and power combined, but says it's more than that. Then he says faith, but again, it's more than just believing unprovable stuff.
Ah, the semantic dance. Wattles is circling a concept he eventually lands on as conscious power in action, or even more punchily, active power consciousness. It's a mouthful, but he's trying to differentiate it from passive states.
Active power consciousness. Okay, that sounds intense. What does that even feel like? Is it like having superpowers?
Ha! Not quite like flying, James. But Wattles describes it as what you feel when you know you can do a thing, and you also know how to do it. It's that deep, unshakable conviction. He says if you have that, it's impossible to fail if you really try.
A rather deterministic view, wouldn't you say? impossible to fail. While a strong internal locus of control is beneficial, this phrasing conveniently sidesteps external variables or stochastic events. But, for the purpose of his argument, it emphasizes the internal state above all else.
So if I know I can bake a perfect souffle, and I know how to bake it, I can't mess it up, even if my oven is like possessed.
Well, he'd argue that with true power consciousness, you'd probably have anticipated oven quirks or found a way to work with it. The idea is that every thought and action becomes successful, so the sum total can't be failure. He's really focused on the mindset you bring to the task.
The critical distinction Wattles makes, and one that resonates with some psychological theories, is between the objective mind and the subconscious mind. He posits that merely thinking you can do something, objectively, isn't enough.
Oh, this is where it gets juicy. The subconscious! So I can tell myself I'm a millionaire all day, but if my subconscious is like, nah, mate, you're broke, then I'm stuck?
Pretty much. He says he can, whose subconscious mind knows that he can. That's the key. People fail because their subconscious is riddled with doubts, even if their conscious mind is all positive and gung-ho. That doubt, he says, withholds the power you need.
This aligns somewhat with concepts of limiting beliefs or self-sabotage. The subconscious, being the repository of deeper programming, can indeed override conscious intentions if there's a conflict. Wattles is essentially proposing a method to reprogram it.
Reprogramming. Sounds a bit sci-fi. How does he suggest we do that? Do we need, like, a special helmet?
No helmets, James. Just your brain. His method is repeated suggestions, autosuggestion. He gives this mental exercise several times a day, especially before sleep. You think about your subconscious mind, try to feel it permeating your body, and then you say with deep feeling, I can succeed. All that is possible to anyone is possible to me. I am successful. I do succeed, for I am full of the power of success.
The power of affirmation, or as some might critique, the power of self-deception. However, there's evidence that repeated affirmation, when coupled with congruent action and belief, can influence neural pathways and prime the brain for certain outcomes. It's about creating a dominant thought pattern.
So it's not just wishful thinking? You actually have to, like, believe it deep down?
Exactly. He says to repeat it until your mentality is saturated through and through with the knowledge that you can do what you want to do. He even claims you can do more than anyone has ever done because no one has used all their power yet. It's a big claim.
Whoa, that's a lot of pressure. You can do more than anyone. Gulp. You know, speaking of developing power and doing what you want to do, especially in creative fields, this actually reminds me of our sponsor.
Oh, good one, James.
Yeah, so folks, this episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. They're a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. If you want to know you can succeed in these fields and know how to do it, just like Wattles is talking about, Mages provides that hands-on training and expert instruction.
That's a perfect tie-in. If you're passionate about those industries, getting a practical, career-oriented education from Mages could be the very thing that instills that power consciousness Wattles talks about. It's about building real skills and confidence.
Indeed, acquiring demonstrable skills, the how-to component, is crucial for building that genuine self-efficacy Wattles calls power consciousness. An institution like Mages, by focusing on practical application and industry connection, facilitates precisely that. Check them out at mages.edu.sg.
Absolutely, that's mages.edu.sg. Give them a look if you're looking to break in or advance your skills in creative media. Mages Institute, helping you develop your power. Okay, we've got some questions coming in. First one, how is this power consciousness different from just being, like arrogant or overconfident? Ethan, what do you think?
An excellent question. Arrogance often stems from insecurity or a superficial assessment of one's abilities, and it's frequently not backed by genuine competence. Power consciousness, as Wattles describes it, is an internal state of knowing that's supposedly rooted in a deeper subconscious alignment and an understanding of how to achieve something. It's more about serene certainty than loud proclamation.
Makes sense. Next question. Wattles says it's impossible to fail if you really try, if you have this power consciousness. Isn't that a bit simplistic? What about things outside our control? Sarah?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think Wattles is focusing almost exclusively on the internal state. He's trying to get you to a place where your mindset is so geared for success that you navigate obstacles differently, or perhaps perceive them differently. It's less about denying external factors and more about empowering your response to them. But yes, it's a very strong claim.
It is a strong claim. All right, last question. If our subconscious is so powerful, why is it so often filled with doubts in the first place? Where do they come from?
The genesis of doubt. That's a vast topic. Subconscious doubts can be programmed from a multitude of sources. Early childhood experiences, societal conditioning, past failures, even inherited patterns of thought. The subconscious is highly receptive, particularly in formative years. Wattles' method is essentially an attempt to overwrite that prior, perhaps negative, programming with a new, more empowering script.
So it's like debugging our own internal software. Love it. Okay, before we wrap up, Sarah, could you give us the key takeaways from Chapter 2?
Sure. I think the biggest thing is that success starts with an internal shift, specifically cultivating what Wattles calls active power consciousness. This isn't just wishful thinking. It's a deep, subconscious knowing that you can succeed and knowing how. And the primary tool he offers to get there is consistent, heartfelt autosuggestion, really impressing upon your subconscious mind that I can succeed. It's about saturating your mind with this belief until it becomes your default state.
Brilliant summary, Sarah. Saturate your mind with success. I like the sound of that. Well, that's all the time we have for today's Penplexity. What a chapter, EH. So what should we perplex ourselves with next time? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity or visit our website penplexity.com. Until next time, keep those minds curious and those pages turning.
Indeed. And remember to question what you read thoughtfully.
Bye, everyone. Practice that autosuggestion.
All right. Welcome back, folks, to Penplexity. I'm your host, James, and today we're diving into, well, it's another juicy chapter from Wallace Science of Getting Rich. Chapter 3, to be exact. And it's all about how we actually start getting what we want, once we believe we can. Sounds deceptively simple, maybe? With me, as always, are the brilliant Sarah and the ever-insightful Ethan. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, James! So excited for this one. This chapter, oh my gosh, it's like the practical toolkit after all the mindset stuff. It's pure gold.
Indeed, James. Chapter 3 moves from the what and why to the how, specifically focusing on methodology, and Wattles doesn't mince words.
He really doesn't. So Sarah, kick us off. What's the big takeaway from Chapter 3? If you had to, tweet it.
Okay, tweet version. Stop dreaming about what you don't have and start rocking what you do have. But rock it perfectly. That's your launch pad. Something like that. He basically says, to get more, you must make constructive use of what you already possess.
Constructive use of what you already have. And perfectly. That's a big word, perfectly.
A very deliberate choice of word. Wattles posits that the degree of rapidity with which you attain your desires is directly contingent upon the perfection with which you use your current resources, power, and opportunities. No half-hearted efforts allowed, apparently.
Exactly. He says many people are at a standstill because they're only making partial use of what they've got. It's like having a sports car and only ever driving it in first gear.
I like that. And then he brings in squirrels? The leaping squirrels? I gotta admit, I chuckled a bit there. Is this like a fable within a self-help book?
Oh, but the squirrel analogy is so good, though. He talks about how squirrels developed their leaping power to the fullest. Then, because they kept pushing that, perfecting leaping, some evolved into flying squirrels with that little membrane. And then, pushing that further, led to bats, and, eventually, birds. It's evolution, baby.
From a biological perspective, it's a simplified depiction of evolutionary adaptation, of course. But the principle Wattles is illustrating is sound. Perfecting existing functions can lead to the development of entirely new capabilities. Or, as he puts it, transitioning from one plane to another. If the squirrels hadn't kept leaping further and further, striving for the perfect leap each time, they wouldn't have stumbled upon the conditions that favored gliding.
So, if I'm only, as he says, jumping half as far as I can, I'm never going to fly. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I hope.
Exactly. You won't sprout wings, James, sorry. But you won't reach that next level of whatever it is you're aiming for. He says life advances by perfecting function on the lower plane. When an organism, or, us, has more life, more energy, more skill than it can express on its current level, it starts performing functions of the next higher plane.
This concept of surplus life or surplus power is intriguing. It suggests that by mastering your current tasks to the point where they become almost effortless, you free up cognitive and energetic resources. This surplus then naturally seeks new, more complex challenges.
Okay, so more than filling your present place. That's a phrase he uses. It sounds a bit like you have to be a workaholic? Or is that just my modern, slightly cynical brain interpreting it?
No, I don't think it's about burning yourself out. It's about doing what you can do now, but doing it perfectly. And when you do that, it sort of stretches you. You become capable of more. It's about excellence and growth, not just logging more hours. He says it's the law that by doing perfectly all you can do now, you'll become able to do later things which you can't do now.
It's a compelling idea. The quote, doing to perfection of one thing invariably provides us with the equipment for doing the next larger thing. This aligns with concepts like deliberate practice leading to expertise. When you master fundamentals, more advanced skills become accessible. The surplus power isn't just about having extra time. It's about having developed superior skill and capacity.
So if I'm, say, amazing at making coffee at my current cafe job, and I do it perfectly every single time, that perfection will somehow lead me to owning my own chain of cafes?
Potentially, yes. Wattles would say that by perfecting your coffee making, your customer service, every aspect of your current role, you develop skills, a reputation, maybe insights into the business that you wouldn't get if you were just phoning it in. And that surplus makes you ready for the next step, whether it's managing the cafe or, yes, even starting your own.
There's a nuance here, though. Wattles also says to, quote, get into a business which will use your strongest faculties, even if you must commence at the bottom. So the perfection should ideally be applied in an area aligned with your innate talents or deep interests. If your strongest faculty is, say, coding, perfecting coffee making, might develop general discipline, but might not directly leverage your core strengths as effectively as perfecting coding, even in a junior role.
That makes sense. Align your effort with your strongest faculties. And he also says, do not wait for a change of environment. It may never come. That hits hard for a lot of people, I think. We often blame our environment for not being able to progress.
Oh, totally. But he's basically saying your only way to a better environment is by making the absolute most constructive use of your present one. Only by fully using what you have where you are now will you be placed in a more desirable situation. It's about creating your own leverage.
This speaks to an internal locus of control. While external circumstances are undeniable factors, Wattles emphasizes individual agency. The constructive use of your present environment is the active ingredient. It implies that even in a suboptimal environment, there are always elements one can work with, improve, or leverage to build momentum.
This actually makes me think about our sponsor for today's episode. We're talking about developing faculties, using what you have to reach a higher plane. And, well, sometimes you need to acquire or refine those faculties in a more structured way. Penplexity is proudly supported by Mages Institute in Singapore. They're a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in awesome areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. They're all about hands-on training, expert instructors, and building strong industry connections to get you career-ready. If you're passionate about these fields and looking for a practical education to break in or level up your skills, you should definitely check them out. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg.
Oh, that's a perfect fit, James. Seriously, if your strongest faculty is creativity, or you want it to be, Mages sounds like a place where you can really like perfect those skills Wattles talks about, to jump to that next plane in the creative industries.
Indeed, acquiring specialized knowledge and skills, as offered by an institution like MAGAS, can be a very direct way to make constructive use of your ambition and talents, thereby equipping you for that next larger thing in your career. Definitely worth exploring for aspiring creatives.
Couldn't agree more. So, mages.edu.sg. Give them a visit. All right, back to Wattles. He gives this example of starting a peanut stand with the vision of it becoming a department store. That's quite the jump.
It is, but it's about the mindset, right? You start the peanut stand, but you run it with the excellence in the vision as if it's already the seed of that department store. You make it grow. You do the peanut stand business perfectly. That surplus energy and success then attracts more opportunities, more capital, whatever you need for the next step.
The psychological component is significant. Maintaining a clear, ambitious long-term vision, the department store, while simultaneously dedicating yourself to the flawless execution of immediate, smaller tasks, the peanut stand, requires a specific kind of focus and discipline. The vision fuels the perfection of the present.
He also applies this to relationships. Get more friends by using constructively the friends you already have. How does that work? Sounds a bit transactional if you're not careful.
I think he means being a genuinely good friend. You know? Investing in the relationships you have, being supportive, present, adding value to their lives. When you do that, your friendships deepen, and good people are often drawn to other good, supportive people. It's not about using them in a manipulative way, but about the constructive, positive energy you bring to your current connections.
It's essentially the principle of reciprocity and building social capital. By nurturing and contributing positively to your existing social network, you create a more supportive and expansive social ecosystem. It's an investment in human connection, which naturally yields richer relationships and often wider circles.
Okay, that makes more sense. It's about the quality of how you engage with what's already there. All right, let's dip into the mailbag. We've got a few questions from our listeners. First one is from Alex. Alex asks, "This perfection sounds exhausting. How do I do everything perfectly without burning out?" Ethan, what are your thoughts?
That's a very valid concern, Alex. I believe Wattles' perfection might be better understood in modern terms as achieving a high level of competence or even mastery, rather than an obsessive, stress-inducing pursuit of flawlessness in every single detail. He mentions doing it until the doing of it becomes so easy that you have surplus power left after doing it. This implies skill acquisition to the point of efficiency, which often leads to a state of flow, not burnout. It's about smart work, refined skill, not just harder work.
And remember, he talks about increasing your vital power too. So it's not about depleting yourself. It's about growing stronger through the process of perfecting your current work. It becomes your new normal, and then you're ready for more.
Good points. Next question, this one's from Maya. What if my current job doesn't use my strongest faculties at all? Am I doomed according to Wattles, Sarah?
Ooh, that's a tough spot, Maya. Wattles does advise getting into a business that uses your strongest faculties, even if you start at the bottom. But if that's not immediately possible, I'd say look for any aspect of your current situation where you can apply this principle. Can you perfect a transferable skill? Can you bring excellence to a small part of your role? Or, maybe, this is about perfecting your side hustle, the thing that does use your faculties, until that creates the surplus to make a change. The key is to be active, not passive.
And even in a role that isn't a perfect fit, one can cultivate the mindset of excellence and the habit of perfecting function. These are transferable meta skills. The act of striving for perfection, even in uncongenial tasks, builds discipline and, quote, power consciousness, which can then be applied when a more suitable opportunity arises. Don't underestimate the power of simply deciding to be excellent wherever you are.
Solid advice. Okay, one more. This is from Ben. The squirrel analogy is a bit old-timey. Is there a more modern way to think about this surplus power concept? Ethan, can you translate squirrel speak?
Certainly. Surplus power, in a contemporary context, can be seen as developed capacity or expertise. When you master a skill or a set of tasks, they require less conscious effort and cognitive load. This efficiency frees up mental bandwidth, creativity, and energy. Think of an experienced surgeon versus a novice. The veteran performs complex procedures with a calm efficiency that allows them to handle unexpected complications or even teach simultaneously. That's surplus power in action. It's the expanded capability that arises from deep competence.
Love that. Expanded capability. Makes a lot of sense. All right, fantastic discussion, guys. Before we wrap up, Sarah, can you give us the super condensed key takeaways from Chapter 3?
You bet. Okay, key takeaways. 1. Stop waiting and start doing with what you have right now. 2. Don't just do it, perfect it. Excellence in your current sphere is what propels you to the next. 3. This isn't about struggle, it's about growing so capable that you develop surplus power for bigger things. 4. Have a clear vision for what you want, but let it fuel your present actions, not distract from them. And finally, this applies to everything: your job, your business, your relationships, your personal growth. Perfect the present to build your future.
Brilliant summary, Sarah. Couldn't have said it better myself. Phew. That was a lot to unpack, but so good. So listeners, what do you think? What topic should Penplexity ponder next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Drop us a line, share your thoughts, ask your questions. Until next time, keep thinking, keep growing, and keep making constructive use of what you've got. Cheers, everyone. All right, settle in, folks. You're listening to Penplexity, the podcast where, well, we get perplexed by pens, paper, and profound paragraphs. I'm your host, James, and today, oh boy, we're diving into something that sounds very promising. Chapter 4 of Wallace Science of Getting Rich. Who doesn't want a bit of that science, E.H.?
I certainly wouldn't say no, James! Hi everyone, it's Sarah. And this chapter, it's really about the doing part, isn't it? Like how to actually put things into motion.
Indeed, Sarah. Ethan here. It's less about abstract wishing and more about, shall we say, the energetic application of oneself to the present moment. Though Wattles does frame it with a certain universal law flavor.
Energetic application. See, this is why we have Ethan. So Sarah, kick us off. This power consciousness thing he mentions right at the start sounds a bit like a superhero origin story. What's the deal?
It kind of does, but it's more about having this deep-seated belief in your ability to create and achieve. And the chapter says you get what you want by applying your faculties to your work and environment, and you do that successfully by acquiring this power consciousness. It's like a mindset that fuels effective action.
And critically, he ties this directly to focusing on, quote, today's work, and by doing perfectly everything that can be done at the present time. It's a rejection of anxious future tripping or lamenting the past. Your power, your leverage, is in the now.
Okay, doing perfectly everything today. That sounds intense. What if my perfect today is just making a decent cup of coffee and not spilling it on my laptop? Does that count towards getting rich?
Well, yes, in a way. It's about the quality of your effort. He says, an indifferent or half-hearted use of the elements in today's environment will be fatal to tomorrow's attainment. So even that coffee, if it's part of your day's work or preparation, make it the best darn coffee you can. It's about not settling for meh.
Precisely. He explicitly states, do not desire for today what is beyond your ability to get today, but be sure you get today the very best that can be had. It's a principle of maximizing current potential, not overreaching into impossibility for the immediate now. This best that can be had isn't necessarily a physical object. It could be the best performance of a task, the best interaction.
So, no pining for a private jet today if I'm currently on a bus driver's salary. But make sure I'm the best, most engaged bus driver on the route?
Exactly. And he links this to evolution. If you always have the best that can be had, you will continue to have better and better things, because it is a fundamental principle in the universe that life shall continually advance into more life. If you settle for less, you stop moving forward. It's about that upward momentum.
This surplus power concept is central here. There must be surplus power in everything you do. He argues this surplus is what causes advancement. Where there's no surplus, there's no evolution, no attainment. It's like investing more energy into a system than is strictly required for its maintenance, thereby allowing for growth or transformation.
Surplus power. Like when you over-explain a joke. Is that good?
Maybe not in joke-telling, James, but in your work, absolutely. He gives the example of a business owner. Don't just sell goods perfunctorily, take a personal interest. Unless he feels that you have a personal interest in him and his needs, you have made a failure. It's about putting that extra life, that extra interest, into every transaction.
It's a fascinating psychological and, dare I say, almost game theoretical approach. By genuinely investing in the other person's welfare, you're not just fostering goodwill, but creating a reciprocal dynamic. He claims, quote, "When you can make every customer feel that you are really trying to advance his interests as well as your own, your business will grow. No need for gimmicks, just genuine surplus engagement."
So it's not about giving away free stuff, but about giving away good vibes? Genuine care?
Pretty much. It is done by putting life and interest into every transaction, however small. And this applies even if you want to change jobs. Make your present business a stepping stone to the one you want. As long as you are in your present business, fill it with life. The surplus will tend toward what you want.
That makes sense. If you're amazing at your current not-so-dream job, people notice. Opportunities might come from that. Speaking of opportunities and building skills, this seems like a good moment to talk about our sponsor.
Oh, perfect timing.
Absolutely. This episode of Penplexity is brought to you by Mages Institute in Singapore. Now, Mages is a leading institution for creative media education. They offer industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs in super cool areas like game design, game art, concept art, and more. And this chapter talks about putting surplus power into what you do, making your current situation a stepping stone. Mages seems to be all about equipping you with those high-level skills, that surplus, to really advance in creative fields.
That's such a great connection, James. If you're passionate about gaming or art, and you want to turn that passion into a profession, or really level up your existing skills, Mages sounds like the place. They focus on hands-on training and strong industry connections. It's like they help you build that surplus life Wattles is talking about, specifically for these creative industries.
Indeed. The chapter emphasizes becoming able to apply your faculties successfully. An institution like Mages, by providing practical, career-oriented education, directly facilitates that. If you want to more than fill your present place in the creative world, specialized training is a logical step. Listeners, if this resonates, do check them out at mages.edu.sg.
That's mages.edu.sg. Go on, give your creative ambitions that surplus power. All right, back to Wattles. He gets a bit stern, doesn't he? About intellectual prostitution? That's a strong term.
It is, and it's a really important point. He's warning against being a, quote, mere hired apologist for and defender of immorality, graft, dishonesty, or vice in any form. He says you might rise in service doing that, but you're a lost soul. It's about maintaining your integrity, your self-respect, even as you strive for promotion.
It's a moral boundary. He's suggesting that advancement achieved through compromising core ethical principles is ultimately hollow, and perhaps even counterproductive to the, quote, advancement of life he espouses. He says, respect yourself, be absolutely just to all, put life into every act and thought. This integrity is part of the surplus.
So if my boss asks me to, say, fudge some numbers, even if it means a promotion, Wattles would say, hard pass?
A very hard pass. He believes real advancement comes when you more than fill your present place authentically. And if it doesn't come from your current employer, it will come from another. It is the law. That's a big claim, that it's a law.
Metaphysical law, perhaps. The assertion is that the universe is structured to reward those who operate according to these principles of value creation and integrity. It's a statement of faith in a just cosmic order, which is debatable from a purely empirical standpoint, but certainly a powerful motivator.
But what if you're putting in surplus power, being a good egg, and nothing happens? What if your boss is just oblivious, or worse, takes credit?
That's where the "it will come from another" part kicks in, theoretically. The idea is that the value you're creating, the surplus life you're putting out, makes you visible and attractive to other opportunities. But he also emphasizes something crucial. It's not just about work.
Ah, yes, the holistic imperative. You will not advance far if you are a good businessman or employee, but a bad husband, an unjust father, or an untrustworthy friend. He argues, failure in these personal relations makes you, quote, incapable of using your success for the advancement of life.
It's about more than filling every present relation. He gives that sweet story of the telegraph operator who wanted a farm. He started by being good to his wife, courted her, and she became eager to help. They got a small plot. She did poultry and gardening while he worked, and eventually they got their farm.
So being nice to your spouse can get you a farm. Noted! My wife's gonna love this episode. But it makes sense, right? If your home life is a mess, it's hard to bring that surplus power to work or anywhere else.
The interconnectedness of life domains. Misery or dysfunction in one area invariably leaches energy and focus from others. To come under the operation of the evolutionary force, as he puts it, requires a comprehensive integrity of effort and intention across all relationships.
All right, this has been a lot to chew on. I think it's time for some questions from our brilliant listeners. Let's see. First one is from Focused Fiona. Fiona asks, this idea of doing everything perfectly today sounds overwhelming. What if I have a day where I just can't operate at 100%? Does that ruin everything? Sarah, what do you think?
That's a great question, Fiona. I don't think Wattles means a robotic, flawless perfection. It's more about the intent and applying yourself to the best of your ability in that moment. If your best today is 70% because you're unwell, then give that 70% with full commitment rather than a half-hearted 50%. It's about being fully present and engaged with what is possible today, not beating yourself up for not being superhuman.
Good answer. Okay, next up from Skeptical Steve. Steve writes, this law that if you more than fill your place, advancement must come, sounds a bit too good to be true. What's the counter-argument, Ethan?
An excellent and astute question, Steve. The counter-argument, from a purely materialist or empirical perspective, is that systems are complex and not always meritocratic. Factors like bias, luck, economic downturns, or systemic inefficiencies can impede individual advancement despite merit. Wattles presents this, quote, law as a fundamental principle of a purposefully structured universe. Its truth for an individual may lie more in its power as a motivating belief system that encourages proactive, value-creating behavior, which, in turn, statistically increases the probability of positive outcomes, rather than a guaranteed, mechanistic cause and effect in every single instance.
So it's a good operating principle, even if it's not a scientific law like gravity. Got it. Last question, from Practical Penny. Penny asks, how do I put surplus life into a really dull, repetitive job without feeling like I'm just faking it?
Oh, Penny, I feel that one. I think it's about finding the human element. Even in a repetitive job, you're likely interacting with people, or your work impacts someone down the line. Can you make those interactions more positive? Can you find ways to do the task with more care, or perhaps more efficiently, not just for the company, but for your own sense of mastery? It's also about remembering it's a stepping stone. The surplus you generate might be the positive attitude that makes your supervisor recommend you for something better, or the energy you conserve by being efficient, which you can then apply to seeking out or preparing for the role you do want. It's about infusing your current reality with your best, even as you aim beyond it.
Fantastic answers, team. Okay, before we wrap this up, who wants to give us the elevator pitch summary of Chapter 4? Ethan, you look like you've got your surplus thought face on.
Very well. Chapter 4 fundamentally argues that achieving your desires hinges on 3 core actions. 1. Concentrate all your faculties on performing today's tasks with excellence and completeness, always striving for the best attainable in the present moment. 2. Infuse every action and relationship, business, domestic, social, with surplus life or energy, genuinely seeking to advance the welfare of others as well as your own. 3. Maintain self-respect and integrity, using your current role as a stepping stone, with the faith that by more than filling your present place, advancement is a natural consequence within a progressing universe. It's about active, present-focused, value-driven living.
Boom! Couldn't have said it better myself. Probably because I wouldn't use words like faculties or interconnectedness of life domains. But that's why you're here, Ethan.
He's good, isn't he?
He is, and so are you, Sarah. And hopefully, so are we, as a podcast. That's all the time we have for this episode of Penplexity. What do you, our amazing listeners, think we should get perplexed about next? Let us know. Follow us on social media at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and visit our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep putting that surplus life into everything.
Indeed, and contemplate the nature of that surplus.
And have fun with it. Bye, everyone.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Penplexity, the podcast where we get perplexed by books and try to unperplex ourselves. I'm your host, James, and as always, I'm joined by the ever insightful and always lively Sarah.
Hey, James. So good to be back. Ready to dive deep again.
And of course, the man who makes our brains do a little happy dance with his scientific zingers, Ethan.
A pleasure, James. Though happy dance might be an overstatement for some of the neural pathways I intend to stimulate today.
Love it. All right, so today we're tackling Chapter 5 of Wattles' classic, The Science of Getting Rich. This chapter, well, it kicks off with a pretty bold statement. Wealth culture consists in making constructive use of the people and things in your environment. Sarah, what's your first take on that? Sounds encompassing.
Oh, it totally is. Constructive use. That's the key, right? Wattles isn't just talking about, using a hammer to build a shed. He's saying the absolute first step, the big one, is to get a, quote, clear mental picture of what you want. And he really, really emphasizes clear.
A clear mental picture? Like Super HD, 4K resolution in your brain?
Exactly. He says the more clear and definite it is, the easier will be your work. And he warns that, quote, the man who is not quite sure what he wants to build will put up a wobbling and shaky structure. So it's not just vague wishing. It's about defining your goal, whether it's a specific career or, the ultimate sourdough starter. And then seeing that success in your mind's eye. Constantly. Night and day, he says.
The clear mental picture idea is fascinating from a psychological standpoint. We know that focused visualization can, to some extent, prime the brain for action and pattern recognition. Elite athletes use it, musicians too. But Wattles' night and day prescription, that's quite the commitment. One might argue it borders on obsession, if not managed carefully.
Well, maybe obsession is a strong word, Ethan. I think he means keeping it as a guiding star, like a picture on your wall, always in your consciousness. It's about focused intention. Not, like, losing sleep over it, I hope.
So it's not just about dreaming then, because the chapter then says, and then begin to move toward it. And I love this bit. Remember that if you have not the fully developed talent now, you can develop it as you go along. You can surely do what you want to do. That's pretty empowering, right?
Totally empowering. He's basically saying, don't wait until you're perfect or have all the skills. Start where you are, with what you have. He gives this great example of someone wanting to own a department store, but only having enough capital for a newsstand.
Ah, yes, the newsstand to department store pipeline. How does that work, according to Wattles? No magic wands, I presume?
No magic wands, thankfully. He says there's a, quote, mental science method. You operate that newsstand as if it's already one department of your future big store. You fix your mind on the department store. And, this is crucial, you make every act and thought constructive. Everything you do, every thought you have, must convey the idea of increase.
The idea of increase. That's where it gets particularly Wattlesian. He suggests that by holding this thought of advancement and acting and speaking in this faith, you'll convey this increase to others, and they'll be drawn to you because, as he puts it, what all people are seeking is increase. It's an interesting proposition. Is it charisma? Is it a subtle communication of competence and ambition that others find attractive? Or is there something more formless substance at play, to borrow from his earlier chapters?
That's a good question, Ethan. It sounds a bit like fake it till you make it, but with a layer of cosmic ordering on top?
I think it's more than fake it till you make it. It's about embodying the future you're creating. If you're constantly focused on growth and expansion in your current small role, you're not faking, you're practicing. You're making every interaction, every sale at that newsstand contribute to the vision of the department store. And people pick up on that energy, that drive, that forward momentum.
Okay, I can see that. And then he brings up something that seems almost counterintuitive when you're trying to avoid the competitive spirit. He says if there is limitless abundance, there is enough for you without robbing anyone else. How does that square with ambition, Sarah?
It's a really important distinction Wattles makes. He's saying focus on creation, not competition. If you believe in limitless abundance, then someone else's success doesn't take away from yours. You're creating wealth, not fighting for a limited slice of the pie. This increase you're projecting is about adding to the world, not taking from it. So your newsstand grows into a department store by offering more value, more, quote, increase to its customers, not by trying to shut down the other newsstand across the street.
The abundance mindset versus scarcity mindset is a well-documented psychological concept. Believing in abundance can lead to more creative problem-solving and collaborative behaviors. Conversely, a scarcity mindset can narrow focus and increase competitive, sometimes detrimental, actions. Wattles seems to be advocating for an extreme version of the abundance mindset as a prerequisite for his method. The challenge, of course, is maintaining that belief in limitless abundance when faced with very real-world limitations or setbacks.
Yeah, that's the tricky bit. And speaking of tricky, he also says, you must make every act a success in itself and maintain unwavering faith that you get what you want. Unwavering faith. That's a tall order. What if you mess up? What if that newsstand has a really bad sales day?
He addresses that by saying, do everything perfectly, not in a servile spirit, but because you are a mastermind. I don't think perfectly means never making a mistake. I think it means acting with intention, with excellence, with the mindset of someone who is capable and is achieving their goal. It's about the quality of effort and the belief behind it. The unwavering faith is what fuels the dynamic moving power of your actions. If doubt creeps in too much, it can sabotage the whole process, according to him.
The, quote, unwavering faith component could be interpreted as maintaining a strong locus of control and self-efficacy. If you believe deeply in your ability to achieve a goal, you're more likely to persist through obstacles. However, unwavering implies a rigidity that might not always be adaptive. Sometimes, reevaluating the goal or the method is necessary. Blind faith, without course correction, can lead one off a cliff, metaphorically speaking. Perhaps resilient faith would be a more scientifically palatable term, faith that can withstand doubt and adapt.
Ooh, I like that, resilient faith. That makes sense. Because life does throw curveballs. But the core idea is that your internal state, your clear picture, your purpose, your faith, powerfully influences your actions and, therefore, your results.
This is a lot to digest. Making every act constructive, holding this idea of increase, unwavering faith. It sounds like a full-time job on top of your actual job.
It's definitely a mental discipline, James. But I think Wattles would say it becomes a way of being rather than an extra task. It's about aligning your thoughts and actions with your deepest desires.
All right, this seems like a good moment to talk about aligning your skills with your desires, especially if those desires lie in the creative media fields. Speaking of which, Penplexity is proudly sponsored by Mages Institute in Singapore.
Oh, that's fantastic. Perfect timing.
It really is. Mages Institute is a leading institution for creative media education, offering industry-focused diploma and professional certificate programs. We're talking game design, game art, concept art, and a whole lot more. Wattles talks about getting into the business or profession most suitable to your talents and tastes, right? Well, if you're passionate about these creative industries, Mages provides hands-on training, expert instructors, and strong industry connections to help you get there.
That sounds incredible. Especially the hands-on training and industry connections parts. That's so crucial for breaking into creative fields. It's like Wattles' point about developing talent as you go. Mages helps you do just that, but in a structured, supportive environment.
Indeed. And relating it back to the chapter, If your clear mental picture involves a career in game design, for example, then actively acquiring the necessary skills through an institution like Mages is a very, quote, constructive use of your present environment to move towards that goal. It's a tangible step in turning that mental picture into reality.
Couldn't agree more. So if you're looking for a practical, career-oriented education to help you break in or advance your skills in these exciting fields, check out Mages Institute. Their website is mages.edu.sg. That's mages.edu.sg. Go visit and learn more.
Definitely check them out, listeners. Sounds like an amazing opportunity.
A strategic investment in one's wealth culture, if you will.
Very good, Ethan. All right, let's shift gears slightly. We've got some questions from our listeners. First one is from Alex in Ohio. This clear mental picture sounds a bit like daydreaming. How is it different and how do I make it practical? Sarah, what do you think?
That's a great question, Alex. Daydreaming can be quite passive, just letting your mind wander. Wattles' clear mental picture is active and purposeful. It's not just, wouldn't it be nice if? It's, this is what I am creating. To make it practical, I'd say, first, write it down. Describe your goal in detail. What does it look like, feel like, sound like? Who are you when you've achieved it? Then, as Wattles suggests, consciously bring this picture to mind regularly, especially before taking actions related to it. It becomes a filter for your decisions. Does this action move me closer to my picture or further away?
Excellent advice. Okay, next question is for Ethan. This comes from Priya in London. Ethan, you mentioned the science of visualization. Can you elaborate a bit on how our brains might actually respond to this mental picture process?
Certainly, Priya. When you vividly imagine an action or an outcome, your brain activates many of the same neural pathways that are involved in actually performing that action or experiencing that outcome. This is sometimes called neural mirroring or simulation. Repeated visualization can strengthen these pathways, making the desired actions feel more familiar and even automatic. It can also help in problem solving as your brain rehearses scenarios. Furthermore, by focusing your attention on a specific goal, your reticular activating system, a part of your brain that filters information, may become more attuned to opportunities and resources related to that goal, making them seem to appear more frequently. It's not magic. It's more about enhanced perception and preparedness.
Fascinating stuff. So, you're literally training your brain. Okay, one more question. This is from Ben in Toronto. The chapter says, do everything perfectly. That sounds overwhelming and like a recipe for burnout. How do we interpret that in a healthy way? Sarah, you touched on this, but maybe you or Ethan can expand.
I can start, and Ethan can add his wisdom. I really don't think Wattles means perfectly as in flawlessly or without error, because that is a recipe for paralysis and burnout. I interpret it as doing each task with your full attention, to the best of your current ability, and with the intention of excellence. As if you are already the successful person you aim to be, the mastermind he talks about. It's about the quality of presence and effort in the now, knowing that this now is building your future.
I'd concur. From a psychological perspective, striving for perfection in the colloquial sense is often linked to maladaptive perfectionism, which can be detrimental. However, if we interpret Wattles perfectly as acting with mastery orientation, focusing on learning, improvement, and giving one's best effort in the current moment, then it becomes a healthier and more sustainable approach. It's about process-focused excellence rather than outcome-fixated perfection. This aligns with the idea of each act being a success in itself, contributing to the larger goal without demanding flawlessness at every micro-step.
Process-focused excellence. I like that. Much less intimidating. Okay, as we wrap up our dive into this chapter, who wants to summarize the key takeaways for us? Sarah, how about you kick us off?
Sure, I think the biggest things are, 1. Get that crystal clear mental picture of what you want. Really define it. 2. Start moving towards it from where you are now, doing what you can in your current environment. 3. Make every act and thought constructive, aiming to convey, quote, increase. 4. Operate from a mindset of abundance, not competition. And finally, hold that purpose to get what you want with unwavering, or, as Ethan put it, resilient faith, doing everything with a mastermind attitude. It's a package deal.
A powerful package indeed. Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode of Penplexity. Huge thanks to Sarah and Ethan for, once again, making my brain tingle in all the right ways.
Always a pleasure, James.
The tingling is hopefully a sign of new neural connections forming.
I'll take it. So, listeners, what book or topic should Penplexity tackle next? Let us know. You can find us on all the socials at Penplexity, that's Penplexity, and on our website, penplexity.com. Until next time, keep thinking, keep questioning, and keep making constructive use of your environment. Bye for now.